win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum, and we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
Up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum, and we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
Up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum. And we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder. Lights out, lights out. Lights out, lights out. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We hit it, get it, we hit it with it. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We hit it, get it, we hit it with it. We hit it with it. We hit it with it.
Up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
We the future that you run from, and we're only getting louder, hitting harder than a bass drum. Now we're only getting louder. She is powerful, she got everything she needs. See her flick her hair, see her be her own queen. Never underestimate the strength you have within. You can take the win, you can take the win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum. And we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder. Lights out, lights out. Lights out, lights out. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We here to get it, we here to win it. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We here to get it, we here to win it. We here to win it. We here to win it.
Up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Boom. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
win. We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum, and we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder. Lights out, lights out. Lights out, lights out. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We hit and get it, we hit and win it. We back in it, ain't no pretending. We hit and get it, we hit and win it. We hit and win it. We hit and win it.
Up, take them to the way beyond. All endeavors never settle when the play is on. Turning measures from a little to a major one. Whoa. Activated like lacking patience, decision made it. Gymnasticated so innovative can't be debated. Flow aquatic, don't know a challenge, it been amazing. Fact of the matter, got the pattern to be the greatest.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
We the future that you run from, hitting harder than a bass drum, and we're only getting louder, and we're only getting prouder.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Halo, gue fans Bigetron Red Alliance. Bisa dibilang, gue rindu banget melihat mereka juara. Gue udah ngefans sama Bigetron dari awal banget mereka muncul. Melihat determinasi mereka di kompetisi, jadi salah satu faktor kenapa gue bisa suka banget sama gameplay mereka. Selain prestasi yang mereka raih di kancah dunia, mereka juga selalu bisa bikin harum nama Indonesia. Dan ini saatnya mereka membuktikan kalau DNA juara mereka masih ada. Dengan amunisi baru, gue berharap ini adalah awal kebangkitan Bigetron Red Alliance. Meskipun Zuxi tidak bisa merasakan medali emas yang diraih Luxi, di PMWI nanti, gue berharap mereka bisa angkat piala bersama lagi.
Gue yakin kali ini kita pasti bisa.
Kalau ngomongin soal Morph, bisa dibilang ini soal loyalitas. Karena gue dong support Morph dari awal mereka ada. Baliknya Zai dan Frenzy, serta pemain baru lainnya, bakal bikin Morph jadi tim yang akan diperhitungkan nantinya. Meskipun soal prestasi, mereka tidak sementereng tim lain. Tapi gue yakin, mereka bakal ada di titik sana nantinya. Evolusi yang dilakukan Morph adalah salah satu pergerakan yang sangat menarik perhatian gue.
Pelan aja, pelan-pelan, jangan ngegas.
Di PMWI nanti bakal jadi panggung pertama dan pembuktian Morph yang baru.
Tim Indonesia yang akan mendapatkan winner chicken dinner Ryzen berhasil
Sudah saatnya Morph bangkit dan jadi tim yang diperhitungkan di kancah dunia.
Dua tim Indonesia sudah mendapatkan winner chicken dinner. Sabar, pelan aja, pelan-pelan, jangan ngegas. Smoke setup.
Kali ini, di depan ribuan penonton, gue buktiin gue bisa juara dan mengharumkan nama bangsa Indonesia.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه الكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، تسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Saya tidak akan membiarkan saya berada dalam zon selesa, kerana bagi saya, setiap perlawanan adalah permulaan yang baru.
Yang menakutkan kita orang bukanlah kekalahan, tapi kehilangan yang asal dari titik permulaan.
Mereka adalah punca kekuatan saya. Sesukar manapun perjalanan ini, saya akan mengarunginya dan membawa pulang kejayaan kepada mereka.
Walaupun sudah mencapai 2 juara C Championship dan pingat gangsa sukan C, kali ini saya ingin mencabar diri di peringkat dunia. Saya percaya pada pasukan dan diri saya untuk mencapai ke tahap yang lebih tinggi.
Dah bertahun saya meninggalkan halaman kampungku demi mengejar impian saya di kota ini. Semua usaha selama ini adalah untuk membuktikan diri dan mengibarkan jalur gemilang di pentas dunia.
Kali ini kami telah bersedia.
Is now or never. Tidak kira pengakhirannya.
Kami akan buat yang terbaik
untuk mengharumkan nama Malaysia.
Forever play with pride.
Ladies and gentlemen, proudly presented by Saudi Airlines, the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Trophy.
سيداتي سادتي، كأس بطولة PUBG Mobile World Invitational مقدم لكم من الخطوط السعودية.
Hello and welcome to Gamers8. It is the third and final day of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational main tournament. My name is Banks and I'm your host, and I'm joined by my co-host on the main stage, Fancy.
حياكم الله من جديد أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور في اليوم الأخير من بطولة Gamers8 الببجي موبايل وورلد انفيتيشنال. زي ما شاهدنا الأيام الماضية نتائج كانت غير متوقعة ونتائج مبهرة من كل الفرق اللي معنا، واليوم هو بيكون اليوم الأخير اللي نبي نعرف فيه مين اللي راح يرفع الكأس وبيرجع فيه لدولته، أو إنه ممكن يبقى في الدولة السعودية. زي ما احنا شايفين بالأمس المركز الأول كان معنا فريق فالكونز، ودنا نشوف هل بيتغير الشيء هذا ولا لا.
Yes, the lion's share of $2 million will be claimed today by just one of our teams, as well as the incredible PMWI Gamers8 trophy. And let's not forget that coming into our final day, representing their home country on home soil, Team Falcons are at the top of the leaderboard.
زي ما احنا عارفين ايضا مجموع الجوائز في البطوله راح يكون اكثر من $2,000,000، وزي ما احنا عارفين ايضا انه كميه المنافسه الشديده اللي موجوده معنا، خصوصا من 18 فريق موجودين من جميع انحاء العالم متواجدين معنا اليوم عشان يثبتون انفسهم. نبي نعرف مين اللي راح يكون بطل البي PMWI لسنه 2022.
Remember that next week we will be commencing the AfterParty Showdown. But for now, let's get locked into this tournament and let's end it out with a bang. So we're going to go back over to the desk where they can break everything down before we dive into our first map of the day.
ولا ننسى ايضا ان الاشياء الرهيبه اللي قاعده تصير في ببجي موبايل ما راح تنتهي في نهايه اليوم. ايضا راح يكون عندنا الاسبوع القادم الببجي موبايل افتر بارتي شو داون، راح نشهد فيه كثير من الفرق يتنافسون ايضا معنا في المسرح. لكن قبل كذا لا نستبق الاحداث، خلونا على طول نتوجه للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم شوي عن ايش ممكن نشهد مباريات اليوم، فعلى طول نتوكل على الله معاهم.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. You are looking as handsome as ever on the stage. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'm your host who will be covering the action not only for this main event, but as you heard, for the after-party showdown coming up next week. But we got to round out the main tournament here with $2 million on the line. And the gentlemen to help me do just that are towards my left-hand side, my analyst, Maxman, looking fresh, and Coloris being as amazing as ever.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Jason. Max, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, and I saw that trophy. Apparently, it's super heavy, so I hope they were working out whoever's going to win, because
I'm gonna lift it.
They're going to struggle to pick it up.
Do you think you could lift it?
Nah.
No.
Probably not.
Okay, then.
I think I could curl it. I heard it's like 23 kilos.
Oh, really?
Oh, wait, no. Okay, I thought it was pounds. Never mind. 23 pounds, I could totally curl. 23 kilos, I would be not able to fit in this shirt.
When you say curl it, I instantly went navigated to the curling. I'm like,
I was thinking that.
What are you talking about?
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, before we dig underway to break down what's all happened in the past days and, of course, what's coming up today, I want to give a big shout out here to Savvy Gaming Group for putting on this event and sponsoring it and making sure we can all enjoy all the action, not only here in PUBG Mobile, but, of course, in all of the other titles we've had here up until today. But, gentlemen, the format, we got to go over this once again for you guys at home who missed out on the last 2 days of action. 18 teams, not 16. That's not a typo, Maxman. 18 teams have been playing for 2 days, and now that today is the final day, with 6 matches a day across 3 different maps.
I think on the last day I understood it was not a typo. I think we saw how things were going down in the lobby. I think we understood it is still a little bit hectic for some of these teams. Teams are still trying to adjust to this big change. 2 teams in the lobby does change a lot for these teams. And teams were able to get there, found some success. You know, we're thinking of RSG. They definitely understood how things work out, but some changes can still happen on this 3rd day.
I think the most drastic thing that's happened over these 2 days is that teams have survived longer, and you just get more teams in some of those final circles. Thus, the play area is constricted, and teams are having a really hard time moving around, especially on those edges. So it's definitely had an impact, and some teams have not had the easiest of times adapting to it, whereas some teams have really risen to the occasion.
Otherwise, you can just pull an RSG. No, you just drop boot camp on Stalwart, eliminate them. Hey, 17 teams.
They're our biggest competition. Why not end their campaign straight away?
Exactly. Or you've got some other teams that take the other approach, right? And they're playing very, very passive. So you've got 2 different styles, and teams can still try and bring some changes to the table here.
Well, changes, if they're going to be made, hopefully they were done overnight. If you're not one of the teams currently sitting in top 5, well, you won't be getting through into the after-party showdown, but you can see exactly how they get their points here. Again, eliminations equaling 1 point is something we've seen be very prevalent in a couple of different teams in how they plan to play things out. But here you go, $2 million on the line. And, of course, additional money on top of that $2 million with the MVP, the Gunslinger, the Field Medic, the Eagle Eye, and, of course, the Grenade Master.
Yeah, and one big change, right, that we did see is that the field medic is actually not the top healing, it is actually the top res. So how many times can res up is very, very important. So far, I believe it is Scry from Stalwart that is leading up there, so he is playing really well, like keeping his team alive and
so
set up.
if you're one of those teams in last place, you'd be like, all right, just go keep getting knocked from you, and we'll share the money, we'll split it between us.
5K, guys. But I think as the day goes on as well, during the games, you'll be able to keep up to date with kind of how all of these are progressing. We get a good opportunity to show these at the start of games, etc., and stuff like that, so you can keep your eyes open at home.
Yeah. All right. I was going to say like $500, once again, $1,000 for first place. Like, you don't see tournaments get that amount for the first place position, so you could be $500,000 richer after this event.
Yeah.
$500,000 richer, split between, well, 4 people initially, right? Depends if you have substitutes, you have analysts, you have coaches.
Coach
but
staff,
yeah, that's a lot of money to split for these teams. And the thing is, like, that's life-changing money. I know we haven't really mentioned it just yet, but getting at least $100,000 in your pocket, you could buy a nice car. You could potentially put that down towards a house. You could put a part of that over towards a new phone, actually. And speaking of new phones, Sony Xperia 1.4 here, official partner of PUBG Mobile. It's actually made in collaboration with professional players, so hopefully these players will be using a portion of their earnings to pick up one of these bad boys, or maybe they'll be given one for free. Maybe, like, the talent will be given one.
I mean, $500K, you could hire me for one day.
You could, or half a day. I mean, it depends on what's all going down here. As you can see all of our social channels as well. Make sure you guys are paying attention to that, because you can win some awards or win some prizes throughout the day. But ladies and gentlemen, to get you hyped up and ready to go for what not only is happening this weekend and next, let's take a look at all the teams we have to participate.
Give it your everything, it ain't no holding back. Time to be the one, best squad, that's a fact. Nobody can stop me when I get in my zone. Take it higher, go from unknown to world known. On another level, competition is in trouble. Putting numbers on the board and it's about to double. We can never fold, we can never break. To be the greatest, we will do whatever it takes. Legendary, feeling like it's my moment. No slowing down now, we can move forward. We got the passion and drive, we stay working. An undeniable team, we on the circle. Bring the fire like a dragon, hunger and the passion. Making history, our energy is everlasting. We're staying on top, team so supreme. Making big moves the world has never seen. We never fall back, hold our ground where we at. We never fall back, hold our ground where we at.
Where we are joined by the coach of Joy Boy. Going into day 3 at the top of the leaderboard, I've got to ask you, how are you feeling about that?
حياك الله معنا جوي بوي، نورتنا في المسرح. قبل ما نبدا مباريات اليوم زي ما احنا عارفين هو اليوم الاخير، ودنا نعرف انكم او زي ما احنا عارفين انكم انتم الان في المركز الاول، وش شعوركم تجاه النقطه هذه؟
شعورنا حلو كثير انه تكون توب 1 ضد تيمات عالميه، يعني انه
فريقنا من ضمن أقوى الفرق في العالم، وهذا شيء يعني جديد شوي وإن شاء الله نحافظ عليه.
He's very happy that they finished the second day being the first place among all these top teams from all over the world, and he's going to try his best along with his teammates to try to keep it until the end.
Well, speaking of teammates, we had a nice conversation with Never Alone, one of your players on day one, who said on the main stage his main focus is to keep this trophy right here in Saudi. So, what I have to ask you is basically, what is it going to take for you and your team to keep it here?
زي ما احنا عارفين بالامس سوينا مقابله مع نيفر الون احد من لاعبين فريق فالكونز، وكان السؤال الموجه له انه ايش اللي ممكن انكم تسوونه عشان تخلون التروفي هذا يجلس في السعوديه وما يطلع منها، فودنا نسالك نفس السؤال، ايش الاشياء اللي ممكن انكم تسوونها عشان تتاكدون من النقطه هذه؟
أكيد هدفنا الأول هو أنه اللقب يضل في السعودية، واللي راح نسويه هو راح نكمل طريقة لعبنا اللي لعبنا فيها أول يوم وثاني يوم، وإن شاء الله أنا بحس هاي البطولة أكثر على المونتاليتي، فنحاول أن نخلي المونتاليتي قوية لآخر البطولة إن شاء الله.
He's saying they're going to try their best to make sure that this trophy stays in Saudi Arabia, and the only thing that they're going to do is to keep playing the same way that they played yesterday and the day before. And he feels like the most important thing about this tournament is the mentality, so they're going to be focused on that heavily throughout the day.
Well, clearly what you're doing is working, because sometimes teams can slip into playing a little bit more passively when they're in the lead. So keep playing aggressive, keep getting those eliminations, and I'm sure that we'll see you at the top of the table at the end of the day. But you know what? We're going to have to go back over to the desk because we are throwing it into our first map very, very shortly.
شكرا لك جوي بوي، ما قصرت وجودك معنا في المسرح.
Speaking of shortly, we got Claris here on the end to talk a little bit about what's coming up today. No, I'm just kidding. That would be actually Severworld's Gaming, who will be coming up shortly. Don't worry. Oh, come on, I actually did fall off the... Actually, to be fair, before we started, Max did ask him, what would happen? What would it be like if he fell off that
What
box?
if I fell off
He's
my
petrified.
2-inch high box? I don't know, guys. It's quite the fall for me.
We might need to get a new analyst in. Let's actually take a look at our overalls. If you guys missed out on the last 2 days of action, you can see here, as we obviously got to hear, Team Falcons in first place at 142 points. But there's multiple things here for you all to focus on. So there's first place, obviously, taking home $500,000, but also top 5 advanced through into the after-party showdown. So currently, Damwon Kia is the cutoff at 107 points.
Yeah, your overlords here, Kalaris, are able to
South Korean
perform.
overlords.
The South Korean overlords,
That's right.
They're doing great. And really, I mean, the South Korean overlords, they got the DBS. I think they're like, they're your team really by
You're
default,
speaking
right?
my language, mate.
Exactly. Damwon really had a major step up, but teams that we didn't talk about too much, right, is your Nigma Galaxy, DenizBank Wildcats. You know, they had an incredible rise yesterday, and they are currently in a potential position to contest with that top 5.
But as kind of mentioned just before, and mentioned at the end of yesterday, and we need to mention it once again, a spotlight is heavily on RSG right now because of the insane meteoric rise that they had through day number 2. All those teams below them, as well as above them, have to be petrified because what they brought yesterday was nothing less of terrifying, and I think they're probably going to bring that as well today.
Yeah, and the thing is, you look at all of these teams on the top position, right? Anyone can have a really good day just like RSG did. Like, if they have a pop-off day, first position is coming their way, but when you look on the second page here, unfortunately, this is the place where you have to have the best day imaginable out of, like, all the tournaments so far to make it up.
I think like 10th and up right now have an okay chance to qualify. I think when you start to get down to Donuts, Box Gaming, and down below it, you, like you just said, Max, you have to have a phenomenal day to have a chance to make it through. And if you're one of the teams in 17th, 18th place, it's almost done. If anything, you should focus on trying to earn as much money from this event as you can.
I mean, when you look at TJB, Donuts, I think it was Box just above them as well, these teams that have a win but are still kind of down here, it shows that unfortunately for them, yes, you've had a win. Yes, you've had a big point game. But what has happened in the rest of the 11 games that we've played so far? Not much.
Yeah.
So they're really going to have to bump up their average here if they actually want to push into that top 5, I say.
Okay, well, the team's obviously trying to earn some money. You guys at home can earn some prizes if you make sure to change your profile picture over on social media to your favorite team and go comment on all the official channels within PUBG Mobile Esports. You have a chance to win some sweet prizes, maybe even a Sony smartphone. But gentlemen, we are actually getting very close to this first match kicking off. So let's take a look at the schedule. If you guys have missed out on the days prior and you're not sure exactly what will be happening today, it's the exact same lineup. We have Erangel and Miramar into Sanhok. And of course, as you guys can see on your screens, Erangel and Miramar, and to end things off on Erangel. So happy to see that instead of Sanhok. That makes me always a little bit sad to see things end there. We never know what's going to happen when it comes to that map. But gentlemen, I mean, we're about to get underway with the match. I'm actually curious to hear what teams do you think currently not in the top 5 do you have as like, okay, I have true faith that they can push through and make it in?
Making it in top 5, I really would like to see the side of Nigma Galaxy push up. Like, once again, they have a home crowd also present here. Imagine you have like Falcons and also Nigma Galaxy making it. That would be huge for the region. And I think that they're a team that a lot of people are going to look at to potentially climb in top 5.
I think the top 5 is pretty solid right now. I think they are definitely the names that have shone and impressed me the most here when it comes to it. I would like to see Box move up. I have a little bit of a soft spot in my heart for them, be it past tournaments or just in general, thinking that the roster is very strong. It's true, man. They're cool. But I don't know if it's going to be doable. The top 5 looks strong.
Okay, well, gentlemen, we can see here the team's getting ready. That's Vampire Esports on your screen. We're getting ready as well, as we're going to have to bring in our commentators to start off this day. Maybe a little bit of a nosebleed coming through as well. But either way, yeah, it's intense. The pressure's on. Sometimes you got to clog up the nosebleed as well to make sure you are focused. But we're focused. The casters are focused. And the team's hopefully not going to lose any of their focus because they have 6 matches left to go. Whether it is to get into first place, to get into top 5, it is still yet to be decided. So hopefully you guys at home are all going to enjoy. And I'm going to throw it on over to our commentators for the first match of the day. Avenger and 7 Worlds Gaming.
Oh, man, I am excited. The final day, we're going to find out which teams are going to take first place. And also which team, as Jason was saying, are going to be moving to the after party next week. Because, I would say it's kind of close at the top, honestly. If you look at Nigma Galaxy, that was a team that on day 1 didn't really do that well. On day 2, they came out hot.
Yeah, the big question for me is obviously who's going to be able to hold on to the top 5 spots. But we have a few good teams that are chasing currently that are within that striking distance. And as the guys said on desk, down to that 10th spot, maybe if Donuts are going to have a fantastic start, they could be jumping in to be within the striking distance of the top 5. But the top 5 teams, they have been looking extremely strong. And what I've been most impressed with has actually been Damwong's Kia's comeback from day 1 to day 2, and how well they're able to improve from day 1 to day 2 has been super impressive. And this is an absolutely insane first plane path here for Erangel. The most southern plane path you can possibly have. It's just starting over Primorsk, going all the way over to south of Milta, close to Novo there. That's going to be interesting. And the one question is it going to be a military circle as well? Or are we going to have one of these really crazy ones where the plane path is super far away and the circle just goes all the way to the different edge, so potentially north or somewhere else?
What I'm going to be looking at is with such a south playing path, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to be looking at Stalwart Esports, how they're going to be playing this. This is a team that usually tends to play slow because they don't have to worry about a lot of teams being towards the south. I feel like some of the teams might not want to rotate as much and might just want to go to farm, go to Melta, go to shelter, go to those kind of locations instead of trying to go all the way up to Yasnaya and Mansion. So I'm really intrigued to see what the first circle is going to be. It will maybe make some of these teams push up more. And then Vampire Esports, we talked about it yesterday. I was hoping that they would be able to not duplicate, right?
Yeah.
What we saw from them on day 1 with the 24 Ilms in the first match. But I am intrigued to see them again. I want to see them be aggressive again. As we're seeing some of the top players here, longest Ilm, Hector from Team Soul being able to take it.
Putting 21 more meters on the longest shot from yesterday, and it's very much been action and lightning here as you see them heading. The first circle is going to pop. It's going to be on the western side. It's going to be a quite easy one here. The vast majority of the west is in play, still having Pochinki and School inside the first circle. So going to be interesting to see how it's going to fall out here. Xperia Sony, thanks for joining us here for the official smartphone partner for the PMWI 2022.
Yeah, and we were looking at some of the top players there earlier. We have to talk about Stalwart Esports Action. That man is just on a tear. He's currently leading in regards to damage with 5,463 damage, but he's actually not leading when it comes to Ilms. The person that's leading is from RSG. Is going to be Shandian with 30 Ilms. So it's going to be interesting. I'm also really intrigued to see how Team Falcons is going to be playing today. I feel like they're going to have a lot of pressure being the home team currently starting off the day on first place. I feel like that might play into just their mental.
Yeah, it could be, but also the buffer that they have down to 5th place and even 6th place that there are some of the teams chasing, of course, 44 points lead to the teams that are chasing on 6th place and beyond there. That is quite a good lead. And we were talking about a hypothetical cutoff yesterday after the first 3 games. It could be around the 150, 160 point marker. So they don't need to do much to be the first team to cross that. And still 12 points lead down to Stalwart too. I am really excited and ecstatic to see Falcons' potential for today and how well they are going to be able to take it on. Also, potentially gatekeep or deny some of the other teams that they feel like are their biggest competitor going into the after party. But of course, the main objective, getting that W for this year, being able to take that much money home would be crazy. And also keeping that trophy on Saudi Arabian soil.
Absolutely, and I'm hoping that they don't try to change anything that has been working for this team because, I mean, they are in first place for a reason. But when we go talk about points, 2 teams, AfterParty Esports on day 1, they were able to get 86 points. And then RSG yesterday on day 2, they were also able to get 86 points. Yep. So as you were saying, they need to be careful from those teams. Stalwart Esports, Damn One, Kia, this was team you were just mentioning too. They came out of nowhere. They could end up getting 86 points. It's Team Falcons. I don't kind of want to put it out there, but I am going to have to say it. If they do end up having a bad day, they could end up getting out of the top 5. And ultimately, yes, you want to get that first place. You want to get the prize pool, but you also want to be able to move on to the after party.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we'll see what Morph is doing and how we're checking in here in Yasnaya. Had plenty of talks with these guys, especially their coach. Well, super nice guy. Meet him in the gym. He's putting in the good work, and hopefully these guys are able to be one of those teams that can be within that striking distance and potentially jump into the top 5 with that, because they are just, I would say, 19 points behind the top 5 right now, which is one good game. We've seen plus 30 points being done from the winning teams with the amount of eliminations we've seen and so forth. So it's definitely doable. And these first couple of games that we have the pleasure of casting, it's going to be super important for setting yourself up, because when there's only 1, 2, 3 games left, that's where you're going to have to play much more strategic depending on what you see on our total leaderboard.
Oh, definitely. It's going to set the tone to how the day is going to go, right? Especially some of the other teams at the top start being really aggressive and become Elim heavy, as we saw AfterParty Esports happen on that day 1, match 1. But you were talking about Morph. I mean, when it came to Morph, it was a bit of a lackluster in the first 2 matches on day 1, but then they were able to get that chicken dinner. And yesterday, I feel like they definitely became a lot more consistent. They ended up with 2 second-place finishes and 1 third-place finish, which that's great. All these teams need right now is to, on the first game, if possible, don't wait until the second game, try to get that one huge game to just put you in contention. It's going to give you a confidence boost. And I'm very big when it comes to mental, because it can play very heavy on these teams, especially being in a LAN event. A lot of these players are used to playing just online. For them to be here, for them to feel the crowd too, because I know we are going to be hearing that crowd of Saudi Arabia, especially Team Falcons continues to be in first place. That's going to get to them at some point.
Yeah, they definitely have this home turf heroes buff, the buff of the crowd. You can see also sometimes some of the videos that they're able to, once they got their wins, jump out into the crowd, celebrate with them. That's super cool to see. Here on screen, Aton right now with the big rotations out far on the eastern side. That is a really interesting one. They're moving it right now close to Virtual Gaming Squad. Potentially could be taking more vehicles in this situation. They are. And Yafas is going to be dropping off, or going to be dropped off with the other guys. Oh no, it's actually staying here with Alpha Luigi too. Now Box and back-to-back could potentially be in a fight already. Break is running up already to Polo and J-Wait.
And Break trying to figure out, he does decide to back off a little bit. I think he realized, you know what, this is not going to be a good idea. They are going to take on the fight. Polo does get some damage on him, and I think at this point, back-to-back is just going to want to back off. And I'm glad we got a chance to see back-to-back right there in Aton Esports earlier, because I wanted to get a chance to talk about them. These are teams that are currently towards the bottom. It's not impossible, right, for them to try to make it to the top 5, but in a way, it kind of is. So a lot of the other teams towards the top need to be careful with those teams at the bottom. I mean, yesterday, I think it was on the last 2 matches, Team Seoul ended up eliminating Stalwart Esports twice, back-to-back, in Miramar and Erangel. So even though these teams might be 13th, 14, 15, whatever the case might be, those other teams at the top need to be careful, because they could steal points from them. and it could allow maybe some of the other teams that are currently not in the top 5 to move up.
Exactly. It really talks to the depth of the lobby, right? You have so many skillful teams, and even if you're not in the lead, you're able to take out some of the teams that are definitely in the top right now. So that is super impressive to see, of course. And multiple teams coming out of so many regions. That's also obviously what we love about PMWI here. So many regions represented. Morph on screen here for Indonesia are rotating now. And next week, they're going to be joined by some of the fan favorites, of course. Bigtron, BTR joining them. Huge fan following, huge history with this team as well for years and years behind. Now have Nigma Galaxy rotating close to REGAN.S. Nigma Galaxy currently is in a good situation for them, 6th place right now. But they do need to have a good day to get something.
And I'm pretty sure Nigma Galaxy is going to be looking to carry that momentum from the end of the day yesterday.
For sure.
Yeah, first place. I mean, no. 4th place finish, 2nd place finish, 7th place finish. They
with 9 elims as well.
Yeah, it wasn't just like they were going for placement points there. We're looking to get the action. I think it was on Miramar that I saw it. I thought they were going to be able to win it, but they were just playing a little bit too patient for me. I'm hoping that today they do decide to make decisions a little bit faster, because I felt like Miramar, I think it was the 2nd Miramar, they could have gotten a chance to actually win that, but they just played it way too slow. So hopefully they were able to go watch some VODs, come back. But now I want to see what this new circle is going to be looking like, because, yeah, we had a heavy South lane.
Yeah, it's hard to predict as well.
Yeah, and I'm looking at some of the teams. I mean, we have Aton Esports up in Severny that are going to have to come down for rivals too.
Long rotations.
And this right here is going to benefit huge for I think it's going to benefit huge for Vampire Esports.
For sure. And the question is, of course, how are they rotating in? How are they going to be planning ahead? Of course, a southwestern shift here is going to be hard. There's going to be a lot of pressure on the north and eastern side. So the question is, if you're able to get in early, how deep can you go? How much terrain can you get from the southwest side? Because if you're able to go on a deep rotation, get some good macro going from the very get-go, you're able to get some of those compounds that might be free close to the center, but on the western side. So that's really the question for me. Those teams that are rotating early, are they going to take some of those high priority compounds in case it shifts their way? Now Donuts on screen with Nigma Galaxy. Shots are coming out. Hamadi is going down with a knock going their way. That's very unfortunate. But Donuts is one of the teams that are chasing right now the top 5. And we hear a few guys clapping. And now the
Nigma Galaxy just losing one player.
That's
and I think it's smart though out of the team to just give up on it. And
we
do have that one.
Yeah.
Being able to get 2 knocks right there from Lightning.
Huge. REGAN.S, that is going to be an important one here. Not a big priority to be fighting over this area, though. It's very much in the northeastern side of the circle, but it is also about rotations, about those pull-ups, and you want to defend your terrain, of course. REGAN.S deciding to move out on the east, and they're going to be rotating out somewhere else.
I can tell you who's happy right now after that engagement. Team Falcons.
For sure.
They're
Falcons,
like, yes,
Falcons
please.
seeing everyone fighting each other, and they're just staying focused live now. TJB shots are coming in. That's one shot taking the car. It's going to take the coup and go away with that one.
Virtual Gaming Squad, a team that's currently in 16th place. I know they're going to be looking to at least make some kind of noise here. So hopefully that will be the case in there. We got a chance to see that replay. Virtual Gaming Squad trying to hopefully climb up the ladder a little bit, see if maybe they can get close to the top 5, if not, make some highlight plays. And here we go, Nigma Galaxy just passing by VIVO Key from Brazil. We saw how aggressive they were able to be yesterday. Right now, I mean, VIVO Key are currently sitting in 10th place. They did have a great 2. And they could possibly, with VIVO Key, I think that's a team that could possibly strike for that top 5.
Yeah, for sure. One of the teams, of course, that I've been following a lot, covering PMPL Brazil. Insane players, mechanically so gifted, all of them. Definitely one of the teams I would love to see going into the after party. Also a team I'd love to see compete here in the last day. Adrian, the first player in the PMPL Spring that was able to get the triple MVP. Highest damage, highest amount of eliminations, and highest healing in a single match.
Yeah, and I mean, if they can get into the after party week.
They would be dancing, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. You know that with the setup, just wait until next week and we tell you how it's going to be working. They're going to be loving it because they're just such an aggressive team, and I think it's going to just allow them and give them the chance to win lots of money.
For sure. And our next circle is going to be popping very soon. We are seeing it here on screen how much pressure there is coming on the northern side. There's a lot of open space in the east, a lot of open space in the south too. And the question is, if the next circle pops north, south, where it's going to go, it's going to be very important. If it goes center, though, a lot of teams are going to be happy. It's going to go kind of south. Ooh. So good amount of teams right now would be having a good situation if they did some of those long rotations out on the eastern side or on the western side to try to get in on that southwest open area that we right now know are open. And statistically, the players also know is open because of those continuous southern shifts.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Nigma Galaxy, you're happy with that shift, right? This is a team that lost one player already. They were able to locate themselves in a perfect spot, and now it's going to be being able to defend where they're currently at. We saw some teams being able to do that perfectly yesterday, which was with Stalwart Esports. I want to see if Nigma Galaxy, I mean, a team that's just so close to the top 5, hopefully they can finish off. As we do see USG here going up against VIVO Kid, and look at this. Donuts being able to get some knocks right there, and hopefully getting the finishes. They need to be careful. They're currently getting shot. I think they might be able to get third party from 52 Esports.
A lot of fights going to happen here around the quarry and this area in general. The swamp, highly contested. A lot of terrain is available and a lot of real estate is available right now. You see Adrian sitting in one of the southern compounds. Shots are coming in. Nice. Yellow as well joining that one too. USG Donuts are going to be going out in 18th place. 2 eliminations for them though, so they're going to get a bit of scraps and points, but that is not the amount that they need to be able to secure top 5 spot. Very good for the rest of the teams right now. They're eliminating this early. They're holding on to one of the valuable spots. And here, back-to-back coming out of North America, USA, of course, they are in a good situation. They need to be rotating, though. They have a far, far way ahead of them.
Yeah, I was thinking Donuts was trying to get some easy points right there and ended up backfiring with 52 Esports, ended up getting that angle for them. Now, I want to see what back-to-back is going to be doing here. I know this is a team, I mean, they're currently not performing to what they would like to be performing, and hopefully at some point they'll be able to showcase because they are the only hope of NA. They are back-to-back PMPL NA winners. And here we go. Falcon now finding themselves in the same position that Donuts was just in. And now it's backfiring even more because they have to worry about now 3 teams, not just VIVO Key, not just 52 Esports. We're also seeing Morph taking some shots to Falcons. Oh, that's not the way you want to start your day for the team that's currently in the first place.
That's super unfortunate. Diego and the boys from VIVO Key are inside. You can see on the minimap top right, they are on the edge of the new circle. So they are also considering what's going to be our next move. How are we going to get into the next circle? It's very unlikely it's going to end on them. Falcon right now have taken some terrain further into the circle, but they are in a kind of rough spots, hiding behind cars, hiding inside the shacks. Aton, north of that, outside the circle, they're going to have to make a macro rotation, try to get into that circle. And the question is, how are they going to fare and how deep are they going to try to get into it? Now, circle here popping very soon. Logos are a little bit big, but we have an idea where most of the teams are. Soul sitting in a very good situation. Vampire sitting in a very good situation. And as you said before, Seven, Nigma Galaxy sitting pretty damn good right now.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy, I mean, they couldn't have been even more blessed by that circle. Now, are they going to be able to get blessed? I'm pretty sure if they do end up getting blessed, we're going to see some claps. Oh, barely.
A little bit north, but they're on the edge.
Yeah. It works. You can see, you can hear. I told you, we'll be able to hear those claps if they do end up benefiting them. And it's going to be interesting how they're going to be able to contain that spot here as we are able to see another team. I mean, as we do see Team Falcons here taking some shots at other teams. Team Soul is actually in a pretty good spot. They do end up, one of the players does end up getting knocked, but they should be able to pick them up. And Aton Esports, they're going to be in a very hard spot right here.
Yeah, for sure. Joko trying to smoke up, trying to use the utility, try to make sure that they can stay alive here on the edge of the circle, northwestern side. More teams are going to be moving in. 4 rivals on screen currently coming out of Malaysia. They're going to be jumping into the shack. They are in a pretty damn fine spot, quite in the center right now, so they could play that slowly. Now Soul, some shots towards TJB, Stalwart too. Oh,
Team
TJB,
Soul.
my. That is so well played here by Team Soul, Seven.
And I'm loving what I'm seeing from Team Soul. I mean, I talked about it earlier. This is a team that's taking the aggression. It doesn't matter. I finally feel like they're starting to get more confident with themselves, and this is what I was talking with earlier. This is a team that some of the teams at the top need to be careful with because they are getting confident. We saw what happened to Stalwart Esports. I'll repeat myself because it was just so impressive what they were able to do, to the point that Stalwart Esports Twitter account was making memes out of it, and I was loving it. So hopefully we can continue to see those kind of performances from Team Soul and VIVO Kid. They were able to spot one of the players there from Team Falcons, and currently he's hoping that they stop shooting him because there's only 2 players, and look at this. Morph, Aton Esports. I thought Aton Esports here was in a pretty bad spot, and we can see Morph Rocky making the push and trying to engage a little bit closer.
Really good shots coming out of Morph. Fantastic aggression. Rocky hears him. He hears Fran. He can potentially take him on right now. Push through that. Shots are coming in. Smokes are being deployed. Rocky potentially could be seeing him. Finds him. Franz goes down, and Morph is advancing on Aton.
Yeah, and I saw Choco still alive. I know that's a player that really wants it in. Ultimately, Morph is just too much for Aton Esports. Now we're seeing Team Falcons Yusuf barely staying alive. We also see VIVO Key trying to pick other players. Cielo. These are players that are very, very aggressive, but as you were saying, they are so skilled from South America, from that Brazilian region, that hopefully, I'm really pushing for them because I'm also South American, so I'm a little bit biased, but I'm really hoping that they can make it to the after party.
All right, Falcons, what can you do here? Yusuf, last player live right now. Cielo is taking him on. He has taken him very low as well. UMP could be pushing into the shack. Yusuf trying to defend it, but he's going to be taken down. That is very impressive here by VIVO Key. And that means Falcons is going to be going out in 14th place, unfortunately. Also saw Morph going out just before that. Morph did get a good amount of eliminations, so they're going to be racking up some of those points.
And a team that might be quiet is Wildcats right now. They currently have 0 LMs, but they are keeping all their players alive. And for that team, they are sitting in 7th place. And if you're currently looking at this circle, anything can happen. I'm loving what I'm seeing from some of the other teams. I mean, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Vampire Esports. They have been there for such a long time that they're hopefully going to have enough of the loot, right? This is one of the things that we saw some of the other teams getting into trouble yesterday with just staying put on just one spot. They were able to, yes, make it towards the final 2 circles, but when they started getting into the engagement, they just didn't have the utility. They didn't have a lot of stuff in regards to meds. And now, with this right here, Damwon Kia couldn't be happier.
Damwon Kia really happy for this. They're looking to try to defend that 5th spot right now, and they're sitting in the center compound in the circle. Right now, a lot of teams are going to be fighting for that Quarry Ridge on that south side of the circle where we see Vampire right now. We have so many teams down there right now. Soul, REGAN.S, Box down there, Stalwart, back-to-back. So many teams are going to be fighting for just, you know, 1/2 of a compound and a little bit of a ridge. So we're not seeing probably more than 1 or 2 teams that's going to be surviving that outcome right there. Also in the north, a lot of teams are going to be fighting for just a little bit a sliver of that fields that we have. Fall Rivals sitting happy inside that shack. They're going to be waiting until later.
Yes, 7 out of our 13 teams right now currently towards the south. We've seen back-to-back. J7 being able to hit some shots right there. Hopefully his teammates are able to back him up. I think they're going to realize that just they're all grouped up and maybe they'll start shooting those vehicles to get the explosions. We know it has happened. And look at that, Lux getting shot by J7. J7 right now on a tear.
Really nice play by them. Stalwart also on screen. J7 continues to put damage onto Istanbul. Wildcats goes down in 13th place without an elimination. That's going to be a rough one for them. But Stalwart is pushing right now. They're aggressing this. They saw the knocks come out. And they know that J7 potentially could be only one guy because they only heard one player shoot. Pika on the offensive. Can he find J7? Oh, that's a really good Molotov defensive.
That was a great Molotov. J7 able to back up, and I don't think Pico was able to spot him. Polo also able to set himself up behind the rock, getting those angles. And here comes a bit of a push there from, I think it was J-Way trying to push up. You can see J7 wanted to get more into the action. He's able to get one knock. Can he get the finish? He's going to be able to get the finish. Top laying down. And SE actually getting third party from some of the other teams behind. This might benefit back-to-back. Polo is currently down top. Is currently having the height advantage. J7 being able to get some damage there with the nade that he threw. Can he get this knock? Is he going to be able to let Top heal up? And I think he is going to have enough time to heal up.
Top will continue this aggression right now. Let's see if J7 can get another one with this Bison right on hand. Could he make something more happen? Last player for back-to-back. More damage coming in on the utility. That is a really good deny for him. J7 is forced to just move back now. Soul under a lot of pressure from Vampire as well right now. More is coming in from them. Stone finding multiple with the grenades. Utilities also being deployed from Goblin. This is really well played by Stone. Aggressive. Gets down Hector off the knock. And now he's going to run into the Molotov. That's unfortunate. Goblin finds one though, returns, but Soul goes down. That's super unfortunate for them here in 9th play, because back-to-back takes the 10th place elimination right there. Vampire has to try to survive. They're under a lot of fire, fighting for this terrain here we were talking about before.
A lot of teams getting knocked, and I'm interested to see how Vampire Esports is going to be able to recoup from that engagement. I know that's a team that stays very calm. They're going to hopefully be able to pick up his player and start the rotation. And guess what? Nigma Galaxy, A team that we're talking about earlier with the circles, they're currently sitting pretty. They're letting all the other teams take into fight, and luckily for them, nobody has pushed them. And same thing with Damwon. I mean, this is a team. 2 out of the current 7 teams, Damwon has 4 players alive. Virtual Gaming Squad also has 4 players alive, but Damwon has just been watching all of this. They haven't had to shoot at least one time, I don't think.
Yeah, and as I was talking about before, only 2 teams survived this mayhem on the southern side. It was Vampire Esports and Stalwart. And as we were saying this before here, Nigma Galaxy were able to take that shag away from Fall Rivals. We didn't catch it, unfortunately, but as Seven pointed out here, this is really important for Damwon here. They could be defending this top 5 spot, making it even harder for the teams chasing. Vampire taken down by Song, though. Juni also finding Stone. Ravenclaw gone down too. That is super unfortunate. And Shreps is just the last player that is not knocked at the moment for Vampire.
Vampire just getting very unlucky too there, and I think he was trying to make it farther with that buggy, but he ended up crashing into the vehicle. You can see Stone there just finally getting finished from the zone. And Stalwart Esports, I mean, this is a team. It's been quiet. They did end up just getting one of the players knocked, but they're going to see if they can maybe pick him up. Damwon, they're sitting perfect right now. And as you were saying, Nigma Galaxy currently just has 1 player, but they do have 8 Illims. That's going to be big for them as they are trying to break into that top 5. Vampire Esports trying to make it up, trying to use that smoke wall, and so far he's barely been able to. You can see VGS getting into some fights over there with 52 Esports.
Yeah, exactly. And Stalwart is going to be trying to survive the situation. Nigma Galaxy actually gone out in 7th place with the eliminations. That was Adrian being able to close that out from VIVO Keat. Important for them. Stalwart right now on the offense, but Shreps is helping this defense that Damwon is trying to set up in the south with all this utility that he's using right now. He's trying to get deeper into the zone, trying to survive for as long as possible, while 52 and Virtual Gaming Squad is fighting for the northern side. As you see how in the distance, a lot of pressure has been put onto 52, but they are right now on their bellies trying to survive. Deployed smokes. Virtual Gaming Squad is moving out on the east side of this compound that Damwon has been able to hold, but Juni is finding another one with a fantastic usage of utility right now. More Molotovs are coming out. Only 3 eliminations for Damwon, but if they can secure this winner chicken dinner, this could be a huge amount of points for them. Top Gun down 2.
You can see Juni right there being able to knock down Top. They are aware of everybody that's going to try to rush him. Screen, ooh, barely getting missed by that nade. And I think Stalwart Esports might be able to recover from this as they don't really have to worry about that many people. And something that I was currently looking at too is VIVO Keat Adrian. He won the engagement with the last player from Nigma Galaxy. That's going to be huge for this team because they are trying to hunt down some of the other teams that are out. Wildcats, I mean, I think they're going to end up with 0 points. They've already been out. Morph as well, they're already out. They're going to be able to climb up in a big way when it comes to that overall leaderboard. So great start here from VIVO Keat. And another team, I mean, I feel like they've been a little bit quiet after we talked about their third party earlier. 52 Esports, only 2 Illims, but they do have 3 players alive. And in all the action that we have been seeing here, Avenger, they're just waiting patiently. They're doing, I feel like, what Damwon was doing earlier.
Exactly, and the question is here, with this circle, as you see in the minimap, it's actually only Damwon that is inside, but 52 is the only team on the northern side. Virtual Gaming Squad does have the information on them. They know that they're there up north, and yeah, Foz is hiding so many shots, so many bullets onto it. VIVO Keat out in 5th place, though, with the eliminations. That's good for them. The question is, how far can Virtual Gaming Squad take this one, and is Damwon going to be able to defend this compound?
Yeah, is Damwon going to have the enough utility to be able to take advantage of all of this? Here we go, Virtual Gaming Squad trying to get different angles. Are they going to be able to break into that? They also have to be careful with Stalwart Esports that was on the other side earlier. I think Stalwart Esports has been able to rotate a little bit more, and now you see 52 Esports getting a bit more involved. Damwon hasn't lost a player. Virtual Gaming Squad still has all their 4 players. This is going to be a great fight. And Stalwart Esports, meanwhile, they're like, okay, you guys take the fight over there. We're going to be sneakily moving up to your compound.
Yeah, 52 definitely just trying to survive, trying to make everything just happen in front of them, because if they can survive a bit longer, they are going to be securing themselves even more points. But no, it doesn't happen. Stalwart says no. They find Taku. Gaddafi steals it. And more shots are coming out towards Pharaoh. I think that's him down as well. 52 out in 4th place with only 2 eliminations, but good amount of points secured through the placements now. Virtual Gaming Squad, 4 guys alive. So is Damwon. Stalwart is the team trying to survive here. Forest is finding multiple, though.
Forrest being able to knock down 2 players right there. That was huge. Down 1 Kia. Juni is going to get knocked. Can shot connect with this nade. Here we go. Stalwart Esports now moving into action as well. Damn 1 Kia getting some of the players knocked. Virtual Gaming Squad being able to clutch it up as well. Can Stalwart Esports? Oh, Damn 1 Kia. Swung being able to win that 1v1.
Song so well played here. Swap to the barrel after playing with the not having any more bullets with the UMP. Can he make something more happen, or they're gonna be taken down? He's pushing out. It's so well played actually by Top, securing 2nd place here for Stalwart, but he is alone. And Virtual Gaming Squad has 3 members now, 4 members standing, and they can just push aggressively to secure this win for them.
And I believe in Top. We've seen it before. We've seen some 1-4s. Can he do it? He does the first one. Can he knock the second one? He's going to take some shots. He is 1 HP. He's ultimately was too much. Virtual Gaming Squad, ladies and gentlemen, being able to get the first win and keeping their dream alive. As I said, we were talking about it. Teams towards the bottom, they are going to be able to try to make a statement here in the last day. They are going to try their best to push towards that top. A 16th place team, I'm pretty sure, they're definitely not going to be 16th place after this match. Great performance, Avenger, from Virtual Gaming Squad on the first game of the last day.
Yeah, so amazing to see Libya being represented here with Virtual Gaming Squad, of course. Super amazing game for them. They have not had the best first 2 days, but if they can continue this trend here, they could be jumping in further top and maybe be within that striking distance of the top 5 as we were hoping so. But a lot of teams that have been doing well so far in the previous 2 days did extremely well as well. Damwon Kia, one of them. And it's super interesting to see here. But we're actually done with this game here. We're going to be going to the desk with the match rankings sponsored by STC.
No, you guys aren't done. We're actually going to bring you back for analysis. No, I'm just kidding. We're not going to bring them back because it's our time to be on the desk, just like it was time for Virtual Gaming Squad to get themselves a chicken dinner coming in from PMPL Africa, able to get themselves 20 points on the match. A fantastic job by them to close things out, but honestly, Maxman and Colaris, there's so many different things we could talk about here. Damwon Kia having almost a god compound for forever, it felt like, as the zone kept shifting on top of them, but they weren't able to close it out.
The thing about Damwon's compound, and we were talking about it with Colaris, like that compound is a godsend if you can get there early and teams are not able to get close, because you just have a little ridgeline on the east and the south that is very nadeable, and Juni really made use of that and got so many limbs off the back of that.
Yeah, that's it's weird, the compound, because as I say, it's strong for the circle, but it has problems. Okay, so none of those buildings are 2-story, so you can't pile all 4 people into one, which means that you can't get angles over other buildings, so you have to stay split 2-2 for as long as they did. That then becomes their downfall because all of these teams are pushing in at similar times to try and thwart their efforts. So as much as Damwon Kia had that center, the way in which we saw VGS as well as Stalwart push in was very appropriate at exactly the right time.
I feel like, to be fair to Damwon Kia, though, they did a really good job initially by keeping everyone at arm's length. They were shooting quite a bit. I think they shot towards Vampire trying to come in, or was a Virtual Gaming Squad, trying to punish them, to say, hey, stay back, don't come at us right away. And then, as you said, Colaris, 3 teams or 2 teams just coming straight at them was too difficult to defend.
It's a bit of a greed play by Damwon Kia. Like, of course, it's difficult to get together from that 2-2 split that we were mentioning here. They tried, I think.
They had like a little bit of a smoke between those buildings, and you really saw the Forest wanted to leave that entire fight and to regroup with 2 other players, but Genie was stuck, so he just wanted to stay in the 2v2.
Yeah.
Well, one team I did want to mention, by the way, was actually going to be 52, the team from Pakistan, 52 Esports, because they were another team in that vicinity. But one thing I do want to criticize them on, and feel free to tell me if I'm wrong, is they didn't capitalize off that chaos that was being thrown around. When we saw teams starting to push into Damwon, they just kind of sat there. They didn't try to make their move.
You have then the comparison you can make between Stalwart's play and then 52 Esports play. Stalwart, the timing, I would say, was on point. Their third-party VGS versus Damwon Kia in a really good way. The timing was absolutely perfect. And then you have 52 trying to delay the inevitable for the longest time, and then it just kind of crumbled apart because they didn't have zone, teams saw them, it was going to go wrong. So timing is important on those third parties.
Where were they coming in? Were they coming in for the west side? Or north side? North side,
North,
okay.
They were in the fields.
Right, I can't quite remember their exact positioning, so I can't quite comment.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we've talked, I think the reason I bring that up, right, is that they were unable to get a chicken dinner when it came to PMPL Pakistan throughout the entire event, if I'm not mistaken. These are moves you have to make if you want to elevate your gameplay, right? You have to be able to capitalize off positions like that, off situations like that. And we've talked about it so many times when it came to PMPL Western Europe as well, seeing teams not be able to do that. So at least for them, something to learn. Virtual Gaming Squad coming in from PMPL Africa, a big win for them. They have to be extremely happy. Exactly. And as you said before, Max, they're coming to this event just trying to learn, just trying to improve on their own gameplay. They don't have high expectations of getting, top 5 kind of finish, but they want to use this to go back to PMPL Africa and then go into the next season and hit it hard.
Yeah, they just had their first season in spring of PMPL, right? So you can expect this region as a whole to keep pushing out new talent. Of course, them now having international experience, VGS, that's going to be huge for the next full season of PMPL. Like, you can expect them to maybe get a back-to-back championship. That'll be fantastic for them. But it is very early days for Africa as a whole. So as time goes on, maybe next year they could be a very serious competitor.
Sure. I could be quite nitpicky, I suppose, with this. Given if the fight happened between Damwon Kia and Stalwart did have more than one alive, I would have liked to have seen VGS be a bit more urgent about their push forwards. They were very keen on getting the full res to then push on Stalwart and guarantee 100% the victory. But if you're a top team, I think you're pushing on while that third party is happening and instantly taking them out of the picture straight away without the full force, because you need that urgency about these moments, because otherwise, the other team could recover and have a problem for you.
Let's actually dive a little bit deeper into a head-to-head between Damwon Kia and Stalwart Esports, just get an idea of how their statistics did play out throughout that actual match, because I was maybe hoping for Damwon Kia to get a little bit more eliminations, maybe a little more damage done. I know we were watching, we're like, oh, this is Damwon Kia's game. I know Kalaris was, he just wanted the ka-choo. But we can see here, damage still relatively well, but that's kind of the what's going to happen when you're in a compound, right? You can't chase to get those eliminations.
It's a lot of peacocking from that area and just saying kind of warning shots almost. So getting knocks, and maybe that falls behind a ridgeline and you can't quite convert on that. So that's annoying as well. One thing that does hurt them during being in that compound, especially so early, is that they're probably going in with limited resources. They definitely went in with limited utility, because if they have themselves more nades, more mollies available to them, they should actually probably stop VGS pushing up on that building with underhand nades, underhand mollies to eventually stifle that, and maybe it's a completely different game. But if you spoke to them, I guarantee you they probably had very limited resources to work with. And
an extra issue actually for Damwon is the fact that even if they did get nade, knocks and eliminations from their position, they can't get the crates, right? They can't get that extra loot.
Yeah,
so
you can't
they're cut off from the rest of the lobby, and they just have to work with what they have available at that time.
Yeah, well, actually, even another team I wanted to mention, REGAN.S Gaming, because we've been talking a lot about them. They had a phenomenal day yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, they lost 2 players very early on to Donuts USG. And obviously, you can't really afford to go in towards the later stage of the game with only 2 players.
Yeah. And it hurts them too, right? Because Lightning is also a competitor for that MVP title. So you definitely don't want to lose him in particular. He's been a major success, like a major stable player for the team and the success of yesterday.
It's going to be between him and Action still at the end of the day. I do believe so, unless we have a Falcons player pop off completely here from all of this. But yeah, the fact that Stalwart got so many points off this game, RSG now might be sweating a little bit, but I think their fortitude is going to be quite keen to be able to keep them going through, despite this bit of a blip here for the first game of the day.
And I also want to bring up a topic for us to discuss, because you were mentioning, I believe, Kalaris, that Damwon Kia, one of the only top teams that centers up really early. I think we saw Nigma Galaxy, we saw Stalwart Esports, we saw quite a few other teams just playing from the outside of the circle.
No, absolutely. And it's nice to see Damwon Kia playing to what they know is their advantage. In day 1, I don't think we saw much of that. And I think it did hurt them quite considerably. But day 2, they're like, okay, why aren't we doing what we're really good at? Admittedly, you have to have a little bit of circle favor sometimes for this to work out, but the fact that they're able to hold this compound down to the later stages of the game, you're getting your averages. When Damwon Kia gets victories, they're not high elimination victories, but they're so consistently able to get those victories and those high placement points, thirds, podium finishes, etc., that you can eke out wins of tournaments based on that.
And I think we did have quite a lot of criticism for Damwon, like a team that tends to take some time to, evaluate the situation and improve and make changes. And we were criticizing, maybe on a 3-day tournament, is that enough time? Can they make it happen? From day 1 to day 2, night and day. And really, they found something that worked for them in day 2. It works. We found the solution. We cracked the code. Let's keep on going forward.
Well, the code has been cracked, but we still have 5 matches left to go. Really quickly, though, I want to give a shout out to Aramco and Saudi as well here for helping sponsor and making sure this event has happened for us, because it's been a fantastic event so far, to be completely honest. Whether it was just in PUBG Mobile, it's actually happened in quite a few different titles. Getting to see what this region has to offer when it comes to competitive esports. And you guys at home, still more things you can win. Maxman, I'm sorry, I know you're a big fan of memes, but you can't win any of these. You guys at home, you are getting memed on, especially by Stalwart Esports' Twitter account. But you guys can put your favorite memes. Make sure to tag the official channel so you have a chance to win some lovely prizes. Gentlemen, we know Stalwart Esports are good in game. My question is, are they going to be good when it comes to basketball? But when we come back, you'll never believe what the commentators are going to have to say about Match 2.
I think it was 6. That was pretty decent. It's not the record. But what was that one? 11? 11.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm ready for match 2 after what we just saw in match 1. I honestly thought Damwon Kia was going to be able to win it, but that didn't end up being the case. And we were actually having a great conversation during that segment in between those matches with when you guys were listening to the desk. I honestly thought that they stay separated for too long. And then you said something really great, which I completely agree with, Avenger, if you want to tell the audience.
Yeah, for sure. I can say that for sure. I mean, there's a situation where you're playing compounds. You're in a compound that gets closed in from many angles. You need to take control of one side of the compound here. And the situation that Damwon Kia could have turned it around was take control of the western side after they killed VIVO, Keats, Adrian. Then they could have swept on the south, taking away Stalwart, and then taking a virtual gaming squad on that had crashed the house, and they would have a ridge to play off of, and that would actually have been one of the only ways to approach that compound to win, because that often happens, Seven, is that you have these teams that get a center compound and they stay in it for too long because it's safe and secure, and then you have all these other teams that are crashing the compounds that can play off the walls and off the edges of the house and have that advantage. But we are ready soon here with game number 2. We are at PMWI 2022 here in Riyadh live for you, and we're going to be playing Miramar, and I'm extremely excited to get this one kicked off. It's going to be the last Miramar for you and me, my friend, here in the main tournament, and it's my favorite map. Long rotations, a lot of strategy, and I'm a strategist myself. I love these approaches that these players are able to have here.
Yeah, I love this. You get your favorite map, and then I'm going to end up getting my favorite map after this one too, which is going to be absolute madness. But, I mean, it's going to come down to the first circle that we get, right?
Exactly, and also the first playing path.
Yes.
It's really south here, Seven. That is going to be rough for a lot of the teams playing north, and also if we get a rough circle, if we get a northern one, it's going to be really hard for those rotations to come out from the very get-go here.
Yeah, but for Damwon Kia, I mean, if they do end up getting a south circle, there's a team that usually tends to be a little bit more towards the south west. It might end up benefiting them. And another team, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be Vampire Esports or TJB EU. That's a team that actually likes to go a lot to the west and south. So it's going to be interesting what the first circle is going to be. And with Damwon Kia, I was hoping that they would win, especially when they ended up knocking those 2 players from VSG. I was like, okay, maybe now the other 2 players that were on the other house are going to decide to push, maybe set up some smoke to try to make that transition. It didn't happen, and I think ultimately that's what ended up costing them that game. But for Stalwart Esports, what a game, honestly.
Yeah, it was
not a win, but impressive.
And especially pressure because they came off from that high ground, right? They had so many fights ahead of them. They were trying to push in here. But now let's jump to and see what's going to be happening here on Miramar. A lot of teams have already jumped out. You see on the northeastern side, you have Donuts, the USG guys, Vampires out, 4 Rivals is out. Istanbul Wildcats uncontested in Pala, and we actually get a southern shift that's actually quite nice. I'm personally hoping for it to end around south of Chimasera, maybe all the way down towards Minas. That could be quite crazy, or even closer towards Valdemar. I really love how that's southwestern side. The terrain is so lovely down there. So many dips and divots that you can play off. A lot of compounds on the high ground that could be fought for. But yeah, Minas del Valle could be interesting. Chimasera could be really interesting.
Yeah, well, we're seeing that. We have actually already lost a player. Team Falcons was able to eliminate a player from Stalwart Esports. I don't know how that happened. Hopefully, we'll be able to watch that replay. But now this is Team Falcons. This is a confident boost that you need, especially after that performance in the previous game. I mean, 14 plays, only 1 ill, not the way they wanted to start. And I'm pretty sure they ended up losing that lead to Stalwart Esports. And I think it's going to be close. It's going to be even better for Team Falcons because they just ended up eliminating the team that they are going up against for that first place. So you couldn't write it any better.
It could be so good to see if they're able to capitalize on that situation for sure. But REGAN.S and Aton fighting here potentially in Los Leones. Let's see what's going to happen with that. They are really close to each other. Bruno doesn't look like he has any weapons at all. Could be just hiding, trying to get help from one of his teammates. Vampire in a good situation. They're big chilling here right now. They're going to be completely fine. And of course, you can complete daily missions here to earn points. Once enough points are accumulated, you can tap on the reward icon and claim the corresponding reward as you just saw on screen.
Yeah, and while you're at it, I mean, there's going to be PMWI gun skins. There's a sale period between August 4th and August 13th. There's going to be 50% off of PMWI packs. Get a set straight away and 5 chances to draw PMWI treasure shirts. And while you're at it, between August 4th and August 13th, all users in the region of the top 3 teams will have a chance to win a prize, maximum of 1 award per user.
Yeah, exactly. You can obviously check much more of that out in-game while you are playing. But right now, we are focusing on the games. REGAN.S right now fighting Aton, the Chinese team. And of course, Aton coming out of Latin America. The Mexico guys are going to be having a little bit of a rough time because all the REGAN.S guys already have guns. Okay, Bruno actually has a UMP as well. I see a Micro Uzi too, so the Texa with a UMP and Fran with a Micro Uzi. So close quarters combat is definitely an advantage for Aton in this situation here. The first guy potentially going to be meeting anyone could be Bruno. He looks like to be the front man. Choco already is taking a little bit of damage. REGAN.S are playing very closely knitted together here. You can see them moving together as a squad, and that's what I really love. That accuracy of being completely next to each other will mean that there's going to be re-knocks happening, and you're going to be having to get your revenge immediately. Damoki on screen too, coming out of Korea, of course.
Yeah, and I'm glad you pointed out there with RSG being able to play so close together because what I saw there from the setup, Aton Esports, I mean, Texa was a little bit too far back from me. I don't know what kind of angle he was trying to get there, but if RSG did decide to engage him, I feel like it would get him a little bit too long. It will take him a bit too long to actually get to help out his teammates. So interested to see what's going to happen. I mean, it is going to be one of the top 3 teams going up against one of the bottom teams. So if RSG can get those points, or if Aton Esports can spoil the party for RSG, a lot of stuff could change in the leaderboard. And I'm pretty sure Kalaris, Maxman, and also Jason are going to be loving that.
Yeah, in general, just anything with numbers, anything that these guys can dive into, they love that. It's just crazy to see. They're sitting in there in the green room for the talents. They're just like, there's papers everywhere. It's just flowing around with numbers. So we just like, oh, we're just coming here to cast the game, see what's happening in the action. But they're just focusing on every single numbers and digits here to see who's going to be the top 5, who's going to win, who's going to get all the MVP rewards as well.
And look at this. Mr. Goblin being the sneaky fella that he is, as some of these teammates do. 3 of the teammates from Team Soul do end up pushing forward. Is going to come down to who's going to get the first knock. Hector, they know exactly where some of these players are going to be at. Hector getting that grenade ready. Who's going to be able to throw the first nade out? Ooh, Hector not being able to get it. And guess what, Skirt from TJB being able to get the first knock.
I love what I'm seeing from them already. Chility being put out here in the tower of the church, close to Chumacera. It's a really high priority situation for these guys right now. It is dead center in this next circle here. Hector pushing in with the UMP. Little one helmet, little one west. But he's going to try to get the rest off on Omega. Kist, Tingsker, they are close to each other, trying to defend this. Utility could be thrown.
And they are going to make that push for
They are
it.
pushing it aggressively. Tingsker goes down.
Team Soul being able to trade at least one out there. Now, this is the time where the other players from Team Soul need to be able to push that. You can see Asha trying to actually do that, but he needs to be careful with Lin because he's now being able to hold that angle.
Yeah, exactly. Lin is holding that defensive angle, so Soul cannot push straight into the tower. And they're going to get the rest off. Omega's going to bleed out, and that's a huge advantage to TJB in this situation here. They are going to be keeping all members alive of the team, and Team Soul is going to go down to 2. Tingsker goes down. That's a huge one for them, though. Goblin comes in. Oh my god, this is a huge turnout for Soul. Goblin playing extremely well. Can they get Lin down too? Multiple shots coming in. He's actually getting so low. Kist pushing out 2. Goblin is going to be able to return it too. Lin goes one more down. And it's actually Soul that's going to be inning out, going down completely. And TJP looks like they're going to be able to pull up all 4 members from this situation here.
Goblin almost being able to take the fight there to Lin. He got him, I think he got him maybe to like 5 HP. What a fight there from Team Soul. I honestly, at that moment, I thought it could have gone anywhere. And by the way, look at this. I do want to point this out. Stalwart Esports ended up losing one of the best players, if not one of the best players so far in this tournament action. That is going to be massive.
It's going to be huge for them to be losing him out here. They're obviously one of the top guys fighting with Lightning currently for the top elimination spot. Much damage is also coming out for these guys. They're, I think, before this game started, they were 1,000 damage ahead of that 3rd place. So they're really fighting head-to-head in that situation. REGAN.S has gone down with 1 player, Double D.
Here you go, Choco trying to get some shots into the player that's knocked down. He's not going to be able to connect with any. Is Aton Esports going to decide to push this? If there was ever a time, this might be the time. But something that we mentioned earlier is how spread out the players from Aton Esports currently at. I mean, you can see how close all the 4 players from RGG are, but I'm only seeing 2 players from Aton Esports, and I'm actually not seeing anybody trying to get some angles. They're actually trying to just push up, and just now, just up to this point, you're going to start seeing some of the other players. Here we go. Lightning being able to get the knock there on Chaco. Chaco's going to get so unlucky, and now he completely turns it around for them. RG is going to be able to get some angles on Aton Esports, and now Aton Esports is going to be defensive.
And exactly, and it's Lightning again here, putting more eliminations up 7. It's crazy. More damage. This guy's just racking it up every single game. It's impressive to see. Aton looks like to be disengaging from this fight here. And as we see, more teams are moving in. Circle's going to be popping very shortly. And I'm really hoping for a Southwestern shift in this situation here. Oh, Los Leones ending. Oh, it could be going somewhere in the middle, though. We'll see if it goes some hard shift towards the west or the east later. Right now, though, TJB looking pretty damn good. We are in a situation where some of the high ground compounds and the churches that TJB fought for is actually quite high priority. So let's see if they're going to be breached right now. They are splitting very hard on the compounds. I see at least 3 players, different locations for TJB. So could be a little bit too greedy. Bucks moving in, DenizBank moving in as well, and they could potentially be breached.
Yeah, and I was just noticing action there with the 32 elims. That's what I was mentioning. Oh, don't run over your teammate. It is possible, by the way, to run over your teammate if you do switch seats or get out of the car. Don't tell your teammates I told you this, though. I don't want to be. I don't want to be the one that's guilty for people starting to team kill in game. And here we go, Box Gaming, being able to pick up the teammate that was down. TJB feeling hot after that engagement that they have earlier. They already have 4 elims under their name. You can see Skirt there getting some damage. And Xiao, is he going to be able to get this knock? He is going to back off a little bit, though. He does have the boost going for him, and he should be able to get this knock if he's able to just step to the side. Trisme, though, with a beautiful nade, getting the knock.
Huge for them. Oh, now, my God, break. Takes down Bensu with that Molotov. That's just not fortunate. But let's see who can turn this situation around. TJB right now with the upper hand. They are kind of closing them in, holding them out of this. Nades are coming out. Trisme could potentially get another one. Kist, actually. That is super well played by him. They're pushing out. Box now on the offensive. The Sabu, what can happen here with this? 4-man strong break.
Oh, too much of Box Gaming for that team. And Lin, now it comes down to Lin. Is he going to decide to engage, or is he going to decide to back off? Box Gaming hunting him down. They're going to go for it. They're able to spot Lin. Lin is able to get one knock, but ultimately Box Gaming is just too much for TJB. But I mean, TJB, you did end up getting some points. Box Gaming, though, now being able to get 4 points, and they get to keep everybody alive.
And this leaves so much open space because they're occupying everything in the center. They left the church, they left another compound that was in the center as well. So right now they're obviously hoping to have stayed maybe in the church. And other teams have now decided to take over that. Here, the replay that we saw with TJB and Seoul, they do go out with 4 elimination points, but with the terrain that they had, the real estate that they had inside the circle, they could have been a much better situation for them if they stayed there rather than going offensive onto box.
Yeah, they could have been, but I think it's just that they were feeling themselves, okay? That's what happens when you end up getting one of those teams eliminated. They went up against Seoul. Seoul ended up not getting that win, and guess what? TJB was like, okay, let's start pushing people. It backfired, but hey, it is what it is. At least you tried, TJB. That's all we expect out of you, for you to try.
There's so many teams on the east, on the edge and on the ridges of Los Leones. They're really hoping for this circle to go east. A lot of teams coming in on the northeast as well. So the question is, where does this next circle go? We're going to see shortly. Damwon Kia and Nigma Galaxy, two of the only teams on the west and southwest side. So that could have a huge advantage for that one. Let's see where it pops, though. 52 on the south together with Virtual Gaming Squad. Back-to-back has taken the charge of Chumacera, and VIVO Kid is just on the northern side. 7, where are you hoping this one goes?
Los Leones.
Oh, it goes
it just goes down the middle.
Oh, it's just the least hype circle we could have, but it means so. If for this exact situation here, there's so many teams coming in from the east and west, and there's already some good teams that are having some of these compounds. There are not that much real estate available, so it needs to be taken early.
Yeah, and I'm going to be looking at Nigma Galaxy. I think they're going to try to flank around to the south and try to push their way up. They need to be careful because they might end up closing in by 52 Esports and Damwon Kia. Remember, Damwon Kia, I said it earlier, this is a team that tends to play on the south a lot, and they're going to continue to play towards that south portion of the circle. And now everybody just rotating. I think Aton Esports still going to be on those buildings that we saw them earlier when they ended up losing Choco. We saw RSG. I don't think they have lost any other players. No, they haven't lost any other players. They were able to pick up that player that was knocked by Aton Esports, so they're able to refresh themselves. And with what's crazy to me is that usually we play with 16 teams. In this tournament, in the PMWI 2022 here in Saudi Arabia, we're playing with 18. And right now there's 16 teams, 62 players still alive in this circle. That's just wild.
Yeah, that's crazy. And that's exactly the effect you have from playing these 18 teams. Teams are trying to get into a good situation here. Right now we have a ton on screen that have spotted out Virtual Gaming Squad. They are on the outskirts of Los Leones, fighting basically for terrain that is not going to be viable in the next circle or two. So the question is, do they take the fight on if they get a knock? Do they get an opening, or are they just going to try to put out some more damage? Fran right now, they obviously has lost Choco, as you were talking about, so I don't see an offensive move coming out from a ton in this situation. Istanbul Wildcats and Fall Rivals close to each other too here, 7.
Yeah, and with Wildcats, I mean, this is a team that when we started today, I think they were in 7th place. They are going to continue to stay within that, so they might play a little bit patient. And from what you were saying there with the Aton Esports, they did end up losing Choco. I think if they were to get a knock, they were just going to cause some more damage and wait to see where the circle is going to end up, because I think they were inside that circle. For Rivals, honestly, a team that I expected a lot more of. They're currently in 10th place with 89 points. I'm hoping that within this last 4 matches that we're going to have after this one, we might see some flashes of greatness out of that team. You can see Wildcats right there, Lux 666, having to move out. And Ray getting shot by Lappy. And guess what? You were talking about Aton Esports. Are they going to push it? They get a knock? 4 Rivals might actually make that push.
Yeah, for sure. They are on the edge here on the ridge of the northeastern side. They're actually going to back off. This means that they now Istanbul Wildcats, they have to use time to rest. They have to use time to use some of this healing here. So they're taking away some of this pressure utility and healing items. Next circle is going to pop shortly, and I can basically not see the map, but I know we're in Miramar. I see there's a little bit of space in between Vampire and Morph in this situation, but the logos is obviously huge for this situation, and I know we're just west of Los Leones. We have a lot of open high ground that actually shifts towards here, just east of Chumacera. That is really interesting. We have a huge apartment complex compound that could be an interesting fight as well.
I need to go have a conversation with M1 Kia because right now, my goodness, they are just getting absolutely blessed with the circles.
And the turnaround from day 1 to day 2 has just been so impressive. It's really good to see them, especially with the last game as well. They were not able to win it, but they got a huge chunk of change of points from that one. Right now in 4th place overall. They're putting distance between themselves and the other teams that are trying to chase to get into the top 5 so they can get to the after party where they're fighting for $1 million after having fought in this weekend here for $2 million.
Yeah, and I'm currently looking at the map. There's so many teams still towards Los Leones. I mean, we have Wildcats, we have Aton, we got RSG, Virtual Gaming Squad, USG. And I am looking towards the south at Nigma Galaxy. This is a team that needs to make a push towards this circle because once all the other teams decide to push in, it's going to be absolute chaos.
And I guarantee you right now, TJB is so sad that they didn't stay inside the church that back-to-back right now have. We are seeing Wildcats with some shots onto REGAN.S. That is really great shots coming out from X-Ray onto Double D. That means that Wildcats, they are going to be moving aggressively. This is super important for them. The guys coming out of Turkey, aggressive pushes coming in. We're going to be jumping over to 4 Rivals that could be taking Falcons on right now. Malaysia fighting versus Saudi Arabia.
And if I'm Falcons, I'm just going to back away from this fight. This is a fight that you do not want to have. You're so far out of the circle, and you're a team that's currently in the top 2. You're fighting for that win. Please ignore this and get your butts to this circle. By the way, Wildcats, I love the aggressives. You saw them, and we're seeing them on the Illim feed. I mean, Wildcats, they are getting third party by Aton Esports, but they want those Illims, and guess what? RSG right now getting eliminated by Lux. Lightning is down. GC.
Last player.
He might. Let's see if he can maybe clutch that. Is he going to get it? Is he going to get it?
Could be a good one.
Oh, no.
Not enough damage. And Wildcats are looking to recoup from this situation here. Can they get the revives off? Can they get the first aids pop off before GC does more? Defoe takes down the Lightning player here for REGAN.S, top fragger currently. And X-Ray gets the first vehicle elimination, as you see on the left side there. GC still. X-Ray going down. X-Ray sent a text at the third-party work for Aton, and they're going to be moving in aggressively in this situation too. They know that they're hurting. They saw the fight with REGAN.S going on in the kill feed.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy right now, we're currently not able to see it on the screen, but they are losing some players in a fight that they're getting in between with Virtual Gaming Squad. And they need to be careful, too, because 52 Esports might be in the horizon for them. GC staying quiet. Is he going to be able to get away with this? And is he going to try to get any knocks? I think he's going to play it safe. And if I'm him, I'm actually going to just wait a little bit longer until I can get one knock and confirm it. But he needs to make those decisions quickly because he is going to be in the zone, and that zone is going to start hurting, and he's going to have to move quickly. Right now would be the time. If you're going to take a shot, right now would be that time. As we go to Falcons, is Falcons going to be able to get this knock? They're not. Lappy's able to win it. Falcons really needs to win this fight. How are they going to be able to recover from it? Damar shooting up the car, making sure that nobody's there.
And at least the Wildcats go out early. Oh my god, the Molotovs coming all over the place here. Falcons trying to make the best out of this situation, get the points that they're able to do. Damar goes down. That's super unfortunate. Yusuf and Powerful, last 2 players, and they're now outside the blue. On the other side, we have Vampire waiting. But 4 Rivals, Pembroke is going to try to get the best out of this, get the points confirmed for this situation.
And while all of this is happening, I'm trying to figure out what Stalwart Esports is doing because they only have 1 Illim. They do have 3 players, and that is a team that is going to be paying close attention to what happens with Falcon. VIVO Keyed eliminated by back-to-back, but this is just such an important fight. I think Team Falcons is going to be able to pick up Damar, which that is going to be great, but Baru 7 from 4 Rivals just waiting patiently. And as you mentioned earlier, Vampire Esports is going to be waiting after this fight. They need to make some decisions quickly. And here comes the smoke. Here's going to come the push from Team Falcons. Is he going to be able to get the knock? He is going to be able to get the knock in the finish. Powerful. Getting that knock in GC, getting the knock against Frenzy. Look at all of this. There you go. Being able to secure some extra points for his team as they were almost eliminated earlier.
That's so unfortunate for Morph to lose a player like that in that situation to REGAN.S. That could have been a good game for them, but now they're down to just 3. Let's see if they can do something more about it. GC finds Rocky 2. REGAN.S just destroying the games of multiple players. Falcon, Yusuf finding Stalwart. Virtual Gaming Squad also in 13th place.
And this is going to be such a
fight too.
This is going to be such a hard push here for the Falcons. Just hope that nobody shoots you. You don't have any smokes. You already used most of your utility earlier. Vampire Esports is going to be winning. There's a lot of teams that are going to have many angles on you, so hope that nobody pops the tires on that buggy and just try to go for it. You can see Vampire Esports waiting. They know that there's a team that's going to try to make that push. Luckily for that nade, not getting anybody from Team Falcons, but I feel like that vehicle is going to get a little bit damaged, and now it's time to start zigzagging. And you are currently shooting at Stalwart Esports. You need to worry about back-to-back because back-to-back currently has all the 4 players.
Oh,
unluckily, Yusuf not able to make it, but one of the other players was able to make it. I wonder if he's going to be able to get in the right location, and the Mart is going to try to make it over there too. As Powerful currently trying to heal up, and here you go, kill switch. Can he get it? Oh,
no.
They do blow up the car. It was just such a hard rotation for Team Falcons.
But I would really love to see them drive at the same time, so they would have had multiple targets to shoot at, rather than taking a car at the time. That makes it easier for back-to-back. And now it leaves Falcons just with Powerful left. But he is sitting under the high ground. He could potentially recoup a little bit of the points later. They have 5 eliminations already, and they're guaranteed top 10 as REGAN.S goes out in 11th place here with 4 eliminations.
Yeah, and with Team Falcons, that's just going to be a hard spot right there for Powerful. He's going to be so exposed if for some reason Vampire Esports does decide to look that way, or Stalwart Esports decides to look that way. He's just going to play it patient, try to not make any noise, and he's currently doing the right thing. We do see Aton Esports. Hey, they lost that player earlier in the game, but they are still being able to stay alive. We see Box Gaming going up against USG Donuts. Look at what's happening right now. Donuts only have 1 player alive. And Powerful, as I was saying, it was just such a hard spot for him to be there. Vampire Esports ultimately ends up looking that way, and they do end up getting that finish.
Yeah, and next checkerless pop as well. As you can see in the minimap top right, we see multiple teams trying to get into a better angle right now. Vampire looking really strong. Stalwart too, but back-to-back is pushing. They could be taking this fight to Stalwart and try to take some of that terrain. We're going to see multiple teams on the fight on the south side try to get into the circle too. Box, Aton, Morph, Damwon, Kia are all going to be fighting for just a little bit of a terrain that maybe can accommodate only 1 team.
In this fight, if they're going to make a fight right here, Vampire Esports and Stalwart Esports, they need to hurry up because now back-to-back has made that rotation, and they're going to be looking third party. And look at that right there. One of the players from back-to-back, Killswitch, being able to get the knock on Stalwart Esports. J-Way. Come on, J-Way. Let's see what you can do with this grenade. Are you going to be able to hit on anything? I don't think that's going to hit anybody. But yeah, just, you know, saying, hey, don't go that way, okay? That's pretty much what that nade was. Damwon Kia does have 2 players currently in knock. You can see 52 Esports as well. Box Gaming, they do have all their players up, and they currently do have 6 elims. Forest trying to make that push. And oh, Pika. Is Pika going to be able to? Oh, Pika just gets spotted by Vampire Esports. Gets that elimination. You can see here a replay of what happened earlier between PSG and Nigma Galaxy. And
nice
wow,
shots.
freak. Okay. That's really impressive. That's some points that your team definitely needs.
And Damwon Kia lost 2 players, and again, as we're talking about, as I was saying before, they are fighting for this terrain that can max accommodate 2 players back-to-back already inside the zone, defending this push from them. Vampire also defending the push from Aton. More shots are coming towards Fran. He goes down as well. And now it's just send a Texa to Aton that is going to try to survive this situation.
And here we go. J-Way still alive. He does have Forest right there. J-Way hops in the vehicle and somehow is able to escape that Forest. Not able to get the shots, but they are going to know that he's going to be coming. How is back-to-back going to be able to recover? Do they actually know that Forest is there? There you go. They're able to get that elim. They're able to get that extra points. Back-to-back, the hope of a nay. I think it's going to be really hard for them to make it to the top 5, but they're about to take a fight to Vampire Esports, and this is going to be huge. Are they going to be able to win this? Killswitch currently not full healed, but guess what? Vampire Esports does have some players that are not full heal either. J7 playing it very slow, being the anchor for his team, and Fluke being able to heal up. 52 Esports eliminated.
6 plays, 3 eliminations to them. Vampire looking really strong in this situation. Also back-to-back, 4 guys strongs on both of those teams. Bucks have been suffering a little bit from that, trying to get into this little dip here. They have this to work with. The question is, can they take this further?
Something that I love that I'm seeing right now on the minimap is that Vampire Esports does have a great player in Stone. He has a great angle, and they're going to have just that ledge full of cover. They're going to be able to position themselves inside the zone. Vampire Esports is going to have a big upper hand here, especially with that ledge that they have. Nobody's going to be able to see him. And you can see Box Gaming is going to have to push into back-to-back. Can back-to-back hold up Box Gaming. And I see a player there from Morph as well. As Texa from Aton Esports being able to get the knock.
Yeah, huge for them to push in. And there's so many teams that are going to be pushing into the south, or from the south side into the circle. And the south can only maintain one team. There's not much space for this. Aton and Box is fighting. Texa is able to do multiple things here. And that means that Box is going to go down in 4th place. Morph also went out in 5th.
Box not able to make it, but a great push there from Aton Esports. Texa, one of the veterans when it comes to PUBG Mobile Brazil. He has a lot of experience with this kind of tournaments. And here we go, Vampire Esports back-to-back. How are they going to be able to do this? Aton Esports eliminated. It is going to be a 4v4. Who's going to get the first knock? Back-to-back. J1 being able to get the first knock. They're currently trying to get some angles. Polo, you can see Polo in the back just healing up. They are both currently waiting, trying to get angles. J7, this is going to be huge for his team if he is able to get the angle and get the knock on the team, on the player from Vampire Esports that's in front of him.
Yeah, exactly. And as you're pointing out here with this Rich here, this is huge. The question is who gets the next benefit. We have one more circle to be popped, and it's going to decide basically who gets the advantage here in the last part of the game. We are up to a 4 versus 4. It's rare to see in this situation here, but shots are coming out from Killswitch. Back-to-back could make something happen here and there, and they already have 9 eliminations as well. Your heart is pounding right now at 7. You're hoping for the best outcome for your boys.
You can't see my smile, but I have a big smile, okay? I'm hoping that they do get at least a chicken dinner here just for some bragging rights for NA, even if they do somehow end up being in last place, which if they get the win, it's not going to happen. Come on. I believe in them. Can they pull this off? And guess what? The circle goes in favor of...
Yeah, that's a great question.
I think
it's kind of the center. It's kind of shared. Right? It's kind of shared. I would say Vampire might be a little bit closer, but it's very shared. It's very much in the open space here of the middle. There's a dead tree, a crate that could potentially be inside. The question is, when back-to-back comes off from this top side ridge, they're going to have a really hard time aggressing onto Vampire. The team that wins this game is the team that is using the best utility here, makes the best amount of smokes. And I really want to see from back-to-back to offensively smoke off the ridge that Vampire has. Then they can take the advantage away from Vampire.
You can see Polo trying to make a move. If Polo is able to locate himself, there you go. He is able to locate himself. You are going to have J-Way. Right now, the way back-to-back is set up, and I don't think Vampire Esports actually has that much utility because of all the other fights that were taking on earlier. This is going to be a great fight, and it's actually going to come down to the first. Now you can see Killswitch right there hopping off. If I'm you, Killswitch, I'm going to just pop off all the tires from that bus and just use it as coverage. You can see they reposition themselves a little bit closer there. Now they're going to be inside the circle. I'm going to just get a chance and assume of that. J-Way is going to have an angle. He is going to be able to see him. J7 missing some shots. He needs to be able to connect with this, and I think he might just get a chance to move up to that tree. He might not be able to, actually.
Vampire soon might be forced off this ridge here. That's the only advantage they have at the moment. Fluke taking a lot of damage. J7 takes down Fluke, but is traded quickly by Shreps.
And there's nobody with utility at this moment. If not, we would have seen some nades falling. J-Way does get spotted. Ravenclaw, there you go. J7 exploding a car. Two players from Vampire Esports currently down. Polo, this is one of the MVPs of an A. Can he get this clutch? Polo with the AKM. 1v1. He gets some shots. Can he get the other ones? Come on, the hope of an A. Polo, can you get this shot? Yes! Back to back. Able to clutch the win, ladies and gentlemen. 28 points for them, and that's going to feel so good for that team that was in last place. And, I mean, what were we talking about earlier, Martin? We said it. Some of the teams at the top need to be careful. The teams at the bottom are going to try to showcase their skills, are going to try to showcase what they got, what they're here for a reason, and try to steal some points from the top 5 teams.
And also, they're going to push themselves so far up the leaderboard with this situation here. Much more prize pool available for them, of course, coming in with this situation. Super well played by back-to-back here. Love what we saw from Vampire, though. I feel like that utility we saw in the end, if that could have been delayed a little bit, it could have made a huge difference, but there was just nothing left.
Yeah, and I mean, if we go back to it, remember when Team Falcons as well was trying to make that push out of that road, you can see Vampire Esports was using a lot of grenades, a lot of smokes too, so ultimately ended up just hurting them in a big way.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to have one more game to cast you and I. It's going to be Sanhok, your favorite map. But we are going to go to a very short break. But stay tuned. Once we get back, the desk will tell you exactly what you've been thinking about all this time.
NA.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Yeah, welcome back. Nice indeed as back-to-back take themselves a chicken dinner. Before we can fully dive into this match, though, Sony Xperia, the 1-4, made in collaboration with professional esports players to help bring you the best smartphone for your gaming experience. Also, the official smartphone partner here at PUBG Mobile. Gentlemen, North America, let's go, boys. I'm the only American here. They're on the map. The question is how far they moved to the standings, but before we can even get to that, let's take a look at our match rankings.
That's what Americans
Brought to you
do,
by
right?
STC. Yeah,
Boxing
exactly.
And other things. Yay, America.
I mean, we are the back-to-back baseball champions of the world, football champions of the world.
The World Series, exclusively containing American teams. Yes. Only Americans can call it the World Series.
Exactly. Anyway. But back-to-back, 28 points, right? We've been talking about them towards the bottom of the table. If I'm not mistaken, they were actually the bottom of the table. Yes, they were. But this is a big win for them, and a much-needed win. Again, there's still a lot of prize money to be won. Realistically, for them to move up the leaderboard and get top 5, probably not realistic, or I can say with confidence it is not realistic.
I don't like saying impossible. Almost impossible. right there. I don't expect that to happen. But, as you said, still some extra money to win for these guys. And you're in a position where I think a lot of the teams at the bottom have nothing to lose, right? You just go out there, get those eliminations, get those extra placement points. If you can get a win, perfect. But I think that should be the focus from a lot of the teams at the bottom of the rankings.
Well, I think the excellent thing about this tournament structure as well is that actually the bump-ups in prize pool, almost every single place, is quite significant, yes. So there is still a significant amount for these teams to play for back-to-back getting 28 points. That's effectively almost a third of some of the team's points that are they're pushing up towards, right? Sure. So that's a big win to be able to get them back on the road again here. And coming in from that west side and actually having full dominant control over it, that bodes well for them in the next coming games.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about J-Way and J7, the positions they were playing towards the final areas there, up against Vampire Esports. Some really good off angles being held, Max.
Yeah, it was actually really close between all of these teams, but the one angle that I thought was very interesting was not back-to-back, it was actually Mike, also known as Estonian Game, right, that is playing for Vampire Esports,
Yes.
and the moment that circle started closing up, he could not play on that off angle anymore, and they were just playing from one singular angle, and that allowed the entirety of back-to-back to start pushing and flooding that area.
That's it, right? I mean, when you look at the two positions that these teams had, yes, technically Vampire, they have that ridgeline to be able to work with, but when the circle constricts the way it does, all 4 players have to be on the same angle, meaning that back-to-back has far better angles to work with on just one solid location, as opposed to having to deal with all 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, of the other angles from back-to-back.
And that's the interesting point, right? We talked about it yesterday. If you get still a bit of utility at the end, like one nade there, you're done. That's pretty much like, hold on to the nades until the late game. It's important.
Yeah, very
To be fair, I think it was J7 that actually blew up the vehicle and knocked Mike or Stone down. If I'm not mistaken, towards the end, right?
He was
he just shot it,
he was knocked by the time, so it was somebody else, I think. But
was it?
It's by the
Okay.
by. Yeah, he was. So J7 was knocked, and he was moving forward.
See,
for
I thought I saw
information.
that as well, but maybe it was J-Way then.
Someone in the back said it was J7. It wasn't J7. He
You know what to call
called
it now. I
forwards.
like he's not calling out one of the
I don't
casters
care.
who said it.
He crawled forwards for information, which is actually extremely important. When you get knocked, if there's no chance of rezzing you, crawl forwards, try and see exactly where they are, so then you can relay to your information to your team exactly where to fire.
We're taking a look at our highlights by Sony. Another team we have to touch on really quickly. REGAN.S Gaming, not faring too well. Team Falcons, not faring too well. I mean, we're seeing a lot of these top 5 teams go out early. Damwon Kia able to make the front page, though, of our match standings brought to you by STC, so they're able to help climb up the leaderboards a bit more.
Yeah, I really have the impression in this third and final day here for the main tournament, at least of PMWI, teams are willing to go that extra step, right? Go extra aggressive to maybe change their rotation a little bit. Like, they are willing to make that change to, as you said already, Kalash, like, try and get that extra prize pool in the rankings. Like, that should be the focus at the bottom. Not focusing for top 5, that is out of the question. Focus on that prize pool increase. 1, 2, 3 extra places. That's a really huge amount of money that can be coming your way.
If you want to touch on the money aspect of it, right? 18 place gets $15,000.
Yeah.
16 place gets $20,000. That's already $5,000 extra.
That's huge.
Yeah, it's massive. And then you look up towards the higher ranks, right? I mean, you look at, let's just say 13th place, which is $27,500. If you're getting up to 9th, you're almost doubling up to $40,000. Like, it's a lot of money for these teams.
In one day here at this tournament, it's not out of the realms of possibility that you do have a few banger games back-to-back. And we saw it from RSG yesterday, moving from 9th to 2nd or 3rd or something like that. But the fact that that is doable and capable here on the international stage shows that you can move up hugely in terms of the money earnings overall here for PMWI.
Well, speaking of overalls, we're going to look at our overall standings in just a second, but I once again need to give a shout out here to Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib, again, one of the sponsors to make sure this event is possible, and of course, make sure we can see this awesome competition between our 18 teams here, and of course, our team's coming up next week. But let's take a look at overall standings, get an idea of where the teams currently do stand. Keep in mind, first place, $500,000. We're going to take a look at the second page, just our last page, to make it spicy. We're going to go the opposite way. I was like, Box Gaming, what happened? How did they get first place? But top 5 as well gets into the after-party showdown happening next week. But we can see here, back-to-back was last place. I believe they were at the start of the day, 38 points, just about, if I could use my memory correctly. Yes, 38 points. Well, I'm a genius. And we have been able to move up to 16th place.
I mean,
but they can still climb. I mean, look what. Sorry to cut you off there. 21 points between 16th and 11th. Like, realistically, they could see themselves top 10.
One more big win would do it. Like, just pushing them up there with all of this being said. I mean, the fact that they had 10 placement points before this game across 12, 13 games, in fact, bit of a disaster. So now seeing them, as I say, back on the road again, I'm hoping to see we get them pushing on up there.
And we saw with how much of a lead the top teams currently have, like, there's that sponge coming into play very heavily. A lot of the top teams are getting very little points every single game. So one banger game, you can be up there. And as you said, for back-to-back there already, Jason.
Definitely.
They could make it up there. Though I'm looking on this page, if I could say I would like to see a team way higher, it is Donuts. I do think that, once again, we have 2 MVPs in this tournament from their region. You have Top from Stalwart, and you have Naoto from Donuts USG. And these last 2 days, they've just been pretty much invisible, so I would like to see them more present in these last few games.
Yeah, and gentlemen, I want to bring up at least one talking point here. When I look down this list, I'm looking at the amount of teams that have been able to secure themselves a chicken dinner, and yet they're still down towards the bottom of the table. I mean, look at Donuts, Virtual Gaming Squad, TJB, and back-to-back. That's not a great sign or a great showing of consistency out of these teams.
Yeah, just one-hit wonder really coming out from these guys. The situation you want, consistency is key, even in these short-term tournaments, right? If you can keep getting points every single day, even if you don't get wins, right, it doesn't matter. Like, you can do like Stalwart, 3 third places in a row, you're pretty much set in a fantastic position. So one win is not going to cut it for these guys.
Okay, we're looking up further into the list. Remember, top 5, so at the moment, Damwon Kia would be the cutoff at 129 points, get themselves into the after-party showdown with another $1 million on the line. We can see Nigma Galaxy, they're trying to make some moves. We got to see in a couple of the matches today. The first one, remember seeing them actually bomb it in over towards Damwon Kia as well. They still can be a realistic contender. I mean, Damwon Kia cannot feel safe whatsoever.
No, definitely, especially with the way that Damwon Kia is currently playing. I mean, of course, they're having that center up and hoping that it's coming to them. This game was very difficult for Damwon Kia, coming in from that southwest side and trying to traverse across the hills of Miramar oftentimes doesn't provide fruit when there's so many teams in front of you, and for Damwon Kia, that was also the case here.
And you're looking at Vampire 2, really good catch-up. You know, they were falling a little bit out of relevancy, I have the impression, these last few days. But they got in a compound, and we were talking about it a little bit in the green room. They had a compound that really kind of cut them off the rest of the lobby. They were really having not a lot of visibility, not a lot of information, and they have that huge ridge south of their compound. You can't get eliminations. So unfortunately that game, the point they could have taken home was very limited. So they could have been a little bit higher, but that compound was not the best to do so.
Yeah.
But Max, there's still 4 games left to go before we can hop.
True. Yes.
They just scared me there. I don't know. You just make a really jerk movement there. We still have obviously 4 matches left to go, but to make these matches even happen, big shout out to STC as well, another sponsor here at G8 at the PMWI 2022 to make this possible. Now, we've been obviously talking a lot about different things you guys can win, but there's also something Maxman has eluded, unfortunately for him, for the longest of time, a free permanent legendary set. If you guys participate in the Vibe and Drive event, I'm so sorry, Max. The Vibe and Drive event, which you guys can participate with your friends and complete the missions and unlock one of those sweet deals. Max, you know what? I can help you. We can do this. We got 3 on the desk. Maybe Clarus and I can carry you. I mean, Avenger, I believe, used to be a pro player, but it's kind of washed up. That's why he's a caster.
Yeah, times have changed for Avenger.
50 years ago, it was different. Yeah.
You can't see them off camera, but Seven just basically just lost himself. But ladies and gentlemen, you can see 1 minute and 17 left to go before we head into the next match. But it's going to be Sanhok. So really quickly, Maxman, let's hear a prediction out of you of who's going to win.
I would like to see a Stalwart win. I think the RSG was a little bit mean yesterday, but I would like to see the Stalwart win. I'm sorry, okay, no curse, but kind of. Okay, whatever.
I normally pick Stalwart every game, but on Sanhok, I'm not picking them. I don't know how that's going to go. That's a bold choice, Max.
Let's go.
Actually, no, they already told you on social media, stay away from them. What are you doing?
Yeah, he's not
listening. This is ridiculous.
John Allen tried to hold him back. We have to get more of us to hold him back as well. But the only thing is, we're not going to hold you back at home from seeing the 3rd match, as we're about 40 seconds to kick things off. We're going to be over onto Sanhok. RSG, they were exceptionally loud yesterday. They've been ever so quiet today. Vampire Esports looking to redeem themselves from that first, or I guess from yesterday, where they didn't have the greatest of performances. And Damwon Kia here on your screen looking to push through, secure themselves in a top 5 placing. But one way to do so is to hear the sweet voices of our commentators with Avenger and 7 Worlds Gaming.
You know, they were talking about one-hit wonders. I want to see who's going to be the one-hit wonder here for Sanhok, because, yeah, they're not wrong. Back-to-back is a one-hit wonder. The team that won the first game, too. And, man, I absolutely lost it at what Jason said earlier.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of good points coming out of the disc. There's also a lot of terrible takes, and in general, you know, considering that the biggest achievement we've seen from Kyle Harris is him being a top contender in the Bradford Go-Kart series of 1999. Of course, Max as well, winning the chess tournament in his local French village with just 5 participants.
What they don't know, though, is that you are a 1993, 1994 back-to-back champion for breakdancing, right, Avenger?
Of my local high school. That's exactly what Calaris is trying to push for. That's a good storyline. But we are going to be ready with Sanhok. I'm super, super excited for this one here. It's going to be our last cast of the day and the 3rd game overall. After this, we'll have only 3 more games to go, which is going to be covered, of course, by our fantastic casters, John, Allen, and Blank. We are going to be going from the east towards the west, and the guys are going to be jumping out of the plane where they're going to be seeing fit. But I'm looking forward to these hot drops that we're potentially going to be seeing here. 7.
Yeah, and on the first game that we got a chance to cast today, we're talking about how these 3 games were going to be setting the tone, right? And they have definitely set a huge tone, and that is that the bottom teams are trying to move up. Yeah, they might not be able to make it to the top 5, but they are trying to move up because at the end of the day, there is a prize pool. They are trying to get a little bit more money into their pocket, so I'm pretty sure they're going to be pushing for that even more, which is going to, I feel like it's going to make it even tighter on the top 5.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And a really hot circle here that we have all the rivers in play. We don't know if we're going to go north, west, east, or south. And of course, thank you to Sony Xperia for being our official smartphone partner here for the PMWI for 2022. And of course, we're going to be seeing our teams jumping in. But we are in the Stalwart REGAN.S fight inside the Lobster here in bootcamp. The question is, who's going to be winning this one?
And I mean, yesterday, I don't remember who got a chance to win it. I think it might have been RSG, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure you'll get a chance to correct me, Avenger. But this is going to be a huge fight. I mean, this is teams that are currently in the top 5, actually first place and 4th place. And if I'm Team Falcons, I'm just going to be so happy that this is going on, as well as Vampire Esports. Overall, they're playing it slow. They're playing it patient. And I'm going to end up looking towards the top of the mountain. Yeah, I don't see Team Soul. Remember, Team Soul tried to surprise. I think it was Stalwart Esports, if I'm not mistaken, that actually got the win on that Sanhok yesterday. If not, it was RSG. I can't remember which one out of the 2 it was that actually got the win here on the bootcamp drop. But right now, I think they're learning their lessons because they are playing it a lot slower than they did yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. All right, let's see what is going to be happening in this one here. The question is, who survived this one? Again, as you were pointing out, it is 2 of our top teams that is fighting in this situation here, and that is not a good situation for them, of course. The question is, who comes out on top?
It was actually RSG. RSG ended up winning this fight, and they ended up getting a 5th place and 11 Ilum. So a lot can happen to this. We do see some fights going on the horizon, but I feel like this is definitely one of the most important fights. You see RGGC trying to find a player from Stalwart Esports, and you best believe as soon as this player starts getting knocked, some of the other teams might try to pounce on it and try to third-party it. And that's exactly what Team Soul is doing. You can't really see them on your screen right now, but instead of that, they have realized what kind of circle they have, and they are currently rotating towards the south mountain of bootcamp.
All right, Peter, what can you make happen here? Vaz finds TJB, as you see in our elimination feed action. Getting a bit of action here. The question is, does Stalwart try to stay inside this bigger building here, the so-called Lobster, or do they just try to make something else happen? They are trying to push onto Pika, as you see here. Again, really closely knitted together as a team. Pika on the very top of this 3-story. And yeah.
I was going to say, with Pika being there, he's going to at least be able to relay a lot of information in regards to where he's hearing footsteps, so that's going to be able to help them out. But I'm currently looking at Team Soul. I was talking about the rotation that they're making it to the south of bootcamp, and that rotation is fully done. They're currently going to be setting themselves up, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking forward to trying to third-party something out of this. But you know what? There is some Ilums happening, and it is 52 Esports getting some Ilums on TJB EU.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a rough situation for this one here. I really want to see the teams prioritize on getting into a good position. Maybe sometimes you can have these teams that are holding some of the bridges on the west side now that we have all the rivers of Sanhok in play. Pika on the top, half HP. He does have a DPS though. Carlaris' favorite gun. It's the only thing he can hit anything with.
Hey. I have potato aim too, so I also try to use the shotguns, and I'm going to be honest, I even can't hit anything with the DPS, so it's kind of sad.
GC, can he make a dream happen here, or what is going on? Back to back though, they are holding a very strategical, important point in the circle here, the very dead center of this circle. Soul again, in this situation where they're peeking over and getting the information that we're getting out of bootcamp, potentially could be gatekeeping either Stalwart or REGAN.S, whoever comes out on top for this one.
And I think this is perfect for Team Soul. Just wait it out, see what's going to happen, and see if you're going to be able to third party. And I can see that they have some players that are anchored looking at what back-to-back is going to be doing. We have seen circles that goes to that trifecta area where the 3 rivers kind of meet. So perfect location here from Team Seoul, and it comes down to who is going to make action happen here between Stalwart Esports and RSG.
Yeah, and the question is RSG going to be able to win it again? REGAN.S with the top situation last time. Stalwart going out early, and that would be rough for Stalwart. You know, they are on top right now. They are maintaining a good spot. And if they can further that lead right now, down to Falcons, down to Vampire, and REGAN.S themselves too, they could defend this top spot. We have some swimmers out early on in this situation. It is Damonkia that are swimming across. They're trying to get in onto the small northwestern island, the Alpha Island.
And I think Pika's kind of lucky right now because with the angle that Team Seoul is doing, he's not going to get pushed. I mean, there is some of his teammates here, and as I said, that actually being able to get the first knock, and he's going to get the finish. This is going to be the opening that Stalwart Esports needs. You can see Action moving into action, trying to push forward, and Team Seoul is just waiting up there. You can see he's going to move up closer. Pika being at the top, if he is going to try to make a move, he needs to be careful with Team Seoul. They're currently just eyeing him. They know that he's there. He needs to watch out for a third party. Here we go, Action, cooking the nade. Is he going to do it? He decides to back off a little bit, waiting for his teammates to get there. He's going to try to go for it again. If they got some more nades, this might be one of the perfect nades. Oh, cooked. A bit too much.
All right, Pika still half HP, means no. Oh, that's some good shots now. Action with the DPS coming in, taking one down, taking Lightning down, one of the top players from REGAN.S. And now we're just down to 2 players. What can Double D do in this situation?
Pika does make the push down. We do see some DBS. Who's going to be able to get this knock? GC is still alive. He might end up getting third party. He does end up getting third party there from Team Seoul, I believe, and RSG is eliminated. Team Seoul, Hector, and Action actually being able to get some knocks and some elims there, at least at 1 point for their team.
Yeah, it's really important for Stalwart to keep on and maintain. They get the points, 3 points for this. Also managed to stay alive. This circle could go their way. We could still see a bootcamp ending in this situation here, so that is super important for them. And also REGAN.S could be losing some of those placements on the leaderboard. They could be going down if we have the teams that are chasing have a good game in this one. Falcons on screen. They have lost a player. You see 4 rivals in the distance, Pemberu and Jumper as well.
Yeah, and with Team Falcons, I'm intrigued to see what they're going to be doing here. They might be going for a heal-off, which is usual. It's usual to see here in Sanhok, but it might benefit him, if I'm being honest, with the way they're currently located, with the way the circle is playing.
Yeah, exactly. And the circle is closing in. The big question is again, where are we going to end up here? There's a slightly bigger chance that we're going to go up on the Charlie Island or the southwestern one. Question is, where do we end up? I'm really hoping we're going to see, a center circle that all the islands are still going to be in play.
I was going to say, I love seeing that replay because we got a chance to see how Pika was able to just push down, and he was waiting for the right moment, and he did so. And the team with Action being able to get that first knock, being able to get that first elim, big, just the chemistry. It goes to show the chemistry that team has. Everybody knew as soon as they got that knock, just make that push. And now, which circle are we going to end up getting here?
Oh my God!
And it's going to be unknown. I feel like my toxic trade is going to come out. I want to see some water.
We're loving the water that is in this one for sure. Vampire already sitting up pretty good. Still a bigger chance for it to go south, but we could see a center circle again for this one. But Vampire looking really strong for this one. They are currently trying to get back to the level that we've seen from them. They do right now have the record of most points made in just a single game. 39 points, 24 eliminations in the very first game of the tournament. And the question is, can they maybe make another good one? I don't feel like we're going to see it on Sanhok. Sanhok is often a situation where we see so many teams fighting out in the blue. It's very linear when we're looking at how many teams are getting elimination points. It's often very spread out across.
Yeah, and I'm with you on that. And I also feel like it's just so hectic. It doesn't really give you the time to engage with the team because you're going to have to worry about that third party. The map is definitely a lot smaller, which is going to allow those third parties to be a lot faster. And if you're not able to finish a team, I would say within at least a minute and a half to 2 minutes, somebody's listening out there and somebody's creating some kind of angles. Like, I mean, we just saw it perfectly. We saw what happened with Team Seoul during the fight of RSG and Stalwart Esports. They were able to get at least one Ilum out of that fight.
Yeah, and here on screen we have Aton and Box could potentially be fighting. But the question for me is, some of the teams that have been looting, you know, Sami and some of these far away destinations, have they been able to get, you know, 25 first aids and are in the circle right now? They could be getting a pretty damn good spot to set up a healing strategy. Aton looking like they want to defend this high ground and potentially try to get some of the elimination points that are sitting down in the compound that the Bucks are currently. And we see back-to-back is still gatekeeping one of the bridges. We have Morph on screen, also just in the southeastern eastern edge. And the guys from Indonesia, they're obviously trying to push themselves further up the leaderboard. Right now in 7th place, 103 points, within striking distance of the top 5. And obviously they want to try to get it and push themselves further into this situation.
Yeah, I think they might be able to. And another team that's currently being a little bit quiet is going to be Nigma Galaxy. By the way, while we're at it, complete daily missions to earn points. And once enough points are accumulated, tap on rewards icons to claim the corresponding reward.
And of course, you can participate in the event solo or with your team. And you can do both things, and you could easily get the rewards if you're playing with your teammates.
Yeah, talking about teams, I mean, between August 4th and August 13th, all users in the region of the top 3 teams will have a chance to win a prize maximum of 1 award per user. And during that same span, between August 4th and August 13th, I'll tell you in a bit, because guess what? Damwon Kia wants to get into action. And talking about action, I did see Box Gaming knocking one of the players from Team Seoul.
Yeah, exactly. They are utilizing the box formation and really trying to get into a good situation for this one. But Damwon Kia on the high ground, they have the circle that are pushing away. Multiple of them is outside the circle currently, and that's a rough situation. We really want to see them come in. Circle is closing very shortly. We are going to see a new circle pop just very soon. And as you see on the map, they are on the top right now outside the zone. They could move in through and towards Camp Alpha and get closer to VIVO Keat Stars. But they are setting up a really good breach camp. I'm kind of hoping for this to go north. That'll be a fantastic, really toxic one. That's the one you love. Yeah, I can just see it. Yes. Oh, it actually goes north. Oh, my God. Send us up on VIVO Keat Stars. Cielo, Diego, and the boys, they are going to be really happy about this one. But I want to point this out here. Action is currently 1,000 damage ahead of third place. Lightning just close by for this one, too.
And while we're looking at that, I mean, if we look at this map, look at Team Falcons. They're so far away from this, and it's going to be very, very hard for them to actually rotate into that circle. So I think they might try to go for that heal strat.
Super impressive with the eliminations as well. In their 30s, Action and Lightning is currently. And as you see on the minimap, so many teams are moving. We can see 52 with a huge macro transition from the northeast and trying to get onto the northern side of the island. Also, boats are going to be used. It's Vampire. They're trying to pick up everybody. Fluke picked up quite fastly. Shrebs is going to go across quickly, try to get some of this really, really important real estate. Now, Nigma Galaxy sees them. They could potentially get some points out of this one. Shrebs does run out. It's really far distance shots here. Again, we could be talking potentially above those 400 meters, close to it, that we currently have for the Eagle Eye reward. The 5,000 extra dollars we can have from this one. Super impressive. To be able to knock players 400 meters away is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and I think Nigma Galaxy decided, you know what, let's not even take a shot. He might have been able to take a shot, but just nothing was going to come out of it. And they are going to try to take a shot on that player that is swimming. As Raouf almost getting knocked himself from Vampire Esports. They're far away, but I think they might actually want that extra 5K.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing here from Schweppes in that situation, right? You are the one checking that first transition over the end on the boats to make sure that the other guys can swim across safely. So he does protect them, shooting a little bit here towards Nigma Galaxy. Istanbul Wildcats on screen. It's Lux taking some shots towards Stalwart. Action is half HP, as you see in the distance. Also really far here with the 4XM4. He has 4 grenades. Has a lot of utility. And we see a level 3 helmet on one of the players as well. 3 vests onto Pika. 55% damage reduction rather than the 40 that the level 2 vest offers. And a little bit more durability. Top finds one of the Istanbul Wildcat players, and that's super unfortunate. We hear our colleagues from next door, the Turkish guys, go, ooh, that is not good. That could potentially mean that our top leader right now could be pushing them.
Yeah, it could be, and you can see Wildcats, though, keeping a very close eye here on what Stalwart Esports is going to be doing. Virtual Gaming Squad having one player knock. They are currently outside in the gas, and 52 Esports getting spotted. They are going to get knocked by blowing up the car. Gaddafi being able to get that knock. He's going to be able to secure that Ilum, I'm sure, but I think they are going to let the player that is down from VGS just... if I'm them, I'm going to say sorry. It's not going to happen. I'm not going to be able to pick you up.
Exactly. Next circle's popping. As you see on the map here, a lot of the circles has gone west, so the mass majority of the pressure is coming in on the east. You see how many teams that is on that edge right now. Many teams are moving in. Falcons is one of them, as 7 is pointing out here to me. Virtual Gaming Squad on the northern side. Also, TJB trying to move in. Oh my god, that is the wildest northwestern shift I've seen in ages. We end up going to the North Island, the Camp Alpha Island here. Damwon Kia looking really good. Vampire looking really good, and VIVO Key Stars are looking really good here in this next circle.
Yeah, Vampire Esports is going to be so happy with this, especially considering that Nigma Galaxy is going to be across the river, and that might be able to get some shots and also eliminate that team. Keep in mind, these are teams that are currently fighting within those top 5s. Vampire Esports is currently in 3rd place, and Nigma Galaxy is just knocking on the door of the top 5 there in 6th place. You can see back-to-back trying to find a way to bridge this. Stalwart Esports players, they need to hurry because I do see some Team Soul players coming up behind them. And remember, we saw already what Team Soul can do when they third party. They're going to be able to eliminate some people. And here you go. Top, make the push. Is back-to-back going to be able to capitalize on any of this? I do like that Molotov there from Action being able to stop him.
More utility usage. No, but they are closing off the potential peaks that he could be peeking around, right? So you're denying... accessibility to go out and push that. Now smokes are being deployed to Stalwart, while we see in the elimination feed that Morph is taking a lot of hits in this situation.
And something that I saw right there, as Action decided to move up, he did let go of his healing, and he gave it to his other teammates, so I think they might actually end up going with the heal up top. Gets knocked as well. Kill Switch being able to get the knock. Pika, 13.
Last player.
Yeah, I mean... that was a great play from them, but I think he wants these Ilums, and that's exactly what he's going to go for right now. There you go. If you can get the extra points, just go for it. And I think at that point, he's going to decide to slow it down. And I was talking about Team Soul being able to third party. Well, guess what? Team Soul is going to do just that, and they're going to eliminate back-to-back from North America.
And that's a really interesting one, right? Because he could potentially go up and take some more of those first aids that back-to-back had. So he could get even more of those 13 first aids that he has already, potentially go all the way up to 20. Question is, how deep can he take this one here for Stalwart and Pika? Right now, Falcons on screen, Yusuf there too. Now Morph here with a potential fight against 4 rivals. Frenzy takes some shots, really good shots to get. That is a nice finish off too. Another point secured for Morph. Currently on 7th place, 103 points. They are one of these teams chasing. They really need these points.
Morph. I mean, wow, that was some shots right there, and I think he knows that there is going to be some other players there from 4 rivals trying to go for it. The player from 4 rivals does have 16 medkits. Can he do it? You see Hector there from Team Soul getting knocked by Aton Esports, and you saw Aton Esports also getting knocked by Nigma Galaxy. There's just going to be some absolute madness here. VIVO Kid, Team Soul X-Shot, can he actually get knocked here? Oh, I think he's the one that's currently doing the heal off for Team Soul, and he needs to be careful because Choco knows exactly where he's at. Choco's not going to be able to heal himself up, but I think Ashad is able to get the knock there on Team... Oh, he got the knock on Choco, and that's going to be another point if he's able to confirm that for Team Soul.
VGS fighting Istanbul Wildcats currently. See VIVO Kid on screen here with Box fighting 2. Potentially later, they are cross side of the roads, but they're going to be advancing in this situation. Virtual Gaming Squad. Oh, that's a little bit of damage coming through. Break taking a little bit of damage on the level 3 as in that situation. The UMP in hand. Can we see some more pushes? But a lot of... I see so many solos out of the blue. I see at least 4 solos on the blue trying right now to heal. Falcons gone out in 12th place. 0 eliminations. That's going to be a rough run here for the 3rd game of the day here at PMWI in Riyadh.
That is going to be a big one for them because, I mean, Stalwart Esports already has some points. And you can see, Goblin gets eliminated there from Box Gaming. Box Gaming trying to work their way up. They are currently in 11th place, trying to make it to the top 6, and they are going to be going up against VIVO Key. These are 2 teams that actually need this points. VIVO Key is above Box Gaming in regards to the leaderboard. Can they actually do something here. Here comes the shot. Box Gaming, trust me, being able to knock down Gremlin. Adrian, the MVP out of that squad. Can he do anything? He's going to get spotted. Oh, just barely in time, and this saves him because a lot of the other teams are looking at this fight. Can this grenade connect with anybody? And he's not going to be able to connect with anybody there. Overall, though, Cielo still alive from VIVO Kid as well. Adrian, can you get out of this alive? And he is going to be able to.
McGrellan gone down too, and this is just VIVO Kid down to Cielo and Adrian. Adrian had a Groza in hand, and now Box has to heal this off. The next circuit did go north, so VG is looking good. They're taking a fight right now with Damwonkia. Forrest gone down really low. He's 2 or 3 HP left after that grenade. So Forrest has to try to heal this off. Virtual Game Short still 4 alive. Daffy finds Forrest with that nade. That's super important. Pika going down to play zone. That's impressive with the amount of first aids that he had.
Yeah, and with that, even though Stalwart Esports was eliminated, they did end up with at least 6 points for their elimination. So that's going to be big for them because remember, Team Falcons, the team that's currently chasing them for the second place, did end up getting 0 points. Here we go, Vampire Esports. Talk about the top 3. This is a team that's also trying to chase. If they can win this game, it's going to be a massive change on the leaderboard. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking forward. Stone almost getting knocked by VIVO Cielo. And he's able to just barely get away. He needs to heal up. And he needs to be careful because Box Gaming is still behind him. Then one Kia, Omba, currently with the heal off too. So many teams currently trying out this heal off. And Virtual Gaming Squad, even though they have been a little bit quiet, guess what? They still have all their 4 players up.
Stone trying to secure more points for Vampire. That is 4 for them so far. Chilla gone down to Trismi. Box advancing in that 7th place for VIVO Kid. Stars and 1 elimination point only gone for them. Ooh, Wildcats finds 1. Box goes down in 6th place with 5 eliminations. So now let's see what Wildcats can get out of this. Shots are coming in from Stone. Locks did not realize that it was that angle he was getting shot from.
Yeah, and Vampire Esports, as I mentioned earlier, if they can secure some extra points here too, that's going to be big. And then Damwonkia as well.
Only 1 point for 1 elimination for Damwonkia. That's huge as well in terms of the overall leaderboard. Virtual Gaming Squad looking really good in this situation here. They have 4 guys strong. They have 8 eliminations currently, and they're going up against Vampire that has 6 eliminations and only 3 players strong. Again, we have been talking about so many times they have this 4-player advantage. The question is, can Vampire Esports turn this one around here? Can the guys from Thailand make the dream happen?
And as you say that, Ravenclaw is able to get the knock right there on Yavaz from Virtual Gaming Squad. And now, it's even now. Here comes the Molotovs. They're going to be trying to control where Virtual Gaming Squad players are going to go. And guess what? Another knock. Faluji being able to get the knock. He lays down. He does get knocked by Stone. Can Vampire Esports clutch this up? They currently do have the numbers. You can see Gaddafi right there. The only man standing for Virtual Gaming Squad trying to clutch it up for them. Stone with the grenade cooking it. Can he get it? There you go!
Vampire Esports!
Talk about a nade. Vampire Esports, our last game that we're going to be able to cast, and what a way. I cannot wait to see what the leaderboard is going to look like, because with that win, they just might have pushed a little bit closer towards that first place. Wow, what a nade.
Fantastic nade, and fantastic way for them to be turning this around. 3 players taking against a 4-player team. That is so rare we see this being able to happen here. So really great to see Vampire Esports taking a win. And that's actually our last cast so far in the main tournament.
Hey, I've been having an absolute blast. It's an absolute blast to be here with you. And I'm just happy we got to see that ending right there. This is why I love Sanhok. Absolute madness. You don't really know who's going to be able to take it, but Vampire Esports play that so well, considering that they have 1 player less. And I feel like that first knock that they were able to get on Virtual Gaming Squad was just absolutely big.
And it's just action from start to finish here. But we are going to be going back to the desk here, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the leaderboard looks here. But stay tuned. After this short break, they're going to show you everything.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMWI 2022. We've had another big win come through, this time for Vampire, as they get themselves now past that halfway point and potentially one step closer to getting a top 5 finish. Big shout out here to Spotify as well, one of the sponsors we have here at the show, as well as Razer, making this possible for all of us to participate in and all of us to enjoy at home or in the arena, depending on where you are. But gentlemen, as we take a look at our match rankings by STC, we're going to see a lot of teams have started to close this gap here into our top positions. RSG going out very early to Stalwart Esports could mean their demise.
I think you're looking at me, Kalash, because Stalwart didn't get himself the win. But okay, at least they did win the fight versus RSG in the early game, right?
That's important.
Virtual Gaming Squad able to get themselves some extra points there, Kalaris.
That's right. They've had a great day so far here. Wow. I think it's fair to say 20 points really pushing them up the leaderboards here. And considering that they were languishing down towards the lower positions, the same applies as back-to-back did to here VGS. Yeah. The fact that they can now push up for more money. And it's going to be, Virtual Gaming Squad mania running wild here for the moment.
Yeah, it's amazing, really running away with a good game this time around. Though DenizBank Wildcats and Nigma Galaxy also two very close contenders to that top 5 to qualify into the AfterParty Showdown. These are definitely some results you don't want to overlook. So overall, it's definitely close between a lot of the top teams currently. But Vampire, they went top 5. That win is huge for them to try and climb up in that first place.
What's important about this is you have Vampire Esports, you have Damwon Kia, you have Stalwart Esports. 3 teams that were in the top 5, able to either... Well, actually, no, not to either. They are lengthening their lead against the teams like REGAN.S Gaming, because REGAN.S Gaming and Damwon Kia were technically tied in points, so because they have 2 chicken dinners, Damwon Kia was actually in 5th. So right now, like just the fact that, Damwon Kia, they're not doing amazing here in this match, but they're still getting points. They're still creating a bigger lead against the likes of teams trying to take away their top 5 position.
Doing enough here for Damwon Kia. Again, I think if we probably weighed up their placements to elimination points, we're probably going to see a heavy emphasis on those placement points. They are very adept at being able to secure those, be it on any battleground, I think is fair to say. But if you would indulge me for a moment, I'd like to talk about Vampire Esports, if that's good by you, Jason. Because...
I can go on break now?
No, absolutely not. Because Vampire Esports, I want to say, this is some of the best movement we have seen, I think, on any of the Sanhoks, absolutely, or maybe even any of the battlegrounds here so far as well. They were almost clairvoyant in their understanding of how they needed to move from compound to compound, even moving across water in a very difficult circle to constantly get themselves in the right place. So this was a very calculated win by Vampire Esports, and I'm extremely impressed, especially since we've heard from them directly that their focus is so much on positioning, because they did it flawlessly in this game.
I was a little bit scared actually during that game, because the amount of space they were working with is very narrow. Like, the roads were making it very complicated to work around, so really big props to them for able to actually work in their favor and to actually get himself the win at the end of the day and get himself that grenade in particular.
Thinking back how the game started, right? We obviously had the fight at boot camp between Stalwart and REGAN.S Gaming. But yeah, you had to have been scared. But to be fair as well, Damwon Kia, they just took a little swim on the northern side. We were all confused, like, what is happening? There has to have been a boat around there.
There are boat spawns up there, a cow beyond as well, but I guess they felt like they didn't have exactly the right amount of time to be able to go up there to get them to then actually move on. But here we are, Jason.
So close.
You can see here, RSG the cutoff in 5th place at 129 points. Nigma Galaxy at 123. I know Blank was saying, I think they were 16 points behind, able to close the gap quite a bit now, only being 6 in total. But so is DenizBank Wildcats. Again, we have 3 matches left to go, and there are still teams in reach of top 5, considering the way RSG are playing.
Yeah, we are seeing a lot of consistency from these teams on the top right. We've seen them consistently be on the first page of these match rankings, like DenizBank Wildcats and Nigma Galaxy have been there pretty consistently, while RSG showed out these big performance games, like these big absolute pop-off games, but then the games where they don't perform, the gap is closing every single time.
Yeah, at the start of the day, Jason, I was saying, I feel like the top 5 is solid. I feel like this isn't going to change. I think we've blown that out of the water now at this point, considering the way RSG is playing this. The other 4, right? I feel, are staying stable, but...
Yeah, that's the key, right? Is that between day 1 and day 2, REGAN.S Gaming have completely shown up. But from day 2 to day 3, they're really acting like a day 1 team, unfortunately for them. And they need to show up here right now if they want to have a chance. But so do our commentators, because the next match is getting underway here. As we do have Erangel coming up. It's match 4, ladies and gentlemen. We have 3 left to go here in the main event. Of course, we have the AfterParty Showdown kicking off next week. But here is what it's all about. $2 million on the line, $500,000 for first place. And we only have cash money for the teams, but cash money for your ears with John Allen and Blank.
I'm cash, your money, Blank. There we go. Very good. Thank you very much, Jason. We're going to be getting into the final stretch here at the PMWI. It's exciting stuff. It's very, very close at the top, Blank.
Extremely close to the top. In fact, Stalwart Esports 166, Vampire 162, Team Falcons. We love you too, dude. At 150, but Damwon Kia not too far behind with 136 points. Probably one of the biggest surprises for me here. The Korean representatives, Damwon Kia, really putting on a good show yesterday. They could have gone slightly further if they were able to close out that last Erangel yesterday, but so far things have been pretty good here and there. Been trying to take that center for themselves, but not quite able to translate a big win as of yet. Stalwart, on the other hand, it has been consistency all the way for themselves. And now here, going into the fourth match of the day, 166 points. But Vampire Esports, they're bringing it back.
Certainly are, especially as Kalaris was mentioning there, with some of the best rotational play that we've seen so far this tournament, to be able to read that one like a book, and a very good one at that, hopefully for them. Maybe they've been reading a little bit of Nosferatu, some of the Dracula novels, maybe.
I see what you're trying to do here, and I was about to say, you know, that's not the greatest book in the world, but we'll take it. You know, I have been to Whitby at least one time.
I was trying to think about books about vampires, and you know
what?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why you wouldn't mention Twilight.
Oh, don't. That's what I was trying to avoid.
I'm so sorry. But these guys, they really are putting on a series. We had the trilogy, and now we're looking at that third day. We started strong with that huge 24 elim game, and you know, it may have gone downhill just a little bit for Vampire Esports, but it looks like they do finish strong as well. But it will be up to these last 3 matches, because there's still quite a lot of points to be had here in the lobby as we head over to Erangel right now. Down 1, USG, Rozok. Nothing's changed there, with his playing path being extremely kind compared to most of the others during this kind of small tournament PMWI. I say small in terms of length, but it is huge in terms of the pride on the line here, in terms of the glory, the prize pool itself. So all of these teams really are trying to bring absolutely everything they can from the back of their arsenal.
Just scraping the bottom of the barrel there, trying to get anything they can. Pop it in the pocket. Oh, look at this. Plane path was fairly kind. Georgia Paul down to Milter. A lot of places open, but the circle, Blank. A hard northern shift.
Yeah, up towards this northeast side. Now, Stalwart might struggle with this one just slightly because they're dropping over towards Nova Apnoia. We've already explained this before, but with an 18-team lobby, it's very difficult to have those secondary spots. So Stalwart's almost forced to head down towards Nova Apnoia right now. And with this eastern side on the circle as well, and them always crossing on the eastern bridge, they're going to come into contact with a fair few teams. You can also come into contact with a fair few of these teams as well, as long as you are watching together with us. So if you complete those daily missions to earn those points, once you have enough of those points and they are there, tap on the rewards icon to claim the corresponding reward.
And participate in the event either solo, or you can team up with other players, both totally fine. And if you team up, it could be a little bit easier to get those rewards.
And you saw that little fancy graphic there on your screen there. That's for the PMWI gun skin and outfit. The sale period is from the 4th of August through to the 13th. That's 50% off PMWI packs. I repeat, that is 50% off those PMWI packs, so grab them whilst you can, because you will get a set straight away and 5 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
And of course, on the 14th, which is tomorrow, 14th of August, all the way until the 15th of next month, it will be 16% off those PMWI packs, and you get 6 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
Well, checking out the map at the moment, Nigma Galaxy over towards Pachinki, just about in this one. Falcons, though, over towards Morph in Yasnaya, just on that eastern side. They said they weren't going to change anything at the start of the day with that beautiful interview with Joy Boy himself, the coach of the team. And it looks like they are sticking to their guns here, but this actually presents a very good opportunity for Team Falcons. They may have slipped behind just slightly, but we saw them have fantastic results towards the end of the day yesterday. And now, with a few games to go, and again, with all the crowd cheering, that mentality is going to be there for them. I don't know how you could get down during this tournament with that kind of support. So I think Falcons can certainly bring it back. They grabbed some vehicles from down south, going to bring those back up to Yasnaya, so they have a fair bit of rotational tools in their pocket at the moment.
I've been called that before, a rotational tool.
A rotational tool.
That's right.
Okay. Does the Interstellar music come with you?
Sure. Why not? Absolutely. Certainly ages me plenty. But we're going to be getting on board at the moment with Nigma Galaxy, who last game, they didn't have a standout performance. In fact, they were caught up in that rotation from that southwestern island, but they closed the gap towards one of those top 5 spots quite significantly over RSG, a very coveted position for Nigma Galaxy to try and take a hold of. So if they can break out again this game, they might be with a chance of getting in for the after party next week.
Yeah, Nigma Galaxy now just 6 points behind RSG with 129 points, so there's definitely potential for them to ladder up here. Nigma Galaxy, I would say they're having a bit of a rough tournament. That's considering in 6th place, but that's just because I respect the team so much. I think that the guys from Iraq are doing such good work so far for themselves. I expected just a little bit more from this team, but I think 6th place right now, 123 points. Bring it home in this last stretch right now, and they could definitely be seeing themselves a quick little jump up into that after-party showdown.
52 and VGS trading fire right now. There it is, 52. VGS, sorry, to pick up a point over on towards one of the 52 players. Nothing too dramatic, though, for either of these teams. They will just be heading away. Looking at where a lot of these teams are moving, Damwon here, early rotation, right? This is something we've seen, I think you were mentioning this backstage. It's something they've gone back to, right? Just being early on those rotates and getting straight in the middle.
Absolutely. On the other hand, those VIVO key directly sending into Jumper's building at the moment for Rivals. A little bit split from the rest of his team. Diego will take him down. There will be a knock downstairs from the grenade, but absolutely no response from the rest of 4 Rivals here, who are nowhere to be seen.
No, nowhere near. Unfortunate to have to take that fight in that scenario with no backup. And Jumper will have fallen for the 4 Rivals. Not ideal. VGS, they managed to get an elimination earlier on, but Aton Esports have them in their sights. One shot will fall. Gaddafi under pressure as well. Needs to be careful in the climb on this UAS, but is going very, very slowly, spinning around out in the open as Senatexa sends on in to try and get a better angle, to try and get on this chase, try and get away. It's starting to smoke now, so not a lot of HP left on it. You can see the first level 1 helmet, level 1 vest almost broken as well. Far from ideal, far from what you want to see, but it looks like Aton are going to give up the chase for now.
Very unfortunate Bruno wasn't able to hit those shots on the target, at least being the actual driver, but you know, he did hit a fair few on the UAS. It's not quite enough to actually bring the vehicle down with the explosion, so a little bit unfortunate. Goblin doing his best to slip out of the way there, crawling his way just over the lip of that hill. It's back in his vehicle, spots TJB, who have been residing in North George for some time now. They've rotated up past ruins. They will be in the path of TJB, but TJB very much aware of their location. These two teams been clashing almost every single map now, so you know, this is probably one of those points where maybe just go your separate ways.
Potentially. I mean, it depends what Seoul want to do, because you've also got those other teams that they might want to guard, but then you get behind. Yeah. It's a decision they're going to have to make in these next couple of minutes. It's going to be absolutely crucial that they make one that's going to go well for them. I mean, Seoul haven't had the best of tournaments so far, if we're honest. They haven't had a great time of things, set down in 17th at the moment with 66 points. So picking up any points, laddering up, getting a little bit more cash in pocket would be excellent news for them.
Still representing, and that's the absolutely main thing. As long as you turn up and try and get something done, that's all you can ask. I don't think Team Seoul's put the brakes on at all during this tournament. It's just been a case where there's so many regions here. And honestly, this is probably one of the most competitive lobbies I've seen in a very, very long time. You know, 18 team lobby, it doesn't always lend itself the best to a super competitive gameplay. But honestly, here, it has worked out extremely well. Yes, you know, people have been forced into certain drop spots, but all these teams are adapted fantastically to it. Regardless, you know, everyone has turned up, like I said.
Ooh, definitely spotted the player there. Got eyes on, but TJB are guarding out on the bridge. North George, trying to stop the Wildcats from moving through behind them, but they haven't had much of an impact. They haven't had much of a slowing effect. Lin not really getting the damage that they were looking for, taking out the wheel of that buggy as well. X-Ray playing around this wall, spotted by Tinksker. Gets a lick of damage in, but it's not going to be good enough as X-Ray takes that tumble. First aid on board for Tinksker's GK first, echoes that result with another knock onto X-Ray.
TJB causing such problems in the standings right now, especially for Wildcats, and with this new circle heading right up towards the northeast side. DenizBank Wildcats in 7th place with 112 points. Today was the day where they could have potentially made it into the after-party showdown. But with so many players going down, Lux basically having to give it up right now alongside Boran, who is taking a couple of bullets himself. You know, this is one of those situations where you have 2 more games to go. And the Wildcats have to have unbelievable results in those 2 if they want to see themselves into the after-party showdown.
It looks like TJB wants to chase this one down, potentially. Xiao just trying to pick up this flush and ensure this point. And we'll be able to do so. Nice and simple there, but Wildcats will be getting away with 2, Lux and Boran, as they head in on the western side.
Virtual Game Squad up towards Severny, their secondary spot, usually liking to drop towards Lipovka, but this time around they dropped in Severny nice and early, and it's actually worked out for them, surprisingly. Box Gaming looking up towards 52 Esports. They're just trying to make themselves a little compound to share for some time. I'm trying to stay away from a lot of this action. Fair few vehicles on board for these players, but don't want to get too ahead of themselves, knowing there is a fair bit of the game left to go. Scry just get knocked here by Nigma Galaxy.
Okay, and Ralph is looking to plink away, pick up that flush. Nigma Galaxy is starting okay. This is the team that we talked about earlier. Needs a good performance to jump up into those top 5. Taking on Stalwart, proving that's the way to do it.
Yeah, this is great news for Team Falcons, honestly. Obviously not the best news for Mongolia, who are looking to claim yet again another title here over in the PMWI. But for Team Falcons, this does open the gap slightly, with only 3 players on Stalwart looking to weather the storm in these final circles. Team Falcons starting up in Yasnaya might be able to find themselves a decent spot and maybe ladder up, but we know what Stalwart can do. They live and live on. They're very, very resilient as a team. Some would even call them Stalwart themselves. But honestly, this is one of their key factors. It's very, very good. It helps them in terms of that consistency where, you know, even if they get a bad start to the game, they still make it up towards that 1st through 5th placings.
Yeah. Taking a look at this, so this second circle pop, it's an even further northern shift right now. But a lot of the teams have actually already made it fairly deep into this circle. They've managed to find a lot of positions. We're still 18 teams alive, Blank. We're still 66 players alive. The most players lost on a single team were the Wildcats, and they were in that engagement with TJB that we just saw. So at the moment, it's been fairly quiet in this lobby.
You've got like this little triangle slice that heads up towards Stalba, just outside of Yasnaya, right, where it's just all fields. It's very, very open, so it's slightly awkward to play in, so you're just looking for some compounds in this area. Quite flat terrain, honestly, just above Yasnaya Polyana. Obviously, there's still the fields in place, so that's a big chunk of area that just cannot be played, which is why you do see this fairly even line just across the top side. A lot of teams just looking for beneficial areas. You can see Nigma Galaxy as well as Aton Esports taking position up towards Stalba. It's not always the best of spots because you do get circles like this, which may potentially not head up there. So you don't want to head up the mountain too early because coming down it is going to be one hell of a tumble.
Well, it does sometimes give you a little bit of control over that terrain, right? But it can be, as you say, very difficult to leave. It's not without its problems, not without its troubles.
Yeah.
Similarly, for Wildcats, with 2 players, they're going to really struggle to push past this glut of players on the western side.
Yeah, there's certainly staging in this area as well, so think of it almost like a staircase where, you know, you can play on various levels up towards Stalba. But right now, it still seems to be a decent place to be playing at the moment. I think most teams aren't trying to move out there too early. Team Falcons just hedging their bets at the moment. They don't want to take it too far into the circle, rather just, you know, hold strong on this southeast edge. Morph at the moment. This is one of the games where, you know, we dropped in over towards Yasnaya and Morph want to stay in this one as long as possible. Shows exactly what Indonesia can do. But it's USG who made a surprisingly early rotate. But goodness me, the Wildcats once again harassed by TJB.
They will not let this one lie. TJB don't lose a knock either, but Seoul are on the case for a little bit of an answer now. It is traded off. Tingska will be able to get that answer out in the open, though. TJB have their player knocked. Lin needs a little bit of a rescue mission to be enacted here. Boran could prove to be a thorn in the side, but Hector gets across towards Lin's position. GK first, I don't think they're going to be able to... Hang on a minute. They did. They managed to land the shot. They managed to stop this push, and now it's all on Omega to push in and get this res onto Hector. Not only that, there's another player there as well. TJB have rallied around Lin's down position. GK first will scout this out, and in they go. The duo from the back will swing around the side. GK first taken low, taken out as well. A spray over towards Akshat from Shao behind the rock, and GK first will crawl to safety.
Quick smoke coming through from Xiao. Very, very concerned with his teammate's safety here. Akshat off in the distance. Did get that nice off angle, but now he has to leave. And like you said, they rallied together so very well in that play. TJB able to hold strong for just a little bit longer. They have caused a lot of problems so far, taking shots at a lot of different teams. Still only 3 eliminations, but mark that up to 5 now with the rest of the knocks coming through. Boran, though, coming back into action. Takes down GK first from afar.
But they know where he is, and he's not really got too much to work with here at the moment. Boran for the Wildcats, last player surviving. Potential to go down first in this game. Representatives from Turkey struggling at the hands of the European TJB on the western edge. How much further can they go? I think that's the majority of Seoul taken out as we saw that engagement. Akshat sent a lot more centrally. You can see him on the north side there near VGS and Nigma Galaxy. Circle does go their way, though.
Heads up towards that northeastern side, but Vampire Esports actually in a very good position. And considering where they drop as well, usually down towards Primos, they've made a very good run up towards here. So, you know, this is not one of the teams that I was paying too much attention to right at the beginning. So I may have missed their rotation here. So hopefully the desk will be able to fill us in on that. But they have got very, very well situated in this circle, surprisingly to me at least. There's that replay of the car basically getting sent directly back to the manufacturer, where it'll need a couple of repairs.
Certainly think so. I mean, there's plenty of shrapnel in the bonnet. Won't run like it used to. Never will, unfortunately, Blank. But
yeah, that thing will be ready in 2035.
if you're lucky. Maybe they'll have... Yeah, maybe it will. Maybe they'll be able to patch that one up. But Nigma Galaxy, they're going to patch up their position against the ingress from Donuts USG. Unfortunately, Amodi takes a little bit of damage repositioning the buggy. Doesn't go down just yet. The reload from Missile gives him some respite.
Donuts USG made an early rotate. I think they're definitely learning from their mistakes as this tournament has gone on. You know, staying in Rozhok for a little bit too long, maybe getting caught off guard. Lightning tries to pass through and, you know, same as his namesake, able to do it. DD falls, but USG, goodness me.
Oh, they are going to be able to hold the second wave of that approach from RSG, but there's still pressure from the off angle. Lightning's been spotted, has got the teammate next to him. GZ is there as well. They both made it through. It's treacherous hillsides now, as GZ can't turn up the hill towards Nigma Galaxy's position as they swing out to the eastern side. VGS have eyes on as well.
RSG were right underneath Stalwart down towards the south side, so they were very, very far behind, and this is a very typical RSG play. Just send it to the direct center of the circle and see what you can make do with it, but in this time, they have sent straight into the barbed wires of all these players and got cut up in the process. And that'll be RSG out. Again, with Nigma Galaxy still in the match here, this gives them great opportunity to ladder those 6 points at the beginning of the game.
Falcons taking on Stalwart. This is good news for the top of the table race right now. If you're a Falcons fan here in Saudi Arabia, Action getting taken very, very low, but does get away with it. In the meantime, Team Seoul eliminated. They will be out now, ranked 16th on the game. 15 teams remain, Blank. Oh, no
Horrific action. Yeah, out now, just top remaining. And Falcons, like we said before, they were patient. They waited for their turn in line, and now it seems that they'll be moving into the circle. And with Stalwart pushed out of the way, this is real opportunity to start making up those points from before.
Stalwart still have one player. They've still got top, but it's on the outside there. Difficult stuff. Falcons with 4. One a limb on the cards. Back-to-back just over this ridge line. All looking to try and push into this compound. They will certainly see this US kill switch. Needs to be on the money for this. J-Way a little bit further down. Falcons yet to make that aggressive push. They're worried about the backstep.
can see the smoke drop by top. They assume it's from that final player from Stalwart. Top just dropping on the iron sights. A lot of these players do tend to feel like the iron sights gives them a better shot, even at distance. We'll have the first aid, so Falcon really not letting these teams go at all. Morph, though, also in the sidelines, and Stalwart still has to move in. And with this circle down towards the southeast, Falcon, they've been thrown a bit of rope, and they're going to start clambering up it.
Try and get to the top of that cliff. I mean, at the moment, the top of the table's pretty close. They did let it slip just that little bit down in third place. They started the game 12 points behind Vampire, 16 points behind Stalwart, who have just been eliminated now. So the further Falcons can go, the higher they'll fly.
Back to back. Somehow got that chicken dinner earlier today, doing some pretty neat work, but it was Vampire Esports that came in second place against them. It was very close at that. Now, Vampire Esports need to make a move off towards that eastern side, potentially. Right now, they've got Ravenclaw out the circle. It looks like they're just setting up the barricade versus a lot of these teams. They want to clear this western side, keep it as safe as possible, and play from there. Look at this little dugout they have in the rocks. This is going to be absolutely instrumental to their endgame.
Try and leverage that. Trying to get something done. Back to back, engaging with Nigma Galaxy on their north side as the push comes through from the squad. Back to back, currently holding that compound on the top of the hill. We saw them push up to it earlier. Ralph looking to potentially get that res, but the backlines of Nigma Galaxy suffering as well on this aggressive move.
Yeah, that's one player going down already. Lord on knee, Ralph on knee as well. I think that's just one player up in Hamodi now. Real tough situation. Ravenclaw. What's this man been doing all his lonesome? Been providing so much good frontal fire for the rest of the team. Vampire Esports were able to scoop up a couple of points for themselves. Here's the nade earlier that put an end to Stalwart's run here on Erangel.
The judge is able to get that spray down. Spots the player in the bush. Nicely found. Vampire Esports. They are just sending bullets every which way and somehow finding their mark on pretty much everything there. Morph looking to engage. Rocky doesn't get the knock there. Back behind cover and has to push back through the smoke. GK first spotted on the off angle there for Ravenclaw. Nicely picked up. TJB thinned down yet again.
Has to drop to the floor. We'll have to just jump up and go for the quick peek. Xiao actually goes down, and that's the support from the rest of the team you're looking for. That does send Vampire Esports down to just 3 players now, but they are racking up points slowly but surely.
Box are on their north side with a little bit heavier firepower right now, a little bit more hefty as the Vampires do suffer. Down to 3. Fluka, Stone and Schweppes. Still a formidable squad to be dealing with, and it seems like they've turned back up, but unfortunately for them, there's a knock, and Schweppes taken low. A really beautiful spray from Break to really suppress that position. It will slow them down. A southern shift comes through.
A long nade, but not quite long enough here, and this might just give time for Vampire to resurrect one of their fallen teammates. Morph taking knocks from Falcons up top side. That's never alone there, who had such a good run yesterday in their 1v2 versus the Korean powerhouse of Damwon Kia over on Erangel. So far, Falcons have been controlling this circle very nicely. Circle does come down to them now, but they've been playing it slow, safe, and calculated.
Nigma Galaxy still with 3 players. They've been able to pick up the pieces on the north side, and they are clearing that area. Very nicely found. I think that was Damwon Kia who did go down to them on the north side. Falcons, though, engaged with Morph right now, all very low. But they are looking to get those heals off, and they are succeeding for the most part here. Morph staying alive in those smoke covers.
Vampire Esports will be them sending the smokes out as well. Box slowly crawling their way up.
Oh.
There's one taken down on USG from Break here. Missile just tries to send his way up, propelled by hydrogen up this mountain.
First is still down in the dirt there, I believe, out in the open. Unless they did get eliminated there. I have to double check, but yeah, maybe they did get... No, 52, still there, have their representative quite near to box as well. Could prove problematic with that tiny little bit of cover out in the open. Vampire Esports finally able to take that Thorn out. As Missile fires down yet again over onto Break. Laid bare out in the open. Really not going to survive that. Tree not there in time. Only one player from box now down the hill.
This is that deadly staircase I was talking about earlier. It's the staging, and Missile just took it for an absolute advantage. Nigma Galaxy, though, with 3 players still up right now and 8 eliminations. They have really gotten back into this one. Stepping back up to the plate now. Vampire Esports did a very, very good job to clear the western side from not the most amazing positioning considering the circle. I know it's time for them to start making this work because honestly, after that first game on the first day, we really expected great things out of them. And now they're starting to bring it back into form.
Donuts USG go down to a nade from Nigma Galaxy there as well, and the north side is starting to get swept. Vampire Esports will be their next obstacle if they want to push this way, but Falcons dominating the majority of this circle. A knock over onto Nigma Galaxy will slow their approach from the north side.
That's from Vampire Esports as well. We currently have 6 eliminations. Falcons currently only with 3, but they have caused so much damage in this lobby. If it was just a knock here and there, slowly but surely, they are really cementing their ground in a very formidable position on the map at the moment. Fluketh, though, with the nade. This guy was on fire on Erangel earlier on in this tournament. Now looking for a little bit more. Morph, 4 players alive.
Circle north towards Vampire Esports. A little bit more time there. Rocky did finally go down. The nade took the majority of that down red bar health away, leaving only 2 4-player squads alive. Falcon Esports and back-to-back. We've had probably some of their best results of the tournament so far today, but it might have been too little too late. Not so for the other teams.
Falcon, never alone with the MK14 in hand. That thing is absolutely brutal here in PUBG Mobile. The speed at which he can rattle off those shots is terrifying. There's Ralph. Nade up top side. Not easy hitting these nades from that kind of angle either. But they are in the trenches, and Nigma Galaxy know exactly where to send these nades in.
This utility usage absolutely on point. Polo shimmies out wide to the left. Low HP, spotted behind the smoke, will be going down if it is going to be found out. Vampire Esports are still on a frag, and they will be hunting. Morph, go down to it. We're down to just 4 teams. Plenty of casualties popping up, and Falcons, unfortunately, suffering 2 of them.
Vampire Esports just pulling out the broom and dustpan because they have absolutely swept this edge of absolutely anyone that might have even dared to have challenged them. Fluketh looking for a little bit more loot from downhill. They are really limited on meds right now. You can see Stoned absolutely nothing on board to patch himself back up with. They'll be have to sharing those meds at some point, so they will have to group back together. But Vampire Esports, they have been on a warpath.
Hamodi really taking the fight to back as well. 2 players up and standing for them, but it's only 1 player now, just Hamodi himself, with a 1 versus 1 against Kill Switch. Finds some shots underneath the vehicle, looking for more, but spray down is there, and it's J-Way to stand up tall for back-to-back on the top of the hill. Can they get these reses and get back to 3?
Swings out wide. Vampire Esports tries to take advantage of the situation, but Falcons, they're too fast with it. They're right into the scene. Peregrines here in the battlefield.
Looking to get on that hunt. J-Way behind the buggy, taken down. 4 players for Falcons versus the Vampires.
The wings are wide span right now, and this is where they start to block out the sun. But that's 1 going down already. Stone finding it again. No meds whatsoever. This fight is one of attrition, and it absolutely is that Falcons have the betterment in terms of supplies.
And Youssef's position behind this crate as well, if it finds it onto Stoned, is great. But it looks like Stoned has the info that there is a player there. What can be leveraged from this spot as the circle moves more towards Vampire?
You can just barely see him in the grass if you're Yusuf, but that's mainly because we've got the X-ray on right now, so very difficult for Yusuf to even identify this. Question is, how much utility does Vampire Esports have left? And I think they've got absolutely nothing. Luckily, there was a loot crate on their side, but it's 1 apiece either side. Never alone, nade in hand. Stoned actually finds Yusuf, and he can't quite hit the shots. That takes him down to 2. Vampire Esports are making this happen.
10 eliminations up to 11 as Never Alone gets tagged. In they go with the push. Fluketh up to the feet as well. Never Alone knocked. It's all down to Powerful for Falcons, but the Vampires running up the hill will be able to take it down. It's Vampire Esports with a chicken dinner. What a resurgence from this team.
With absolutely nothing in the back pockets, in the backpack whatsoever. They just make this happen. Real bushcraft training for the Vampire Esports team. goodness me, look at that. Hanging their heads with Fluketh. You just cannot imagine how they're feeling right now. One of relief. It is a great situation for this team. And realistically, taking that momentum into the next 2 matches, whew, you're going to be feeling good.
Absolutely. I mean, it is such a close race at the top right now, which is brilliant to see this late in the day. But the fact that they were both there means that that race is still going to be close, right? It's still going to be really, really tight. Not only that, Nigma Galaxy with a good, solid performance in that game, earning a lot of points. RSG going down early means that 5th place is in jeopardy. It would be a great result for Nigma Galaxy to pick that one up.
100%. There is a shake-up at the top at the moment, and realistically, teams are flying every which place and then coming back into the shaker itself. I just don't know who is going to come out on top at the moment. It is so volatile.
No, it is absolutely all to play for here with 2 games remaining. We're going to head back over to the desk, and you will not believe what they have to say.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي أنا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده أنا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الأول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الأول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي عشان فاهمين السين سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الأقوى راب مصري اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
If you want to play like the pros, make sure you guys are checking out the Sony Xperia 1.4 or 4.1, 4.4. Either of them, they're all great, as it's been made in collaboration with professional players, and it is a smartphone partner here at PUBG Mobile. Keep in mind, actually, the players you see on the stage are doing just that. Max, no! Get off that! See what I have to worry. This guy's trying to steal these phones. We have to actually have security on the other side of these cameras looking at him, telling him you're not allowed to touch those.
Yeah, see them.
They're over there. Ladies and gentlemen, Vampire Esports, the first back-to-back chicken dinner we've had. The team from Thailand, we were definitely worried after during day 2, considering they couldn't replicate the performance from day 1. But Sertani and co, they've been able to, I think, take first place away.
Yeah, I think we can agree, Kalash. This circle was horrendous.
Yes.
It was not easy to deal with, but they got some like those plateaus around Stalwart you can play from, and Vampire really were clearing a lot of the Western teams trying to enter from that position, so that's why you see such high eliminations this game coming their way, is that plateau, and cleared out like 3 squads in very, very easy fashion.
I think they're feeling the flow here as we take a look at the match rankings brought to you by STC, of course, with 28 points going their way after the previous game. I said it in the previous game, I think they were almost clairvoyant in where they had to go from circle to circle. However, this one as well, this was a test, a proper test, a Stalba ending up on the side of this mountain as well, and they played it phenomenally. I'm very, very impressed by what we're seeing from Vampire.
Gentlemen, that victory right there for Vampire Esports was a $200,000 victory. Second place is $325,000. First place, $520. Well, I guess it's technically take away the 25. $200,000 nonetheless. They are currently in first place, but not only them. You have Team Falcons now chasing Stalwart Esports. You have Nigma Galaxy, who should have surpassed REGAN.S Gaming. REGAN.S
Into
Gaming
the
should
five.
be out of top 5.
Yeah.
That is not good for that team coming in from China. But you have other team, Donuts as well, trying to make a last-ditch effort, a resurgence here.
I would say an 11-pointer game is not going to be enough for Donuts. Like, they fell off way too much yesterday, so 11 points. Like, we need to see top 3s coming out from this team.
Yeah. No, definitely. And likewise for teams like TJB, etc., and things like that. 9 eliminations going their way, given these circles. Not too bad at all, but again, a little bit too little, too late for these kinds of moments if you want to be aiming for the very, very top.
All right, well, go ahead, Max.
No, I was going to say Nigma Galaxy, though, like, their push from, like, they were one of the bottom teams after day one. Like, their push into top 5 is absolutely insane. So they get a few more games like this, like AfterParty Showdown. It's in the pocket for them.
Yeah, and it's going to be extremely fun. If you guys haven't checked out how the format will work, well, obviously you're going to find out in less than a week's time, but it's going to be all about certain achievements you are able to pull off within the actual match. But also, let's be fair, back-to-back. Another team that didn't have a good first 2 days. They got chicken dinner earlier on, another 16 points. They're moving up the leaderboards. Realistically, top 5 should be what, Max?
Top 5.
I know you don't like to say this word, but...
Impossible.
Yeah. But they can still win a ton of extra money and, more importantly, get a lot of extra experience we need to keep in mind. Yes, they have been a team who have lived up to their name, won back-to-back over in PMPL NA, but right now, if they want to compete on a global scale in PMGC, they need to improve. But one team who has improved from yesterday is going to be Vampire Esports. Let's take a look at how they've done today up against how they did in day 1, just to kind of see if they're rising up towards what they've done before. And actually, they're kind of surpassing it in damage alone.
And let's link too, like, their fights are very...
Sorry, other way around. My bad. I misread. No, I was right. Yeah, day 3, day 1. Day 3 on the left side, day 1 on the right side.
Yeah, it was going to be hard to surpass average eliminations from day 1, but they're almost there.
Yeah.
The fact that they have actually found themselves, obviously we had that first game with the 24-point eliminations, etc., and things like that, but these last 2 games especially, absolutely blasting here for a Vampire, and very, very respectable indeed.
Yeah, I think especially Mike has been really doing so much for the team, like finding the off angles, closing off some really strong positions in those end game circles. Like, I think Mike is my personal MVP for this team at least, and he's been doing a lot to get success for the team.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, keep in mind, right, there's still a race to MVP. We know Action was leading, Lightning was behind him.
He could be catching up now.
RSG's going down, so there's a chance.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe we actually take a look at that, look into that a little bit later on. But I think what's interesting, right, is this kind of shows, though, like Vampire have been so consistent today. Day 1, if we look back on it, if we really think about it, they weren't amazing. Like, they were amazing. They were consistent through all their matches, right? They had a really big match that set them up nicely. I think that was 39 points. And then they got around like 20-ish points or 20 to 30 points the rest of the day, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think they got like a second place later on.
Yeah, that's some all right performances towards the end,
Yeah. But it's great to see this team is able to replicate that performance, because we did have questions in day 2 if this was just a flash in the pan for them.
Yeah, I think like the sort of teams on the first day, struggling to have a good first performance, like, oh, we can afford a break day, like a little vacation, and they just chilled with the boys. Second day was chill.
Again, when it comes to playing for position, sometimes you get days where you can't find that position, you can't find your next checkpoint on where you want to go for the next circle, etc. The last 2 games, they've been able to constantly find them, and as I say, I think that they're really forward-thinking in these games,
especially on bad circles, right?
And it converts. It converts into extra eliminations as you move from these checkpoints. Think about that first, elimination second, the eliminations come to them.
Yeah, exactly. As long as you get in like a very good position, especially when you have like this many more players in the lobby, 8 more players than your usual lobby, like, you can turn it out in like an absolute elimination fest, and that's been working out really heavily in favor of the team.
Well, we've been talking about, the nice research out of Vampire from day 1 to day 3, but what about the fall from REGAN.S Gaming? Let's actually take a look at how they've done today against yesterday. I mean, this team was out of the top page, and they have not really been able to catch up here. Average damage a game at 428. I mean, the thing is, realistically, these numbers will make sense just because they've been knocked out almost every match so early.
I mean, that's a fall from grace right now, having that 8, almost like above 8 average elimination per game, and now just above 1. I mean, I think the race for first place for RSG maybe is over the top. No, they can still make it into a very good position, get some extra prize pool. Like, RSG can make it up there, but first place, I think they are slowly but surely falling out of relevancy.
They've bled out in a lot of these games. It's like we've seen them lose 1 or 2 early, and then from there... yeah, from there, how do you actually recover from that situation? You're constantly going to be hounded. If anybody gets a whiff of the fact that you are not fought alive in, say, a compound, for example, they'll push hard onto that because they know that you don't have the manpower capability of being able to shut them down. So once those early deaths happen here, one of those early eliminations happen, is difficult to recover.
And the main issue is that we see them like get those 0-point games, right? And you've seen like your Nigma Galaxies, you've seen your Stalwart continuously getting those points in. Like they are not only not winning any points, they're falling behind the competition at a pretty steady pace. So they need to get themselves back in action here on these last 2 games.
Yeah, and gentlemen, we've been talking obviously about the overall rankings. We're going to look at in a second. Not after, well, after I actually give a thank you to MasterCard and Saudi Bank as well for being supporters and sponsors here of this event, making G8 happen for all of us around there. Not only in PUBG Mobile, but of course the other titles we've had in the previous weeks. But we can see here 2 minutes and 50 seconds left until we get into the next match, our 5th match, 2 left to go. But let's tune in with the overall standings one more time today. And look at this lead, 21 points, and Stalwart have fallen from 1st to 3rd.
Okay, so if Vampire get another good game, I think it's safe to assume that 1st place is pretty much almost locked down. So you need to see a big comeback from Falcons or Stalwart. Otherwise, 1st place is pretty much could be decided now.
But that's the exciting thing about it, is that we know that Falcons and Stalwart can make up the distance, which is very awesome to see. But the fact that they have 100 eliminations off the back of also being themselves proclaiming that they are a position-first team, that's extreme and kind of scary.
Yeah, exactly. It just comes, like, the eliminations come on their own. If you have a strong position in a lobby with 18 teams, they just keep getting in that spot. The eliminations come on their own.
But Jason, RSG out of top 5. That's a huge blow to them.
It is a massive blow, and the thing is, it makes it maybe realistic for teams like Morph. I mean, Damwon Kia, yes, they are 10 points ahead of RSG, and they're 15 plus 9, 24 points ahead of Morph. There is a very realistic chance that they could be caught on. But then again, I feel like maybe at this point, Damwon Kia are just like, let's just play for top 5. Let's play safe. Let's not do anything too crazy.
Did you like what I did just done that?
Yeah, what?
I got Jason to do a little bit of analysis.
There you go. I mean, I can do a little analysis sometimes. Just every once in a while I can do it. But gentlemen, I mean, we have 2 matches left, right? I mean, DenizBank Wildcats, they technically have a chance to get there as well, but things are getting hyped. Things are getting interesting. I'm not sure if you just heard all the teams screaming, but we have a minute left to go here, so we got to bring our commentators in so we can finally get into our 5th match. I cannot believe we're only 2 matches left until we have our winner of PMWI and the $500,000. And also, finding out what teams will be playing in the AfterParty Showdown, which is going to be hype as hell, coming up next week, starting on Thursday at the exact same time we've been starting throughout these last 3 days. But John on Blank, why don't you take us into our penultimate match of the day and the event?
Ooh, and the event, Blank. It's all coming down to the wire. It's so close at the top. You love to see these little leapfrogs happening. It's all to play for.
Yeah, he doubled up there right at the end, but we are heading right over into Miramar right now. And this is where we're going to see the playing path. You can't see it yet, so I'm not going to spoil it for any of you, because unlike yesterday, today is a special day where we will be finding out exactly who's going to take that 1st place prize home, as well as the top 5 who will go through to the AfterParty Showdown, you know, sharing some spots with some very prolific teams. Vampire Esports, though, 190 points. Like the guys said, that is a very, very big lead, 21 points above Team Falcons. And I think one important thing that Des was talking about was that, you know, Team Falcons, Stalwart Esports, both these teams have the ability to catch Vampire Esports up at that 190 point mark.
Yeah, it's still a closable gap, right? It's still very much something that can change on a dime. Plane path starting to come through on Miramar, as Jason said, the penultimate match of the day. The plane path from Valle de Mar all the way up to El Azahar. That rhymes. That's nice. I like it.
Yeah, you like that a lot. What I like a lot is when we get this PMWI watch together, so you can complete those daily missions to earn points, and once enough points are accumulated, tap the rewards icon to claim the corresponding reward.
You can participate in the event solo or team up with other players. Both is totally fine. And of course, if you team up, it could be a little bit easier to get those rewards.
And just before we head right into game proper, there is a PMWI gunskin and outfit, and that sale period is from the 4th of August through to the 13th of August as well. 50% off PMWI packs, and you get a set straight away and 5 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
And from tomorrow, the 14th of August, until the 15th of September, so next month, there will be 16% off PMWI packs, where you get 6 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
And as we head into our final games of the day, we cannot forget the PMWI Champions Celebration from the 4th of August through the 13th, all using the region of the top 3 teams. Obviously, you know exactly who they are right now. We'll have the chance to win a prize, and it's a maximum of 1 award per user. So that includes Saudi Arabia, as well as Mongolia, and also right at the top, Thailand.
Yeah, looking to try and pop those rewards into those regions with a maximum of 1 per user. And of course, not only can you get rewards that way, but if you're contributing towards our peak concurrent viewers, if we reach 100 million live viewers watching, then everyone could get items in the 2022 PMWI Lucky Crate with a maximum of 1 award per user.
And you want to do that? You want to head into the in-game 2022 PMWI Watch Together event every day from the 11th of August for more information. Now, heading right into it, Seoul already losing 1 player right off the bat. It's Box Gaming here in Picardo, and these 2 teams are at it again. They just will not let up. Bensu hits the floor. Goblin also will take a tumble. It's back and forth here, John.
1 for 1 right now, but another knock found swiftly over onto Hector. It's looking Box right now. Team Seoul with 2 players, both close to each other, but their teammates are getting flushed out. Not so for the Box Gaming squad. Akshat and Omega, last 2 standing now. It looks like they are going to get these reses for Box as well.
So 2v2, unfortunately, the 2 players from Seoul have been knocked and also eliminated. So no chance of getting those 2 guys back up again. But Box will be able to get up to a full squad. Nice little split from these 2 teams to make this one happen. Vampire Esports over towards Minas Generales at the moment, just to the north of Morph. Morph with kind of a chance, I'll say kind of a chance of making it to that top 5. It is Omega, who's trying to do the do-si-do with these 2 players. Can't quite make it happen.
Giving them the fancy feet, finds 1, gets the reload, but goes for the weapon. Goodness for a second, it's Omega for Team Seoul, finds 2 on Box, and Akshat now with a chance to get some healing done as well. They are going to try and take the fight to Box and Trisme.
I take it back with a pirouette and a waltz there. It will be a quick comeback from Team Seoul there. Beautiful stuff. And this will see them up to a 2v2 in a scenario that we did not expect to happen. Now, Trisme, nade in hand, has a pretty good idea of where these players are, but Akshat immediately moves out the way. Wiser in this situation.
Picardo right now bathed in bullets. Casings everywhere, blankets gone back and forth. Losing 2 players early. When you're in this central position, really far from ideal for both of these teams. It's not what you want to see, especially if you're looking to just try and put as many points on the board as you can. Try and ladder up to those higher earning placements on the overall tables.
Extremely important. Just getting those points right now, every little bit counts, especially if you're trying to hold on to those top 5 spots currently claimed by Vampire, Stalwart, Falcons, Damwon Kia, as well as Nigma Galaxy, who are all set right now to make it into the after-party showdown. There will be an extra $1 million on the line, including the $2 million from the PMWI event itself. So lots of money to be had here in the PMWI, as well as the after-party showdown, which will be a little bit more fun. We got a load of prizes there, but you'll find out more about that on Thursday. I'm sure Jason Kaplan will be very happy to fill you in on all the details when it comes to them. But right now, it's all about these final moments of the PMWI. So many regions facing off.
For Glory to try and claim that top spot at the moment. It's the Thai team on the top. Vampire Esports, who started off the tournament marvelously strong. The 24 elimination game. As James said on the desk, we didn't think they were going to be able to get back up to that average, that day 1 average eliminations, but they've nearly done it so far today. Another good performance would tip them over that edge and plunge them into the precipice of success, which is not a metaphor used often, but I feel it fits here.
That's fair enough. Well, I mean, you know, It was very much the night on day 1. The sun apparently came up day 2 and Vampire withered away, but as nightfall once again, here in day 3, it's time for Vampires to reign supreme. See exactly what they can get done, but you know, there is still those 2 games and 21 points. It may put you just ahead of teams, but at this point in the tournament is miles ahead and can look quite daunting. But Falcons and Stalwart, we know these are 2 teams. Daunting is just another word in the vocabulary to them. They'll make it happen regardless or not.
Not too many teams outside of Picardo struggling right now. Fairly disparate in positioning. No one really clashing just yet. But RSG, TJB, VIVO keyed from the north side, all starting to eke their way more central. You can see Morph there as well on your screens on the right-hand side, on the north end of Los Leones, potentially looking for a central position as well.
Morph having, you know, a slow comeback from day 1 and making it onto the first page of the leaderboard today is actually somewhat of an achievement in my opinion. You know, starting day 1 in a firm 18th place, start crawling their way back up to here. Just talking to the coach of that team, and you know, it's an 18-hour flight, so. I mean, I was only on a 6-hour flight, and that was rough to say the least. But
it got delayed.
It did get delayed. That is correct. But regardless, you know, to come here, compete the highest level, that's what you got to do as a player. And really, Morph has made it happen. And you've got to be proud of the Indonesian team, especially if you are part of their region. Be able to crawl back up, climb back up at this point, you know, with the head held high. Again, though, there is still a chance for Sim to get into top 5, and that's what we love about the PMWI, is that right now it is so scary for a lot of these teams at the top, because at any moment you can be shunted out of the top 5.
I mean, the gap between 1st and 5th right now is fairly significant, sitting at 54, I believe, between the two, if my maths is correct. As they say, never do maths live on air. But that gap, whilst it seems daunting right now, it just requires the team at the top, currently Vampire Esports, to have a bad game, and that gap can close very quickly if you're one of those teams that can have a very, very good game, as all of these top 5 teams are. But the gap between 5th and 6th place, it's so much closer. The laddering up between 3rd and pretty much 7th is really still all to play for.
Look at the maps, new circle coming your way very, very shortly. Right now, Stalwart up towards San Martin. Action still claiming the top spot with 35 eliminations. But check that out. Stoned actually made his way onto this leaderboard again with 31 eliminations. And we thought Lightning got onto that page very, very quickly. But it looks like Stoned is very hesitant to let that disappear. And with the back-to-back chicken dinners also just behind Action in terms of damage, you know, that could be a shake-up towards the MVP list, to be honest with you, let alone just Vampire Esports' current point totals. Circle heads over towards the eastern side, towards La Bandita. We've seen this circle previously in the tournament before. Very rough to play. Graveyard may as well be a literal term for the position on the map, considering there is very, very barren, and that is where so many people do get buried on this map, because it's just very, very difficult to get through that small little funnel. There's so many teams come into that area, they crunch together, end up fighting one another. So a lot of these teams just looking for a good position on the map, and there's still opportunity for this to be an urban ending down towards Los Leones.
Absolutely, on a couple of hard shifts, absolutely, it would prove to be pretty tricky. Could also be an urban ending in Picardo, which is still very much in the zone, right? So we've got a lot of different potential opportunities. You talked about Graveyard being a literal term at the moment. Falcons sat in that area, right? Do you think they're going to be able to make it out of this? They have a lot of time to play with, but if they don't take that opportunity, potentially could prove troublesome.
It's the question of where this next circle goes, right? If we get really packed into that area, then yeah, things start to get a little bit more difficult for Falcons. But right now, they're using high ground to their advantage. As you can see right there, as I say it, there's your snipe down. Beautiful headshot comes through to take the knock. So, you know, this is the high ground advantage you get to play on this little ridge line. But yeah, later on in the game, if we head up here, then it becomes tough. Goodness me, Xiao just sending it back. Killswitch has to duck back out of the window, lest he lose his head.
A couple of headshots found there. You can see the level 2 helmet took a lot of damage. Level 3 vest, though, so luckily those weren't body shots. Otherwise, that would have damaged that lovely, pristine 3-tick vest. You love to see those. Fortunately, Daku not so lucky. Only the one.
Just needs to plant his feet on the ceiling, apparently, and have his head out of view underneath the window and his vest on show. That's going to keep him very, very safe.
Yeah, I think that would. Yeah, on the
yeah. If gravity didn't exist, of course.
Yeah, in a gravityless vacuum, then yeah, absolutely. Assuming he's a point.
Oh, look at that. FLC for the Falcons. Goodness me. The turnout has been absolutely incredible, John. You love to see it. Falcons on screen right now, giving them some love. Oh, dear me. Damar, don't do that. That's very mean to you, fellow player. Virtual Gaming Squad taking some knocks over from Aton Esports. They're down towards the southeast side, trying to make their way through Los Leones, but it's the Wildcats who really hold a very good position up towards the north side of Los Leones to hold out both Aton as well as Virtual Gaming Squad and hopefully pick up a couple of points here.
The crowd happy with their performance there, as they should be. Next circle soon to come on
to everyone else.
Yeah. Well done us. Well done us.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Nigma Galaxy, slow, well, maybe not slow, but they are last to come in from the blue on that western side right now. Next circle just about to pop. We were talking about where those hard shifts could fall, how problematic that could be depending on where it goes. And it's north. Picardo on the south side of it, that graveyard position on the east.
So for Stalwart, this is actually fairly decent. Picardo still in the picture, and with both those teams that originally dropped in Picardo and Box as well as Seoul, you know, these two teams, they are not looking too healthy coming into these circles towards the end. So it does mean that Picardo can be taken up residence by another team should they want to drop into here nice and quick. And, you know, Damwonk here, we've known them for flying into circles. That's exactly what they're doing right now. Looks like they're heading towards the foothills of Picardo, towards that northern side. Damar tries to get across. Naoto taking some pot shots with the Mini 14, but this guy, he's got the moves in the vehicle. He's going to do a full flip over the top. Can he land it? Doesn't need to. Drops out, bends the knees. That's suspension.
You're right. That is suspension. Goodness me. Bouncy knees. Do you think? He popped a tiny little bend in the knee.
Yeah.
Kept it in. Springs for thighs, that's what they call him.
Damn.
Goodness me. Lasers for eyes, though. As they do sit down, one of the players from VIVO keyed up the hill.
That is the second headshot of the game coming through from Never Alone. Goodness me. Okay. Give this guy a sniper and give him some clear skies, and he'll find as many players as you need here. Falcons are...
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Falcons here to take names and heads, apparently.
RSG in a little bit of a scuffle. Not too much right now, but there's a team just in front of them that they're going to have to be worried about. Morph, I believe, that's just over the hill. As we get a little replay, as Damar sends it on up and over. We're getting the suspended knees there. Stays alive. Very, very good. But back-to-back, engaging with Nigma Galaxy and not having the best of time of it right now. Nigma Galaxy have been absolutely on a tear today so far. Blank, their day one performance would not have led us to believe that this is the same team.
Well, does go low, but back-to-back, taking a fair amount of shots from Freak here. With the M4, that vehicle is not going any longer there. They'll have to take it on foot now, but still there are shots ringing out towards them.
52 slinking their way across the hillsides. RSG trying to have some oversight. But the ridgeline has been spotted. Vaz under pressure from Lightning, one of our MVP candidates, and taking out the vehicle. That's going to do the job. Boom goes the dynamite. Vaz takes a knee.
Very good tracking on this player, honestly, and he's going to go for another here.
Ooh, Lightning takes a lot of damage, but they get a second knock on these vehicles. I don't know what's going on, but 52 Esports lose 2 out in the open.
Daku here looks at the buggy and just doesn't know whether it's his savior or in this case, it is a curse. Every single vehicle that 52 Esports has sent through, RSG have torn apart. Honestly, it is just not looking good for them. Next circle pops down towards Picardo. More on the roadside, but it's Virtual Gaming Squad dropping in on down one Kia. They look like they didn't expect this, but Yafos is already down. Junie, nade in hand.
On that forefront, trying to get a little angle there, and we'll be able to get a flush onto Yafos. VGS not having the greatest time. Never alone up in the elimination feed again, by the way. This guy's a madman with this sniper, looking for the eagle eye prize there, but seeing what they can get done in terms of eliminations first. Down one Gaming, they've got Team Soul. Remember, they are down to 2 from earlier engagements on their south side. Box similarly hampered. They are down to 1 now as 52 finally get eliminated. Down one Kia not looking to go for this full push just yet.
I don't need to go for it. They are all the way on this southwest edge. Sung does get knocked by Team Soul, or at least the remnants of them, over towards Picardo. Looks like Akshat does have eyes on from that area.
Sung should be resable though. They should be able to get that one back up, hopefully so. Stalwart under fire, action close to VIVO Keyed. He took a knock earlier from the barrel of Never Alone. But now they're engaged with one of our top fraggers in the tournament, Action, trying to get some intel. Pika swings out wide. Might be able to get this player on the wall. Looking for that engagement. Action looks good, and there's the 1-2 punch from Stalwart. Nice coordination coming through on that aggression. The oversight from Adrian, not going to happen there. Not going to work for them. Diego takes a lot of damage from Pika. This is coordination from Stalwart. This is why they are one of the top teams in this tournament.
Really well done so far. VIVO Keyed, not even able to put a dent into them. Stalwart is holding it down up towards that San Martin. Move down just a little bit along the ridge side to the power grid. And onto the east, taking up residence inside this compound. Very difficult to see out, and there's a lot of different angles that Stalwart can take from this area. It just gives them time to, you know, keep a little bit of a timer on this for themselves. They can start to make their move later. It's what they usually do. Right now, this is just an area to keep it calm. Falcon, though, double nade from Powerful onto USG. It looks like Team Falcons, they are not done yet.
No, they are just going to keep on going. 2 elimination points now found. Although that's probably not the story that you tell having watched this game. It feels like they've had much more of an impact so far. RSG with the highest elimination count at the moment, bar Team Soul, who have had 4, but RSG, all 4 of them alive as well. VIVO Keyed. Okay, I thought they were a little bit suffering here, but it seems like Stalwart have had a taste of their own medicine. Adrian from the top rope sends it in. Splashdown.
Oh my days. Circle.
Wow.
On top of Falcons now. This is a really big chance for them, but there is another team inside of this circle just to the east of them. It is Vampire Esports looking to sweep the eastern side, but they take a knock. Never Alone introducing the world to air conditioning, 1 hole in a head at a time.
Goodness me, that man is absolutely insane with this M24. Do not want to get in his sight lines. And on Miramar, it's the perfect place to do it, right? A lot of open ground.
I am in disbelief. I don't think I've seen this many headshots with a sniper ever. Now Wildcats are coming in. Take down a player from Vampire Esports. These guys are now just down to 2 players. This really opens things up now for Falcon. Vampire Esports, they need to look for themselves for an end game finish. A top 5, top 4 would be ideal. This is where they need to see themselves at. But with 2 players, it's a question of how long can they live here. 15 teams alive, 20 minutes. It's only going to get harder for a lot of these teams.
At the start of the game, they had 21-point buffer to play with, right, Blank? So Vampire Esports, they need consistency right now. 10 points a game should be enough to see them through, barring Team Falcons popping off, barring Stalwart having absolutely stonker of a game, but it's still very much up for grabs. This team, Nigma Galaxy and down one Gaming close by. The nade bobbles around, it comes back. How on earth do you manage that?
I don't know how he lives through that one, but somehow he does. Vampire Esports taken down to just one player now. Lord trying to send some nades over the top. Unfortunately, Morph is now out in 13th place. That climb is ended here. The Wildcats still going, though. Just with Boran. I was talking to the Turkish casters earlier. Sinan telling me that, you know, Boran on those final days, in those final matches, that's where he really starts to pop off.
Nigma Galaxy take a knock over towards Ralph. And Lord as well, jousting up the hill. TJB entering the fray. A three-way fight right now over on the western edge. Lin spotted. Yeah, you're not going to win that one. Lord able to do the work. Nigma Galaxy play up that hill, take down TJB, and now they can focus their aggression over towards Damwon. But they have taken a lot of damage in the meantime, and Damwon Kia are not going to let it slide.
Continuing to hold them back. They're right outside the blue, but the blue is doing the majority of the work. Great Molotovs from Damwon Kia will take out the remainder of the players, taking them to 5 eliminations here. Great stuff here from Damwon Kia.
Nigma Galaxy go down, and Damwon Kia, great news for them as well, because they can start to challenge for those top spots. RGS, Regan's Gaming at the moment suffering. If they go down here, they might lose out on their chance to push back into the top 5.
Boran is just not letting up for the Wildcats. 3 players still in this. Schweppes all in his lonesome for Vampire Esports. He is starting to ladder up, though. 7 teams remain, 17 players still in this. Falcons head-to-head here with Stalwarts. Unfortunately, it's Stalwart with Damwon Kia, sorry, coming in from the behind.
The nades will find their way in towards Store. I have no doubt. Cielo for VIVO Keyed could prove to be a little tricksy, if he so chooses, but finding the time might be a better answer. A double nade comes through. Damar able to open things up, but in the meantime, Damwon Kia have descended away from this engagement. They know this next circle is better for them if they can get there.
Another nade comes over the top, takes down the 2 players that were knocked there. Now Falcons, they're looking to take themselves somewhere safer. They dealt with VIVO Keyed, they've sent Stalwart packing, and now it's time to head on over the road. This is where it gets difficult, but Powerful's already made his way across, but there's still 1 player remaining from VIVO Keyed. It's Cielo.
And that's what we're talking about. Could be tricksy. VIVO Keyed still in the fight. 7 teams remain with Vampire Esports on #1 spot right now, also with a lone survivor. How far can Team Falcons push to try and catch up to that gap? 3 players remain. Wildcats with 3. Damwon Kia suffering. 2 players down. Only the 1 just Junie up, and that's not long for this one. Damwon Kia eliminated. 4 teams remain now. Stalwart, Falcons, Vampire, all still in this.
Damwon Kia crash and burn on the other side of the road. To a nice couple of shots coming through from top. You can never count this guy out from Stalwart. Falcons, though, they did make their way across. Now the Wildcats. It's here, the Turkish team looking to make up some of the points right at the final hurdle.
20 points right now sat behind the leaders. Falcons, they're going to need, well, if they get a chicken dinner, they'll be able to get 15 points from that. So they need 5 more points to draw level. And at the moment, there's not that much in the lobby. So Falcons right now cannot jump up and challenge for the first spot, but they can put themselves right at the door of victory for the final game if they take this one home.
Can definitely go neck and neck, but ooh, top here, taking bullets from Wildcats. He really just wants to ruin the days of Falcons at the moment. He wants to be the one and his team just behind Vampire Esports, and it is just neck and neck between these 3 teams right now, but Top's find himself a safe position at the moment.
Wildcats, I mean, we haven't talked about them a whole lot, but there is a possibility that they could jump up towards that top 5 position with Stalwart going down. If they can take out Falcons, they could potentially be booking themselves an invite towards that after party next week as well.
They've got the tickets in the basket. Now it's time to go to the checkout. Well, that won't come till Erangel. We'll see if they can get there first. Yusuf, though, just crouched down, waiting, biding his time. Circle, dead center. Neither of these teams want to make the first move. Never Alone has been absolutely unbelievable this match. 4 headshots so far. with the sniper in hand. Powerful drops a nade over.
If you can get that opening, oh, that's perfect. Boran goes down. He was their point man as well. If Never Alone can find a snipe, it's going to bring them into a 1 versus 3, but they push in instead. Rifles in hand. UMP to lead the charge. M4 to back it up. Powerful. Sprays down Defoe. And the Falcons ride strong across the top. They want this so badly here in Riyadh that they are going to push all the way back towards Lux. 1 versus 3. The Falcons challenging for these top spots. They want to take this one home, and they will do so. A chicken dinner in the penultimate game. 27 points on the game.
This is going to send them sky high over towards those leaderboards. What a fantastic way to finish their Miramar as well. Wonderful stuff from the Falcons. This is going to be exactly what they needed to get into that top spot, like you said, John. Honestly, where we're at right now is going to be one of those positions where Vampire Esports are really going to have to try so hard to get just past Falcons, who are staying neck and neck with them.
And do not count Stalwart out just yet as well, Blank. They were in that game in 3rd place, right?
Yeah.
They came all the way in late, and that was phenomenal for them to be able to jump on up.
Yeah, I just cannot believe what we're seeing here today, because one more game left right now. I just don't believe that there are 2 teams at the top that are just so neck and neck at the moment. I can't wait to see how Erangel turns out.
And the race for the top 5 as well. It is all heating up, and it is right to the last game. Do not go anywhere. We'll go to a short break. We'll be back soon with the desk.
Greatness is in an instinct. A mind sharpened with attuned senses. Awakened by what we're known for. But legacies are meant to be left behind. Why play to your limits when you can break them? Hear only victory. Forget what you know. Unleash what's next.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMWI 2022. We did get to see Falcons take home a victory, get themselves one step closer to that $500,000 prize. And well, speaking of prizes, you guys at home still have prizes you can win by changing your profile picture when it comes to your social media platforms to the team you are supporting, and making sure to comment over on the official social media channels. Make sure you guys check that out. Also, make sure to check out Savvy Gaming Group, as they've been able to help support and put this event on for us. So a big thank you to them to make sure that we can make this possible for all the players, for all the talent, and of course for all of you viewers over at home. But ladies and gentlemen, let's actually jump into our SDC match rankings to see how many points Falcons did get, and then obviously get eventually into the point of seeing have they been able to take first place away. We're going to find out in just a few moments here, but 27 points is massive.
It's going to be super close. It is going to be, wow, oh, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll stop. But yeah, for Team Falcons here, the circles were wild in this game. Constant hard shifts. Yeah, these past 2 games especially, so many hard shifts. So Falcons able to capitalize on that. And then they had a crate drop on them, but I can understand all the concerns that they had about those high ground positions overlooking the roads. You have to deal with all of those teams before you then come back to the circle. So that in itself causes so many trials. It's like a walk into a fire. It's a gauntlet.
Even if you don't like eliminate the entire squad, if you just reduce the numbers and regroup on the other side of the road, you have a very clear chance of denying that win away from the Wildcats, which is exactly what they did. 27 points, that's huge. And I'm not gonna lie, you have some tournaments that become a little bit boring towards the end because you know which team is going to be taking the trophy, which team is going to be taking that first place. Not here. Like we have no idea who's going to take it home here.
I think it might be a 3 or 4 point difference up at the top. Something like that.
Probably something like that, yeah.
Well, you know what, gentlemen? We're going to be getting to that in just a few seconds. We're trying to rush through here because you can see 3 minutes and 50 seconds until we get into our final match of the event. But really quickly, big thank you to Aramco as well for supporting this event for G8. You guys at home, many things for you to win. Not $500,000, but you can win some more prizes if you post your favorite memes and make sure to tag the official channels as well. I would love to see some memes at Max. I don't know if Stalwart Esports can actually win because they had a great meme of telling you to get away.
That's true.
From talking about
John had to hold me back.
Yeah, he did have to hold you back. We'll see if Stalwart Esports can come back here into the final match. But here is our highlights, our Sony highlights here from this last match. Yeah. Honestly, this was, Falcons, the zone starting up on top of them. It was perfect. It was exactly what they needed to get this big game under their belts. But obviously, if everything goes your way, that's great, but you have to be able to capitalize off of it.
There were moments at the start of today where I thought Falcons were playing a little bit defensive, a little bit almost scared to a certain degree to try and hold on to the lead that they initially had out of day 2. Right. However, in these last couple of games, not the case. They're coming out blasting. I think they look more controlled in some of these last games compared to the start of the day, and it bodes well for them, maybe grabbing that championship.
I really don't think the scared team would have done what they just did in that game. Like, we need to clear all of the western side, get rid of all the teams that are on that high ground position. Like, if they were playing scared, they would have never done that 100%. But, man, you said it was like 2-3 points. 2-point difference between first and second right now. Team Falcons hot on their heel, but don't want to forget about Stalwart. There's still a chance they can contest that.
I mean, well, let's focus on Falcons really quickly. They won match 5 on day 1. They won match 6 on day 2. They've now won match 5 on day 3. Ooh. They have the home crowd behind them. They have the final match coming up here. They already have the cheers. The offline buff must be real. 2 points is very doable. But the thing is, to me, Claris, Vampire Falcons have to play, in my head, almost a little bit differently to avoid as many fights as possible because you don't want to be that team between the two to go out first.
Try stay stable. And again, I think both teams are very capable of playing that kind of style that you're alluding to here. But I'm going to go, you know what, Jason? I'm going to go with it. I think it's Team Falcons time. I think, considering they've got the crowd behind them, a win on home turf, it might be happening.
You've been supporting them since day 1, Colaris. I think they're an amazing team.
An excellent team.
Okay, I'm going to cut you guys off here really quickly. I apologize because you still need to focus on top 5, right? DenizBank Wildcats, they are within 13 points of Nigma Galaxy. So another team.
In the previous game.
Exactly. Yeah. Another team that cannot afford to go out early. RSG as well, who have fallen out of top 5. It is getting so tense in here.
I can imagine if Nigma Galaxy can qualify in top 5 with Falcons for the after party and the R8 joining up there, like the crowd is going to go wild. 3 local teams playing in a 12-team event on local home turf, like that is insane. Like the domination from the region is absolutely huge.
Look at Vampires here getting ready, getting underway. They know they have the game currently in their hands. $500,000 in their pocket if they can hold on to this lead. But our commentators are going to have to come in here, and hopefully they're hyped up because I'm hyped up. We're seconds away from our final match here of the PUBG Mobile World Invitational 2022. First place $500,000, top 5 advance into the After-Party Showdown next week. John Allen and Blank, take us away.
One more ride, once more into the breach. In 30 seconds, we're going to be taking to the skies over Erangel for the final time here at the PMWI to crown our champions. It is all coming down to this 2-point difference between Vampire Esports and Team Falcons, and that 5th place chase still on the cards.
It is real scary at the moment. RSG, 137 points. Nigma Galaxy, 148. Definitely possible if Nigma Galaxy has a bad game here for REGAN.S to get back into that top 5. But it's the DenizBank Wildcats who have been really pumping stuff out in that last game to try and push into that top 5. For the Turkish team, you know, this would be absolutely monumental for them. But Stalwart, 178, 20 points exactly behind Vampire Esports. We cannot count them out yet. From day to day, they have been our most consistent team.
Certainly have. One more chance to prove that consistency here as the playing path comes on in for the last time. From Novo up to Stel, but this time around it's a little east leaning. So Gatka, Hospital, Georgia Pole, a little bit late drop.
Another up Neuer though. Instant drop there for Stalwart. They can get looted and booted and ready to go. Looking at our leaderboards at the moment, Vampire Esports still fielding Stone there with 31 eliminations. Lightning, 32, but it's still Action, who really has been man of action for our tournament so far. Getting some absolutely wild stuff done. Wildcats also will be able to get themselves onto North Sosnovka almost immediately. Even maybe down towards military base. And Vampire Esports will have to drop very, very long here with this eastern playing path over towards Quarry. So that does make things difficult for them. I think he got all those headshots last match.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. That was quite impressive. Action just about holding on to the knock record. 31 to 30 to 30 on our leaderboard right now. The MVP race must be absolutely spiced out the wazoo right now, Blank.
Honestly, we've had so many good individual players from practically all of these teams that it is going to be a weird one to check it out. Oh, dear me.
Ooh.
This is one of the circles where maybe teams will have to change their drops. And in the very final match of the PMWI, we are seeing an absolute curveball being thrown at us.
Wow, what a shift. On an eastern plane as well, this is really going to clump those teams up to that eastern side, right? Not a lot of teams are going to want to go all the way out to Georgia Pole, so that's TJB who could potentially be hit here on a difficult position for themselves. You can see they are on that north side and going to try, well, we can see that they are on that north side, still trying to go for that sort of area, but do they wrap back, try and go somewhere else?
It's the difficulty, right? I mean, they want to get looted there straight away, but it's a struggle just with the way the circle's gone. But this is going to be a very interesting ending to our tournament. Diego, nothing but a pistol in hand. And TJB have got looted up just a little bit faster.
Yeah, even that shotty, that UMP, there's no way you can stand up to that with a pistol against two. I mean, miracle shots would be necessary, but it's just not going to happen. Nice high nade there to scarce yellow, if nothing else. Lin gets the spray down. Okay. There is potential here with that shotgun in hand to shut down a stairway push. With the K9 for Lin ready to bark.
Just want to leave him alone here. Don't even bother with it. Real struggle now for VIVO, Keed, TJB, but these are not the teams in the story that we are telling today between Falcons, Stalwart, as well as Vampire Esports. I've really stamped a place in our memories, and hopefully yours too.
Certainly have. Certainly mine. This will be an event to remember for sure. And if you've been watching... Ooh. Okay, hang on a minute. There we go. That was the bark I was talking about. It's ready. Woof, woof.
Pink skirt with Lin, heads up top side. Now there's one last player. K9 Ooh. Tries to send it in there, like you said. Cannot close the jaws around the target. I sent some UMP shots down there.
If you've been following these storylines, if you've been watching TJB over these last couple of days, following that race for the top spot, then of course you have been watching with us and trying to earn those daily missions to earn points. Once you earn enough points, once you've accumulated those, you can tap on the rewards icon in-game to claim the corresponding reward.
You can participate in that event solo or team up with other players. Both ways is absolutely okay, and teaming up could help you get that reward even easier. There's also another reward here for everyone at home. PMWI gun skins and outfits through from the 4th of August through to the 13th of August. There's 50% off PMWI packs. You get a set straight away and 5 chances to draw the PMWI treasure. Okay, Lin. It just looks so good on screen.
Yeah, well, if you aren't going to jump in for those sales, and I don't see why you wouldn't, the 14th of August, so tomorrow that starts until the 15th of September, there will be 16% off PMWI packs where you get 6 chances to draw PMWI treasure chests.
And from the 4th of August all the way through the 13th, which is today, ending soon, all users in the region of the top 3 teams with a chance to win a prize, and that's a maximum of 1 award per user. And, you know, talking about getting things done and celebrating, you know, if you tune into the PMWI live stream and we reach 100 million live watching, then everyone could get items in the 2022 PMWI Lucky Crate. That is also a maximum of 1 award per user.
So visit the in-game 2022 PMWI Watch Together area every day from the 11th onwards for more information.
Looking back at the game, we're back on board with Vampire Esports, who have opted to head down towards Quarry and Primorsk. They didn't want to do anything too fancy here, especially in the last game, and honestly, I don't blame them. This is the smart thing to do. Aton Esports down towards Milter Power. A drop that they're very familiar with. Back-to-back, though, move slightly across from Milter. And it's REGAN.S who actually moved down towards that shelter area, you know, just taking up a little bit more room on the southern side and actually coalescing quite quickly here.
TJB did strike out towards that North Georgia position. No teams in very close conflict right now, which is really what we're looking for. Wildcats and Stalwart potentially coming into a scramble, a scrabble for bridge control on the eastern bridge from Military Island. No shots just yet ringing out. Scouting being done right now.
You know, Wildcats are actually moving very, very close, like you said, John. Stalwart's just playing it pretty slow. I think they kind of expected this too. With Circle being so much towards the east, this is one of the few times that Wildcats might want to even go for this eastern bridge crossing and where it really does benefit Stalwart. It also means that it looks like Box is getting directly in position just outside that eastern bridge. They have vehicles. We haven't seen really any bridge camps up until now. Back-to-back tries. Takes some shots over towards Aton Esports, very close together in Milter Power and Milter.
Looking at where this circle is, I mean, you've got to imagine that Milter is going to be a strong position to be holding around in these coming minutes. So getting that claim early could prove to be good, or could prove to be a downfall if a lot of teams decide the same, right? If they decide everybody wants to go in there, everybody wants a piece of that pie, it could be just too much pressure to bear and nobody could come out as a winner-winner chicken dinner from that region. Just have to wait and see, Blank. That's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of PUBG Mobile.
And we do love PUBG Mobile.
Hell yeah.
100%. Fair few teams out inside of the blue at the moment. Vampire Esports is one we always expect, especially going down towards Primos, Quarry, and Ferry Pier. They are now starting to make their move, and make their move they will have to. It's not one of those games where they can just sit pretty and wait this out and take the first place prize. Flower C looks over towards Yusuf. Not a good start for Falcons, but luckily they do get that player out of dodge. Look how damaged he is. Going into this game with 3 players would have been horrendous, and luckily able to make it out alive. But like I said, you know, Vampire Esports, they cannot sit on their laurels here. Only 2 points behind them is Team Falcons. So they will need to put up some points, or at least Falcons will need to go down early in this game, which I'm sure everyone here in Saudi Arabia does not want.
No, certainly not. And you've got to remember that chase for 5th place spot as well. With Wildcats on 135, facing off against Stalwart on this military island, this is a proving ground for them, right? If they're able to come through, I feel like they would deserve that top 5 spot, but they have to be able to come through. That's a brutal shift, Blank. That's a lot of water.
That's a lot of water. This actually is quite good for Stalwart, in fact, because it means that they can wait. They don't have to cross the bridge just yet. They can sit around, chill out, and take this game a little bit more slow, particularly with the circle heading out down towards them. So there's no urgency for them, so they can start to make their move if they want to. DD is absolutely having a right barrel roll of his life over there. Flower C walks on past, well, drives on past, but does take a quick look out in that direction. Vampire Esports, you can see them just starting to make their way over the coast. Box shot out by two teams at the moment, back-to-back and Stalwart.
It's far from ideal. Bad for business. Bensu will get that heal off, so stays alive. The Coop left a little bit too far forwards for recouping that one. If you'll pardon the pun. Stalwart going to push in from the back as well, and Top takes some shots over towards Bensu. The firing line is established. Box caught in a mincemeat.
Stalwart would love to pick up a couple of these knocks and a couple of these eliminations as well. In fact, actually taking one knock over towards back-to-back and a couple of knocks over towards box. So this is a great time to come in and try and third party. Top even throwing the nade out the vehicle. Goodness me, the moving grenade. They really want to get this fight started and underway. They want to finish it quick.
If they can take that aggression to back-to-back, you have Morph to worry about in the same time as well. They could prove to be useful, but Donuts, USG, no, sorry, Team Seoul have rocked up on the back as well. Goodness me, everybody's moving along the south coast, and Stalwart will take heavy fire. Pika trying to suppress this line as Top takes a tumble.
This is not good right now. Stalwart down to 3 players. They're taking this game very, very fast at the moment, trying to be swift with it because they know they need those eliminations, but it's Seoul who comes in right at a very crucial moment for STE. You can see Vampire Esports just behind them right now. Everyone on this coastal line.
Team Seoul spraying down the back again. Box. They have just had such a terrible time on this rotation. I think about 4 teams have been shooting at them. And they are just not going to survive this one out. It's an unfortunate end to their last game, although they're not completely out just now. 10th place at the start of this game. They will be struggling to get much more done with just, I believe, Break left for the squad. Yeah, there he is. You can see full HP. Goblin has been spotted. Action. Contending for that MVP spot as well. You've got to remember, there's a bit of money on the line here as well for Action alone. So even if Stalwart don't have the best of performances, if Action can get a couple of limbs on, if he can get a lot of damage in, would be good.
Cheeky peek coming through from Action. This is why he's one of our top fraggers. Vampire Esports, you can see them on the map right now, starting to rotate over the top side of all of these teams. They hear this shots ringing out, and they just want to find a position where they're not going to be taking too much fire. Stop just towards the north side of Milter, waiting for this next circle to pop now. Down 1. Oh my goodness me. This is a circle to end the PMWI on. I mean, it's certainly a circle, that is for sure. Aton Esports, USG, both pretty happy with this. They were backed into a corner, but now it looks like they're backed into the last available space on the map.
Wow. Okay, all right. How much of the circles is currently water right now? I feel like it's a good 50 to 60% at least. This peninsula, far from kind. Can the Wildcats get across as well? Of course, they're still in that race for 5th place.
Vampire Esports, though, down 1 Kia, rocking on past. Stone gets tossed out of the vehicle on the rotate. They lose 1 here. Doubtful that they'll be able to get Stone back up again. We'll see if there's any camaraderie here for the Vampire Esports team to get them back up, back in action as a full 4.
Staying alive, though. They are answering and answering in force. Vampire Esports find Sung, find Junie. And they are absolutely furious that they've lost their teammate there. Onba across the way for down 1 Kia with 2 players remaining now. They're in 4th place and with good performances from other teams are at risk of dropping from those top 5 as well.
This is terrifying at the moment. Down 1 Kia. Yes, they tried to send it dead central, but they've only made it in with Omba and Forest now. At this point in time, you know, they'd be lucky to get some placement points. You know, it would be such a shame for them to lose the after-party showdown right here, just at these final moments.
The Falcons so far being a little bit quiet, but I imagine that's about to change. 4 rivals swinging in past the back of Milter Power along that cliffside. 4 rivals, this push for them specifically is going to be really, really treacherous. In go Box Gaming's last player, Break against Stalwart with 3. It's not going to last long. Action picks up another one in the race for MVP.
He's wanting to hold this. Pika knows that a nade gets thrown out, sees a little underhand as he walks in. And, it was an underhanded play. And in this case, both the players from STE, they just wait it out. Falcons right on the northeastern edge. One player on the floor. It's Damar here. Most likely will lose him. Appy searching the smoke for that player. Powerful, takes a bit of damage. Yusuf's on the drive. They're looking for areas to just stay safe in. It's those 2 points they're behind him. Vampire Esports, similarly not in the best of situations.
It feels like Team Falcons kind of let that one happen and allowed 4 rivals to descend from their cliffside position and now are potentially on the back foot in their race to try and challenge Vampire Esports for the top spot, for the trophy. The Thailand team taking them on. The circle goes back landward.
And this is good for Vampire Esports. You've got to admit, these guys are like one of those medieval battering rams. They will make it into the circle through rain or sunshine. It does not matter. They were in Quarry, Primorse. Now they're in the dead central of the circle now, despite even the incredible hardships that have kept coming out here. Now Falcons, smokes are down. They've got to get through the gates, get through the fences, and hopefully find their way into this circle. But USG are all looking over towards them.
Donuts USG taking those pot shots, but they can swing around the north side here. Zone 4, so the zone won't be super hardcore right now, but if they get knocked outside too far, they will not be able to get that res. Making it to these buildings, really, really good news, but they're going to really expend a lot of their vehicle utility here.
Nigma Galaxy looking on down towards them. They see Morph off in the distance. Falcons pretty close by, if not a little bit closer to them. Check on the other side. Action. Takes a couple of hits from Team Soul. Pika just sending it in. Has to get immediately out, but does get knocked by back-to-backs Polo. He was looking for the Wizard Tower. Wasn't able to find it. And Avada Kedavra kill switch. Looking to find the rest of the team.
The teams that were the downfall of Box Gaming now duking it out with one another. Back-to-back Stalwart and Soul. All in a line. Still on that western side. Pushing in from Milta. They're on that eastern side. At the moment, Stalwart with the worst of it, crunched in the middle. That's not a sandwich you want to be the filling of.
Well, they are suffering. You know, that's that thick bread that is weighing down on them from both ways.
It's like soda bread. It's some hefty,
hefty
stuff.
It is difficult to muscle through, but I'm not sure if even Stalwart can make this one happen. Vampire Esports, though, keeping it chilled out after losing one of their players. Still 3 eliminations, despite everything. Quite decent here. Falcons yet to even score 1.
But survival could be all that matters if one of them takes a tumble early on. You do not want to be taking massive risks here with the score so close. You know you just need to outlast the other team. Sure, there's the possibility that Vampire Esports get a 500 million kill game, right?
Yep.
Elimination game. But Team Falcons, do they take that bet? Probably not. Stalwart on 178 at the start of this game, trying to pick up as many points as they can to solidify that 3rd place position that they started the game in. Kill switch, take the nade.
Action with a nade on the top. Sorry, I've just noticed something. The Vampire Esports currently on 4 players. So Stoned actually was able to just army crawl his way all the way across the map and get picked back up again.
I mean, he is a vampire. Maybe he resurrected, you know?
Or just turned into a bat and flew on over. You know, his wing was a bit wounded, but
spooky.
It was absolutely fine for them. Vampire, though, goodness me, no man left behind. Not on their winning game.
It is their run. It is their chance. Stalwart eliminated now. So 3rd place up for grabs. If one of those teams sat behind them, down 1 Kia, only on 2 players, or Nigma Galaxy, potentially a little bit more likely to be able to take that. Could jump up and maybe steal that position away. But with both of those teams still alive, it's the Wildcats chase that is very much at risk.
right now, they're taking shots over towards back-to-back. Vampire Esports, Sertani was saying that, you know, they're a positionally heavy base team. And honestly, coming from Primo, selecting this specific compound, getting through the players to make it happen as well, and even taking that bold move to move over the top side of the coast, maybe just out of cover whilst they hear the third party going on, to hit this compound in this specific spot, knowing the circle is going to have to come back up towards them. Very, very well done. Very smart. No one can say this is circle look for Vampire Esports at all. Falcons, though, they have got to head through some really rough terrain, and so many teams will be sweeping these areas for players.
52 Esports cracking on with RSG, seeing the pickup mechanic in action. GZ brings DD. The two-letter synergy working out at the moment, but ooh, Daku, if he gets the angle, he's a free broadside, gets another knock, looks for it, no! Snakes away behind the cover, but Vaz is in with the rest of 52. Sorry, the only remaining player of 52, looking for the challenge, but can't get it done. RSG staying alive under pressure. This is beautiful to try and strike out. They stay in it, Blank. This chase for 5th is still going.
RSG, it's not the best position in the world, but they're only got Omber and Forest away aside them. So, you know, this really could be a chance for them. Forest currently fighting the world on his lonesome versus the entirety of USG. Falcons, though, TJB versus them. Never Alone hits the deck, takes a fair amount of bullets.
Yusuf, look at a strikeout. No way that you get that teammate back up. Powerful, hot on the heels. The smoke cover is there. TJB looking to cut down this crossing, but their attention is turned as well away to Nigma Galaxy. Yusuf on the floor, spotted. Powerful, could be taken here, and it could be all over. The Falcons on their race out in the blue, and they're gone.
And that is it. The Falcons with one hell of a run here in the PMWI. It will end here, but still a fantastic position. And I think it was one of the players from Vampire Esports.
Yeah, who got that final knock, who got that final point. The blue zone claimed the final victim. And Vampire Esports looking set to take this one home, looking to try and stay at that top point. I don't see a way that they can be dethroned here, Blank.
It's going to be so, so difficult. Vampire Esports currently just sending bullets around the map. This shift, though, over towards Team Soul could be their last hurrah here. Trying to make it happen, but it's Stone looking over towards Aton Esports. Trying to hit some of those shots, but they will have to move. It's a hard shift over towards that western side right now. Vampire Esports looking to break that 200-point barrier.
The circle moving out westward, right on top of Team Soul. So now the main challenge on the cards is that race for 5th place. Who can hold on to it? RSG eliminated 6 eliminations and points total, rather, on this game. So can the Wildcats jump on up? Nigma Galaxy, they're only on 2 eliminations with 1 player left as well. Fluketh takes a knock there to the 4 rivals. Well, they've done the work already. Nades towards the back, though, going to do plenty more. 4 rivals, left down to 1. The push comes through. They'll spot it out in the open. Spray's looking good, and they'll take it down. The drive-by for Vampire Esports.
Voki taken out of the map. Fluketh, though, if we know Vampire Esports, you know, he might just crawl on over. Smokes are placed down. TJB off in the distance here. Perhaps looking for a little bit more. Tink Skirt takes a heavy bit of damage. GK first, just slinking in from the background. Trying to cross his way in. If Vampire Esports can end the day with a chicken dinner, it's a second, a first, a fourth, and then potentially even another chicken dinner on the day. It will be the most incredible bump up of points to finish this tournament for PUBG Mobile at the PMWI. Aton goes down, and Vampire's taking everyone on. Unfortunately, Ravenclaw hits the floor.
Sorted out himself. It's Ravenclaw to take the knee, but back into the smoke. Vampire still with 11 eliminations. They started on Erangel with a strong chicken dinner. It would be such providence to take this one home as well, but they still have to fight through the rest of this lobby. Make that another elimination point to rack on up. Team Soul, though, still with a central position. Nades back in. Zenetexa is going to go down, and the forces holding them out are going to wane, but it's only Schweppes now left standing for the top squad.
Goes for Rez onto Ravenclaw. Stoned is bleeding out fast. Aton Esports now have different things to worry about. It's back-to-back who just nail them down. Torn apart by bullets. Sent so quickly. It looks like Vampire Esports will get all 3 players back up again. And back-to-back, they're stuck in the blue.
They are pinned. That Molotov position really, really solid to stop their push over towards the Vampire Esports position. Now they can start to win their way in, but Seoul have 4 players alive. The team from India, who have not had the best of times, would love to close it out here strong.
But it's Vampire Esports. You just cannot take your eyes off at this current moment. Back-to-back, they fought against them on Miramar. Here we are again. Vampire Esports looking to toss some nades over the top. Nigma Galaxy still have Freak in the game. This nade could prove absolutely disastrous. Doesn't hit anyone, luckily. But they might have seen the arc, and Stoned just slowly strafes over. Luckily, he'll live to see another day there.
A little bit of damage from Ravenclaw, but Freak takes a tumble as well. Nigma Galaxy eliminated. Stoned is found as back-to-back ride on in, trying to get that flush, and they will. Polo sends out. Schwepp wants to find the shots, but takes a lot of damage. Vampire Esports might have their run cut down here, but they have done enough. Only Ravenclaw left, hits the deck for a drop shot, and that is the end of their story. But it is now back-to-back, and Seoul going head-to-head. The team from India, 4 players alive with a heavy elimination game. Find the final, but we are going to go over to the stage for the trophy ceremony.
Vampire Esports, congratulations, you are the PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions here at Gamers8. What an incredible performance you had throughout. Now, I just got to ask you, try and explain the emotions you're feeling right now, you and your team.
We are mad right now because we are just living in a dream. Because before we come here, we think, okay, we are the champion, but now we get it. So that's why it's a really incredible moment right now for our team. Thank you.
فريق فامباير اي سبورتس قدروا يحصلون على البطوله. حبينا نسالهم السؤال الاول، ايش شعورهم بعد الفوز؟ وكان شعورهم انه احنا الان جالسين نعيش الحلم حقنا، وهذا الشيء اللي احنا كنا نتمناه من اول ما جينا البطوله، والحلم هذا صار واقع واخيرا.
Well, you came into this tournament, you know, incredibly aggressive play style. We already spoke to many of the casters backstage and they agree. Opening the tournament with 24 elimination chicken dinner. Was that the plan the whole time? Just aggressive, aggressive?
ก็คือเขาบอกว่าทีมเราอ่ะเตรียมตัวมาด้วยการแบบเล่นแบบ aggressive แบบไฟต์อย่างเดียวเลยตั้งแต่แรกอยู่แล้วใช่ไหมเป็นสไตล์ของเราอยู่แล้วใช่ไหมใช่บอกภาษาไทยไปก่อน
ก็ทีมพวกผมเป็นทีมไฟท์อยู่แล้วครับผมเป็นทีมที่เล่นขอบวงครับผมไม่ได้ห่วงโพซิชั่นเยอะครับแต่มันก็ขึ้นอยู่กับสถานการณ์หน้าเกมแล้วก็วงแต่ละวงด้วยครับ
So our team in the play style we play like aggressive all the all time because my player have the confidence and the shooting skill. So we are playing with the circle, really slow and looking to position to fight. And also we are vampire. We are very hungry the blood.
فريق فامباير اي سبورت كان يتكلم عن طريقه البلاي ستايل حقته، كيف قدروا انه يفوز وكيف كانت خطته داخل اللعبه. يقول تركيزنا احنا نلعب اجريسيف لانه احنا واثقين من انفسنا في ادائنا، زياده على كذا في اي اكثر شيء نركز عليه هو الايم حقنا والشوتنج حقنا دائما يكون في محله، وهذا الشيء اللي احنا ركزنا عليه وهذا الشيء اللي خلانا نفوز البطوله.
Well, I have to ask you one final question before I let you go and before I let you celebrate with the rest of your team. Is there anything that you would like to say to your fans who have been supporting you throughout this entire year and throughout this tournament?
ก็ฝากขอบคุณคนไทยทุกคนนะครับผมที่คอยเชียร์คอยให้กำลังใจตลอดนะครับผมถึงวันที่2พวกผมจะบูดไปแต่วันนี้พวกผมทำเต็มที่แล้วพวกผมได้เป็นแชมป์ของ PMWI แล้วครับผมขอบคุณครับ
They said we are 100% for this tournament and they are glad to become a champion. Also thank you Saudi Arabia for warming welcome us and also support all the tournament. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for the fan. Hope you enjoy this moment. Thank you.
You guys have been absolutely incredible, but yes, let's reconfirm you are the winners of the lion's share of $2 million. The PMWI Gamers8 trophy is yours. Congratulations, everyone in the Gamers8 arena. Please give it up one more time for Vampire
Thank you
Esports.
so much.
Thank you so much. You guys have been absolutely incredible. We're going to hand back over to the analyst desk where they can break everything down and round out the tournament.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور. راح نتوجه الان لاستديو التحليل نتكلم عن الشيء الرهيب اللي شفناه قبل شوي وكيف قدروا فريق فامباير اي سبورتس انهم ياخذون البطوله بالكامل. على طول مع الاستديو التحليلي.
Good to see Sertania there with this team as well after we had him on the desk over at day 2 to talk to him about how the team has done. You can see what it means to them. They're out of words. They're out of breath. They're so excited to take home that $500,000, not to mention that spot over in the after-party showdown. But ladies and gentlemen, we got to start to break this one down here. The post-show brought to you by VOV. What a run out of Empire Esports. Day 1 looked fantastic. Day 2 looked grim, but they didn't let it get to them. They bounced back hard in day 3.
I mean, they had a game plan, right? In this lobby, they knew exactly what their game plan was. Getting good positions. When we're in a good position, the eliminations, they come on their own. They played to that down to a T, and it clearly worked out. They got first place, right?
It's been a spectacular run from them. I mean, from the very word go all the way to this last match as well. I think that when you look at their performance across, as an average even across all these 3 days, they have stood out above the rest here. So absolutely spectacular. I've just finished doing a tournament in Thailand as well. The fans are going to be going absolutely radio rental for everything that they've just been able to accomplish here. They should be very, very proud of this team.
I mean, on that note, Seven Worlds Gaming was actually watching the watching the finals live in the arena, and he told us that when Falcon Esports got knocked out, the entire arena was silent, except for Sertani, who was screaming because he knew with them being eliminated, they got themselves $500,000 and they got themselves the title. Let's actually take a look at the overall standings from bottom to top here so you get an idea of where all the other teams did place, of course. 52 Esports rounding things out with 76 points in 18th place, the team coming in from Pakistan. But hey, a lot of experience for them. They still get a decent amount of money. Let's be perfectly clear about this one. But they get a lot of experience that they can take for themselves back to Pakistan. They can take it and hopefully get themselves into PMGC.
Yeah, exactly. Though we did see Team Soul secure that last chicken dinner right there. Huge for the Hindi fans. And also able to push himself up in 11th position. That's a huge prize for increase they just got with that final game. So, man, Team Soul feeling good. And can't wait to see them getting more and more integrated in the esports scene, hopefully.
Yeah, the game kind of came to them. But, I mean, it was a strong holdout. And I love the way in which they pushed out towards the end to make sure back-to-back had absolutely no room to play. They really strangleholded that position and took it nicely.
let's actually move up on into the overall ranks to see, you know, potentially into our top 5, right? Because obviously we know who our winner is, and we're going to have Damwon Kia. Nigma Galaxy has made their way through as well, but we can see Seoul, like you mentioned before, in 11th. Back-to-back, let's give them a little bit of credit. They started the day off in last place, able to get themselves into 10th. They had a really good performance today, and if they were able to maintain that performance in the prior days, we potentially could have seen them top 5.
Yeah, unfortunately, like 2 days where they tended to struggle really hurts your overall performance to reach top 5. So still good comeback towards the end of the tournament as a whole. But man, the fact that we can think now we're going to have 3 local teams in the AfterParty Showdown, that is going to be mental.
Yeah, just to touch on back-to-back as well here for a moment. The day one, I actually asked you guys, where are they at the end of the day? Because quite honestly, they looked non-existent. Today, absolutely not the case. They really actually came to play here in this last day, so kudos to them.
Yeah, J7 as well. We saw quite a few plays out of him and J-Way. But as we look up into the leaderboards, RSG, unfortunately, after a dominating performance at day 2, they unfortunately failed to qualify. But we can see here Damwon Kia, Nigma Galaxy, Stalwart Esports, Team Falcons, and Vampire Esports will be participating next week in the After-Party Showdown with all the invited teams from around the world. It's going to be so exciting.
It feels like a mini PMGC, the After-Party Showdown, what we're going to have, right? You're going to have all these huge names, and also you're going to be able to have BTR join the mix. You're going to have RAT Sport. Like, that is going to be a really insane event. But Vampire Esports, 220 points. As you said, consistently here, Kalaris looking like the best team consistently from day 1 up into day 3. And when they have a good game, it's a really good game that allows them to just stand out from the rest.
And we really got to delve into this team as well throughout the 3 days. We got to get opinions from Sertani. We got to watch them on the battlefield, extract information on how they were playing. It's great that the top 5 that we have going in, we have a few teams that are approaching the game in a quite similar way, but then you've got this different diverging path of Nigma Galaxy, very rotation heavy, Damwon Kia, very central heavy. All of these guys are going to be bringing different things to the table at the very end to try and get themselves even more money next weekend.
And the fact that they make it also Nigma Galaxy without a single chicken dinner, extreme consistency. Like, first day, a little bit rough, right? But I think the offline event buff kind of came their way afterwards. They saw like, Falcons did it. We can maybe try and replicate that a little bit. So good for them, and especially for Damwon, like your South Korean overlords making it into the after party. Hell yeah.
I'm actually excited to see what Nigma Galaxy does as well going into next week, considering we've seen them in PUBG in the past do exceptionally well. I think they potentially could pull it off again and maybe, I want to say, redeem themselves a bit, because I think we expected a little bit more out of them, even though they did obviously finish top 5.
I think they're a team that if you give them room, they're actually extremely dangerous. But here in an 18-team lobby, you don't really have much room. Lobbies are a bit different next weekend.
How many teams do we go down to next week, Max?
I'm going to have 12, but the maps that play are also a bit different. So, there's not that much space to work with. Oh no.
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be absolutely crazy.
Well, before we move into our MVP, because remember, there is a prize pool for them, $5,000. I want to give a big shout out to MasterCard and Saudi as well, because they've made this possible, the likes of all the other lovely sponsors we've had here in this event. But don't worry, for you guys at home, there's still things for you guys to win. The Vibe and Drive event currently going on within PUBG Mobile is happening. Get your friends together and complete the missions, and you get yourself a free legendary set that is permanent. I'm looking at you, Max. It's permanent. He doesn't have one yet. But
I permanently don't have it.
But maybe we can make that happen for you. But gentlemen, as we have finished off the day, right, there were questions. We knew Action was MVP after day 1. We knew Lightning was MVP after day 2. However, Action was top overall.
Sure.
Yeah.
Are things different now after seeing Vampire Esports show up like this in the last day? Don't show it just yet, though.
I still might stick with Action.
I think Action, that's such a big lead, right? And the extreme consistency really helped. But Mike was also insane in these games.
He was. And then the closest from Falcons was for Never Alone. And but it was quite a margin.
You like the limbs,
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, well, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you out there, let's actually find out who our MVP of PMWI 2022 it's going to be. It is Action. He holds on strong. 37 eliminations, 7,600 damage. I feel like the elims and damage for him definitely helped carry him through.
Especially kind of the work he kind of laid the foundations in day 1 to be like, it's going to be really hard to catch up with him regardless. Yeah, average survival time actually for an MVP, a little lower.
It's actually low,
but still really blasting out of control.
And it's great when you think about it, right? We keep selling Stalwart as this incredible team, and when you look at their fragging duo, you've got Top and Action. Top actually taking the MVP of his home region, and now on the international stage, Action taking this MVP is insane. But man, it was so close. Mike barely could have made it, but Action stayed on top.
I think also one name here that we really haven't talked too much about is Wave. We've really not touched on him here throughout the desk as a whole, but I guess the thing is about Vampire is that it wasn't just really an individual performance as much as Mike has really kind of been at the forefront of that. Yeah. Every single component of this team has looked excellent throughout this tournament here, and so it's been a true team effort.
Yeah, I'm just jealous about Wave. No, that's why I didn't talk about him. I just like his hair, and I wish I had it.
You do like his hair.
Yeah, I do like his hair. That's why I'm not going to talk about him.
Your hair's looking better from day 1 to day 3 now, though.
Yeah, I mean, I did the offline event buff. There you go, just get rid of it.
That's right, that's right.
The offline hotel haircut buff that comes through. But obviously, great to see still this many teams able to perform so well, and many individual players as well. I mean, the thing is, we normally cover just Western Europe, so it's great to actually cover a broader audience of players just so we can see who's really up and coming. Because in a few months' time, PMG's coming.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking for Nova Express.
Regional Clash.
And Regional Clash. Oh, I mean, come on. You know we're all going to be sitting there watching Regional Clash together, get the popcorn in hand or whatever we're going to be eating, because that's going to be insane. But PMGC is going to be even better.
There's so many teams that are going to be really interesting to keep track of, and I'm especially hyped to see what Lightning can do, because when you think of like Chinese top players, you got yourself your Order, you got your Power Boys, you got your Jimmy, your boy Jim up there.
Boy Jim.
Yeah, Lightning though came in as a very big surprise. Didn't know what to expect from him in particular, but he really stood out for the team. So PMGC, if they make it, that could be a really, really hype player to see play.
My favorite thing about coming into these truly international tournaments, and we did it here as well, is getting the opportunity to truly study down on every region and figure out exactly the kind of differences between them. I mean, one thing even just as small as Damwon Kia, South Korea, bringing in the DBS constantly, always holding it till the very end of the game.
Bison.
I think as Bisons as well. I think as time goes on, some of these little things can be taken away from other regions, and it becomes meta as time goes on.
On that note about Damwon Kia, think about South Korea when it came to PMGC two years ago. We had Archer Gaming, if I'm not mistaken.
And it was...
And they didn't fare too well. But to see that region turn it around like this in just like a year's time, because Damwon Kia did fantastic last year at PMGC, is very difficult to do.
And it's very interesting because you remember there was Inonix on the team back then, actually renamed to Forest. And he's the one who popped off a lot of the time for the side of Damwon. So I think South Korea really are putting their name on the map of PUBG Mobile Esports.
Don't get me started on South Korean esports.
Go for it.
I'll talk for half an hour.
We have a podcast after this,
But yeah, I mean, ultimately, very, very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. We did mention before there's a award for MVP. There's also the other awards you mentioned before, like Gunslinger, like Eagle Eye. Let's take actually a look in to see who all won the respective awards and how much money they got for themselves here. We can see Action, of course, gets the MVP, but there we go. Wave and Mike. They didn't win MVP, but they still made it on there with 2.
There's still some decent money coming their way. Really good stuff. I mean, that's what you pointed out earlier, right, Kalaris? It was a really big team effort from all of the team of Vampire Esports. So having them, 2 of the different players taking Gunslinger and Grenade Master, I'm really not surprised.
And of course for Eagle Eye as well, for a long portion of this time, it was actually top holding that with I think 375-ish meters. But then Hector came in halfway through yesterday, being able to take that crown with a long... It might have even been on Sanhok. And if it was, that's nuts. But because normally it's all close combat in Sanhok. So congratulations to him.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Team Seoul, they won't make it through into the next part of the event. But nonetheless, I mean, big awards for all these players. I mean, I don't even want to think about how much money Vampire Esports are taking home, because it's $500,000, plus they get the money for these awards as well. AfterParty Showdown. I mean, just imagine somehow they go home with $1 million.
The fact that there is different stipulations in the after party, and now Vampire's in there. Oh my!
And they won those awards.
Yeah, that bodes well for their money count.
Yeah,
the bank account's gonna raise, boys.
Okay, this was actually scrims for the after party for them. Was it?
Well, Sir Tanny, I will give you my info so you can send me some money. I can tell you about my favorite car as well, maybe some UC, something. Because the desk buff, I think, the desk blessing we gave him and his team is very important. But gentlemen, before we do end off the entire day here, and of course the main event, I want to give you a chance to say any final last words here.
No, I think it's been great to come back to an offline event, right? It's been, what, 2-3 years since we've been back to offline event, and seeing the crowd present and supporting Team Falcons, the local team, and even a team that is not local actually winning the event, that is Vampire, is just fantastic. And I just hope we get back into the more offline event-focused events like PMWI, and I think it's just great.
For me, I'm always a big fan of watching the macro plays unfold from all of these teams, and the fact that we have a few different styles at the very top for the top 5 moving into the next portion, as well as taking the lion's share of all the money, is very exciting for me as an analyst to see the way that you can win in PUBG Mobile. Doesn't always have to be the same track way.
Yeah, well, we're obviously going to find out what's going to be happening next week. We do get the after-party showdown. And obviously for myself, for Claris, for MaxBen, for Blank, for John, for Seven Worlds Gaming, and of course for Avenger. We appreciate you guys all tuning in, but you're going to have to wait a week. But to cure that itch until we do get back here, watch some highlights and a recap here from Dr. Suleiman Al-Habib. We'll see you soon.